We made it. It's done. Today is the last stream of the Cyberpunk City. After today, this will only exist in history. No more live streams. Ray asked me to wave for some reason. Hey guys. Yeah, big day. So today's gonna be a little bit of a different VOD, a little bit different stream. All right. So we're not really doing any building today. We are doing a tour. And I'm gonna drink a Red Bull first. So I'm gonna give a minute for people to come trickling in here. But what we're doing today, and I'll stop and I'll kind of talk about it and remind, hey Smite, you're here early, welcome. But I'm basically recording like 10 different tours. Okay, and you guys are basically watching it live, and I'll do Q&As and stuff, right? It's not like I'm not going to talk to you guys or anything, but it's just gonna feel a little different. All right, so this is the plan for today. Okay, I don't know if it's gonna take 8 hours, right? But like it's probably gonna be between like 4 and 6 would be my guess, but I don't know. You know, I want to take my time. I don't want to rush. This is it, right? If we find an inefficiency, I am not stopping to fix it. Okay? It is what it is. We're done. All right, so we're going to go through the pre-city factories, go over it, talk about, and one recurring theme that I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about, like, you know, what I would do differently, what I learned, things like that. You know, my favorite parts, my hated parts, right? I'm going to kind of talk about that kind of stuff through all of these, right? This, like I said, this is going to be one tour here. This is going to be one video here. All right, and then what we might do is group these. I don't know. We might group these. Oh, not Nakatomi. Hold on. I'm just kind of finalizing the plan here. I think these are going to be standalone videos. So basically, I'm going to make a playlist. This is one group though, for sure. I'm going to make a playlist of just this videos that come out of today's VOD. Now, you guys, if you watch the whole thing, right, then you don't need to rewatch those videos. But if you are watching this recorded later, then you can, look for that. It's probably going to take me at least a week to start releasing the videos out of here. Let's do this. I'm gonna talk about what's next throughout tonight. You know, and Minikin is gonna edit these longs down into tighter tours. Or I mean, these long form videos down into tighter tours. But this is the plan. I'll talk about what's next first before we actually get started a little bit, because it's very much on my mind. I'm ready. I am proud of what I built. Look, Satisfactory Plus testing. Yay! That's what's next, by the way. So here we go. VOD 190 locked. So I have been testing Satisfactory Plus with hard mode sliders. The randomization nodes work. The all impure work. No problems. 5x power, 100x space elevator. I haven't checked that because I haven't gotten that far. But I'm just verifying that the actual difficulties sliders work in Satisfactory Plus. And the 2x cost to everything that gets made. Yep. I've got a plan. I have got a plan. Well, I've got some, let's just say I have some novel ideas on how to get around some of these things. Nothing like crazy. People have done them before. I'm not saying I've come up with anything like unique, but I am saying that I think that there's some strategies in Satisfactory Plus to combat the really difficult stuff. Hey, Oki. I hope you mean you crashed your truck in the game. Yeah, Lep, I'm doing all difficulties. Maxed and random. So 100x space elevator, 2x cost, 5x power. The 5x power is the worst one, by the way. And I don't even think it's close. The next worst one is the 2x cost for all materials, or for everything. And then the space elevator parts is the third, and then the next one after that's all impure. The space elevator part is the last one I'm worried about. All right, let's talk about the billboards. Lina, the billboards crashed my game. I had to pull them all out last night. If you want to enjoy your billboards, they only exist in the VOD until I had to pull them out. I got them up, and then the game started crashing. I had to uninstall the mod. I had to pull it. It's very sad. But if you want to see your billboard, then it's in the VOD. We've got the pictures. We'll do something fun. If you don't know, there's a handful of people that have watched basically every single video of this series and have gifted a lot of money to me and my channel. And I made some cyberpunk style advertisement billboards for the city. But unfortunately, the mod is just not stable. And it was causing some massive problems. So I had to let it go because it just was not going to work. There we go. It's not bad. It's not exactly a good shot of Arasaka Tower's ass, but you know. Yeah, it was a little rocky there too. I was a little worried about a longer term problem, but in the end, I had to uninstall Real Simple Signs, and all the crashing immediately stopped. Yeah, well, and Lena, it's on the Discord. If anybody wants to see any of those signs, let's again, we're not doing the tour yet. We're still kind of getting our I'm finishing my Red Bull. We got a bunch of the signs here. I'll open up. I'll go through them all. I'll go through them all real quick. But they were for a very short period of time billboards on the city, but alas, these were jokes, requests, and sort of thank yous to people. So this was Minikin, my daughter's request. I don't know. Tickle the bean. Mikey made that one. Rest in peace, Clifford. He was loved. He was dropped. He will be remembered. Yep, we made that one halfway through the stream. There's Cube Waves, mini golf. By the way, the mini golf joke, if you don't know, my daughter's screen name is Minikin, and there's been a long-running competition to gift me memberships in hopes of catching Minikin with a gifted membership, and it was called Mini Golf. He was not pushed, okay? The floor was deleted out from under him. All right? It was nothing but an accident. Nothing but an accident. So that's why the mini golf. That's why the mini golf. Again, these all went in. They looked so good on the billboards, but it was just unstable. So this is an homage. I had some fix-it propaganda. This is my favorite. Productivity is freedom. We need glazed donuts. That's like vaguely inappropriate. There we go. There's my favorite one. I agree. The problem is that my fists are too small. It works. It works except for the hands. I got tiny hands, apparently. Yeah. The craziest part is this was just based on a screenshot of me that CubeWave put a hat on, and then we fed it into ChatGPT and I said, remove the hat, make me look heroic, and obviously the in charge of the government program to work out, heroic and stern. So my wife appreciated it, that's for sure. There's Killers. There we go. There's Lena's. There's Lena's. Lena's turned out really good. Like the Louisiana. Like this whole thing back here is really cool looking. Like there's a ton of detail. And it just looks good, like the neon and the glow. It looked really good on the sign. There's Corthal's. Melkor was right. That's actually Melkor, by the way. That is my brother. There's Mikey's, Colorado. Slimy Mike is his nickname. And then I had one for the Nostromo fueling station. You spent 10 hours debugging my save. Saving the puppies and the kittens. Fix it. Good for them, good for the future. Corporate compassion, real impact, measurable good. Planet people progress. Rescued, protected, provided. I love like the triple like pounding home. It's really funny. Of like propaganda. There's Ray's. And then we made one for the rocket line. The ball shawl. Yeah, we have the ball shawl. This one's like my least favorite. It didn't really turn out very well. I didn't have time to like iterate on this one. The ball shawl could have been better. Captain Obvious made this one. Slug juice. And then, of course, in honor of Melkor Spaghetti, Pasta Prime, twirl, consume, repeat. What does this say over here? I didn't even read this. Nutritional efficiency, maximum satisfaction. Engineered nutrition, industrial perfection, uncompromising flavor. Optimized for humans. That is awesome. That is really, really funny. Because of his belt spaghetti. All right. There's Okie Sooners, which is very unique. Turned out really well. I should have done a mini golf for Okie Sooner, but this turned out really well. Totino's. I grabbed a Totino's and I bounced.
I grabbed a Totino's and I bounced.
Which, by the way, the person that he was quoting when he said that, it didn't say that. So this has turned into a Melkor quote. By the way, we will be doing co-op speed runs with Melkor after the Satisfactory Plus playthrough gets started. Saturday nights are going to be with Melkor. And then Wednesdays and Fridays are going to be Satisfactory Plus. All right, that's it. So those were the billboards. We got them all up. And then they crashed the save. I had to pull them. Very sad for all involved. All right, well, Mikey's here, so we can get started. All right, so again, if you just got here, the plan is to run a tour today. I'm going to be recording, right? I'm always recording, but I'm going to be a little bit more kind of talking to the recording than I usually am. But that doesn't mean that I'm not going to answer questions or we're not going to chat or whatever. But I'm going to do like a little intro and an outro to each of these. All right, so I'm probably going to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 videos. So on the tour today. I don't understand. Why can't anything be easy? I know. I wish the billboards worked. So this is the plan. We're gonna go through this. There, that was bothering me. And just pepper me with questions and I'll answer them the best I can. All right. You guys ready to get started? We have a lot to go over today. What is the one thing that I missed? I was in Satisfactory Plus today, making sure that everything works and that there's no crashes and that the hard modes work. What do you think I missed the most? Yeah. The audio clips don't go into the recording. You're fine. Mikey, I have a question. Do elbow noodles have funny bones? Okay. All right. There's grassy knolls right there. Ah. I'm gonna do a little intro here, guys. You guys already heard the intro. This is for the recording people. Ew. Getting a little B-roll for Minikin here. All right. My name is Kin. You want that one? We might do that. Yeah, seeing the playable character gives great contrast to the scale of the project. Yeah, it's right here. Can we when? I'll do it at the end of the VOD. As soon as I'm done tonight. Hours. I'll put it up. It'll be on the Discord in the Google Drive. In fact, screw it. Let's just do it right now. No reason not to do it right now. Just give me a second. Hey, Papu. So yeah, we've got the save. Let's see. This is, where's the public one? All right, I'm gonna rename this one. Instead of Kinstruction Save File Star Wars, I'm gonna do Kinstruction Final Save Files. Public. I'm just double checking, making sure that I have this where you guys can get to it. Blueprints public. Let me get a link to this file. One second, guys. I'm just dropping the save file in for everybody right now. Right. I don't know why this is so difficult. I wonder if I can just upload it like directly. Yeah, I just dropped it into the chat. Can somebody who's not a member check and see if you can access and download? Go to my general in the Discord. I put a link to Blueprints Public, and in Blueprints Public, you should see Cyberpunk theme VOD 190 locked. All right, that should be available. All right. Last stream, yeah, this is it for the Cyberpunk City. You see it? Good. All right, guys, there it is. It's on my Discord, this save file, ready to go. Exactly how I loaded it tonight. Let's go over before we get started. Again, just really quickly, today is a tour day. I'm gonna go through everything. I'm gonna kind of start it right now. I'm gonna have moments where I am doing an intro and doing an outro, basically. But other than that, it's a normal VOD. You guys, a normal stream. You guys just ask me like questions, whatever. All right. Savage was wanting to put his billboard up in the city for his business. Yeah, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. He just posted it. I don't see it. If he's just posted something, he needs to come in here. I don't see it, but it's fine. I am not going to be able to. I'm not going to be able to do that, right? So it's all good. It is what it is. Starting a new world in a few hours. All right. I'm going to talk about this a lot. Friday night, okay? In what, 6 days? We are going to be starting Satisfactory Plus with all the difficulty sliders turned all the way up to the max on 1.2. Hard mode, Satisfactory Plus. It's happening. All right. And it'll be tough. It'll be challenging. It's going to take a long time. It's probably going to be another year plus playthrough. This playthrough was almost 2 years. Look what we did. Okay. Just beating the game is going to take me a long time. But it'll be fun. And it'll be a different kind of challenge for me, and I need that. All right, I'm not answering Mikey's question. All right. Here we go. I'm gonna start the intro. Bring the pain, I know. After over 1,300 hours, we have finally completed the Cyberpunk City. What I'm doing right now is an entire live stream that is a tour. You have two options to watch this if you're not watching it live. One is to just watch the VOD, which you may be doing. The other one is I'm going to be making a series of videos, of which this is the first. I'm going to put it in its own playlist, and you should be able to just watch them all through. You can take them one at a time, and we're going to step through the entire save tonight, beginning to end, in detail. And this is the final stream, the final tour videos that are coming out about this playthrough. Really quickly, my plans moving forward, I am still going to be playing Satisfactory. I'm going to be playing Satisfactory Plus. By the time that you watch this, if you're watching the edited video, I will have already started that series, and I'm going to be playing hard mode on that. So it's going to be difficult. It's going to be fun. Much different kind of challenge than this. And as you can see, we have the entirety of the Cyberpunk City out before us. We have Arasaka Tower, which is phase 5. We have the phase 4 buildings. We have central storage in the middle. We have highways for everything, working trucks. All right, Nakatomi Plaza down here, as well as the rocket fuel plant. And we're going to be going over each one of these buildings in detail. Before we do that, though, oh, and the other thing, don't forget, we're going to be heading over to the train hub as well. So before we do that, this first tour video is going to be going over all of my factories before we got to the city. So especially if you're new to the game, I'm going to be talking about kind of starter bases, how I start the game. Whereas this kind of stuff that you're looking at here, this isn't really normal Satisfactory play, and it doesn't really apply to most people. But today's tour will. So let's go ahead and head over. And I came prepared, and we actually have teleporters to wherever we need to go today. So this will be our central location, and the first place we're going is to the starter base in the grassy fields. All right. Oh, it's been a while. Let's turn the lights on, shall we? Oh, Bean's still here. So this is so this is where I started. I had the hub, I think, or hub right there. And this was the initial biomass burners area. I think I had a power augmenter up here. This is our first sort of area, right? And it's good. This is a great place to start, especially if you're new. I don't know why, but the grassy fields always feel like Satisfactory. This is like peak Satisfactory to me. When I think of Satisfactory, I think of this area. I don't think of the Dune Desert. I don't think of the Rocky Desert. I think of this. And I think it's because, and I think a lot of people feel that way because they started playing Satisfactory here, right? One thing that I want to do really quickly is I have all these factories turned off. I haven't looked at these factories in a long time. I don't know if anything's broken. This is all the Gold Coast, all the starter factories. We're gonna turn them on. So, the initial iron deposits are buried under here. Okay, here's the, where are they? Oh, they're under here. I deleted them for some reason. Maybe to get the power slugs. I don't remember. But there's the iron deposits that you kind of start next to. By the way, every start location of the 4, if you don't know, they're all on the same map. They're just in different parts of the map. And then within the starter location, there are 3 or 4 spawn points. So if you die and there's no hub, then you will respawn at one of those points, and you will initially spawn in one of those points. So this is one of those areas that it's possible to spawn in the grassy fields. Okay. And so, yeah, I mean, this is basic iron production here. Really, really basic stuff. You know, I do have some, I was pretty careful to get the right ratios to make this first factory efficient. And then the copper is over here on this hill, and pretty much just the wire needed to come over here for stitched iron plate. Oh, smart plating. Oh, that's the rotor. I don't know why I had wire over here. Probably stitched iron plate. And I mean, and this is your starter, right? And then you've got the concrete over here. Grassy Knolls is a great place to start. Really, really good. No complaints here. Couple of things I want to go over. Kin is a Naboo man. I like that. I like Naboo. I like episode 1. All right. So I made a drop box here that I'm pretty proud of. You need a smart splitter for this, but what I did is I made a dump box, and these split hog remains, hatcher remains, stinger remains, autosaves, okay, spitters, and then slugs, the 3 different kinds of slugs, right? And then the protein feeds back around, and I can make basically all of the biomass, all of the slugs, all of the DNA, everything that I want from like out gathering, right? Your mycelia, your animal proteins, your slugs, sticks, leaves, all of that stuff to power biomass. And I think it's pretty cool, especially when you start getting summer sloops. You can start slooping these and getting double outputs, and kind of recursively doubling your outputs, and it's nice. Later, I added this, which is the liquid biofuel, and I use liquid biofuel, and don't sleep on liquid biofuel in your rocket pack. It is really, really good early. You need a refinery, of course, but it's one of the first things I do when I get when I unlock refinery is get the liquid biofuel going. There's a dimensional depot. So I want to talk about this. I built a central storage here, and you have to sort of remember that I played this in update 8 before dimensional depots came out. And pretty much every game like this has you need like a central storage. the dimensional depot makes it so that you don't really need a central storage anymore. Not really. I think that it's still important in a lot of ways because, well, I'll say it this way. I think there's an argument to be made that you should have it anyway. Right, here it is. Right, I have a little belt so that I can see, you know, what each item is in the box. It's really handy. And the reason is I can grab everything in here versus, you know, where I had the dimensional depot up here or right here. Right? So this was my setup for dimensional depot. I've got the storage, and then it goes into the dimensional depot on top. Now, it was a decent amount of infrastructure to do this, right? Look at this. I have this belt coming in for all the Caterium items. I have this belt coming in for the motor and the heavy modular frames and the steel items, right? I didn't really need to do that because we have dimensional depots, as long as you get that tech. And again, I do not sleep on alien tech and crash sites. Go out, explore, fill up your inventory with parts. You can use them for unlocks early. You can use them to speed up the process, okay, and get your factory going. A lot of people do not explore enough early. And there's a bunch of stuff in there. But in theory, I don't need this central storage. One thing I wanted to talk about, and if you go back and watch the first couple of VODs, I actually didn't know this when I built this. A viewer helped me. This setup right here, there's some subtle things that you should know. And the question is, do you set this to, obviously automated wiring gets pushed over there, okay? What I was doing is I was setting any undefined forward and overflow to the left, and then I was syncing it to the left. Are we gonna get any automated wiring? I might have turned it off. It may be turned off or broken. There it is, right? And so that's what I was doing. And you can see the return line, okay? At first I was popping them all out to the left. But this setup that I ended up going with is actually, thanks to the viewer, much more efficient and elegant. And I think it's important to learn. But basically, it's gonna try to put an automated wiring to the right. If it can't, for any reason, either it's not an automated wiring or there's no room, then it goes forward. Okay, and so this one belt becomes both the overflow for automated wiring as well as everything that isn't automated wiring. You chain that together and you've got yourself an automatic feed to your storage and then a place to sync for tickets. By the way, I have 850 tickets, plus I bought 2 golden nuts. And those are 1,000 each. That's how long I've been playing on this game. So that's my central storage. This is the setup here. There's a couple of other little things here. I kind of did some speed running of like, I actually didn't set up a crystal oscillator or computer factory. Not really. I kind of just would sort of drop in parts because again, with the Dimensional Depot, I don't really need centralized locations of everything. Okay, so I would fly in. Here's a drone port. I would start flying in items. Like, I don't really have a quartz crystal factory, a starter quartz crystal factory. I don't. I've really just got these. We're gonna go over them. I've got the steel factory here. We built that. This was the factory we built first after the initial starter iron factory and copper factory. And then we've got a motor factory. And then the Caterium factories right here. All right. And then over on the Gold Coast is the turbo fuel plant and plastic and rubber. And then in the hole down there, can we even see it? We'll go over there and look at it, but that's the coal plant, power plant. My point is that even though I built this central storage for the close factories, I did not bring over, there's no plastic here, there's no rubber here, there's no computers, there's no aluminum. Right? This is just like the first tiers of items. And then everything else, I just used the dimensional storage. There was no reason not to. So think about that. Let's go over to the first of our kind of factories here. Have some belt bus lines and stuff. Oh, Sam. I'm going to talk about Sam. Let's talk about Sam first. I actually think it's really, really, really important. And it's something I'm going to be doing extremely soon in my Satisfactory Plus is cranking Sam hard. All right. Now, if you're in the grassy fields, there is a Sam node down here. Now there is a spider down here that you're gonna have to deal with. But here's your Sam node. And early game, the casualness that I just flew down there with my hover pack and back, you can't, it's not casual. It's very scary going down in there early game. In order to unlock the sloops and the dimensional depots that I've been talking about, you need a lot of Sam or refining. You need this pink shit, right? Reanimated Sam and Sam fluctuator. Okay, so handcraft it. Do whatever it takes. Don't skip it. All right, so that's my Sam setup. And do as much as you can as early as you can. Sam is going to be happy. Yeah. All right. So I made a big error here on this factory. I don't know why I did it. Like, I knew better. I was so like casual about it too. A lot of people have seen the first VOD. Like the first VOD for this series, guys. Let me pull it up. It's kind of ridiculous, actually. VOD 1 for this series. All right, an 8-hour VOD has 52,000 views. That one single VOD made me $830. It's the most single video that I've ever made. Because it was 1.0, right? Everybody, like, 1.0 was released. I did the VOD the first night. It was crazy. And then I built this monstrosity. Did I do this in the first VOD? I don't think so. VOD 2 is coal. VOD 3, steel factory. So this was VOD 3. VOD 3 got 15,000 views. So one of my best videos ever, and I make this stupid ass mistake. Look at this. Hey, Korthal. With 100x, I don't think you'll be doing anything early. Well, I'll be doing all the stuff before 100x. Twitchy, with Twitchy's talking about my Satisfactory Plus playthrough that's coming soon. There's plenty to do before the plates, the first plates, smart plating. And what by I mean plenty, get more smart plating. So look how tight I made this. I have a standing rule now that I do not do subfloors that are less than 3 walls. 3 walls are my subfloors. And by the way, I do 2-meter foundations, not 1-meter foundations. And it's because I like to have 2 different materials on the ceiling and the floor. And also you can hide wires. See how this wire hangs down? I hate this. I hate that wire hanging down. It's gross. But if you do 2 meters, then you can't see the wire. So I would suggest 2-meter foundations, and then never, ever, ever do this mistake and do a 1-wall height logistics floor. Disgusting. Okay. 3 walls minimum. Learn from my mistakes, people. So there you go. Oh, I have Killer's mod on. That's why this is purple. That's why these lights are Killer. My Twitch admin is making a mod, and I was using it for something else. I forgot it's still on, so the indicator lights are different colors. That's what's happening there. Later, what I did is I planned for the heavy modular frames. And so even though when you make your initial steel factory, you cannot make heavy modular frames yet, I built this with one in mind. You remember laughing about the short floor? Bro, look how stupid it gets in here. Like, I was in here freaking like in this tight little area. I built all this. Like, look at this. It is idiocy. Whatever it is. I mean, this is just stupid as hell. Yeah, it's stupid as hell. Like, this isn't too bad down here. Oh, look at that. Is there even any? I'm not gonna start that shit. So there you go. Yeah, don't do that. Do I have this steel factory? Can we see the plan? Let me see if I still have it. No, I don't. These are all the Cyberpunk City plans. I don't have the initial starter factories. Maybe I do. Production targets. Oh, that's just production targets. Steel factory. Here we go. Not much of a spreadsheet. So, just trying to keep track. I know I did a plan. I don't have it anymore for this, but you know, you could go watch the VOD. So there's the steel factory. After that, what did we do? Well, we did the coal. We'll go look at the coal in a second. Yeah. Steel. Well, I can't remember if it was motors next or Caterium, but either way, let's head over to the motors. The motors here, I started doing blueprints, and much happier with this factory. All right, and so how I like to do blueprints is this blueprint does a job. Okay, look at this blueprint here. Okay, let's come over here and let's look at him in the light. This is how I prefer to do blueprints. I don't do a blueprint that has 8 smelters in it. I do a blueprint that has, I don't do a bunch of machines doing the same thing. I do a group of machines that take inputs and combine them, and you get outputs. Am I going to show my digital graphic paper? I will, but that's for the city tour. And I do love my catwalks. But you can see here that this is the stator. This is the stator blueprint, okay? And we've got our inputs here. 3 inputs, 1 output. Okay, what are the inputs? Iron ore and coal to make the steel ingots. Okay, and then copper ore to make the copper ingots. Okay, now the copper ingots, some of them go into making wire, and the other ones go into making more wire. All right. And then that wire heads over here to make the stators because it needs a lot of wire. And then the steel ingots get made into the steel pipe, and we get our stator. All of this makes 5 stators per minute. Okay. And the blueprint itself is self-balanced. And I did this trick a lot. This is a really, really simple setup, and it gets more and more complicated. You get bigger and bigger blueprints, but you could do the same thing. And what this does is that it simplifies the game. I don't have to think about these machines anymore. I don't think about this recipe. I don't think about this production chain anymore. I've collapsed it down into a module. And what does that module do? It takes in 3 items: iron ore, coal, and copper ore, and it spits out stators. That's it. That's all it does. And now I can think in terms of blueprints instead of machines. And this is how I make big ass complicated factories. Okay. The phase 4 space elevator parts are like this. The shard isn't actually. The shard is actually set up kind of like this one. But the aluminum factory in the city is set up like this. The computer factory, the steel factory, pretty much everything except for the shard off the top of my head. Arasaka Tower. My first tower and my last tower are not set up this way. But pretty much everything else is. So I really like this. I think it's really powerful. And then I combine that with a vertical bus. Do blueprints dream of becoming buildings? I combine this with a vertical bus, 1 thickness of a bus. Okay, and then we've got a splitter here. Well, that was a merger. But a splitter here, you see, splits out what we need. Look at this one. I centered them so that the coal would go into each with the same splitter. And I really like this vertical bus design, especially early game. Actually, technically, this is a horizontal bus stacked vertically. My phase 4 space elevator part towers in the city, I actually stacked these blueprints vertically, right? I stacked them like up like this. And then instead of a horizontal bus stacked vertically, I did a vertical bus stacked horizontally. Which was really, really cool, actually. Using, and by the way, these are blueprints too. Right? So I spent most of the time designing the blueprints, and then building the actual factory didn't take very long at all. Hey, Jade. So, yep, that's this setup here. And then let's head over to the Caterium factory, because it is a very, very similar setup as the motor factory. I wanted to skip along his the moth, but he slowed me down too much. Which idea, Cube? The blueprints and the modular bus line. Entering phase 4, Caterium's very important. I have an entire factory. Remember, I only built 3 factories in the grassy fields, and I chose one of them to be Caterium. AI limiters are my favorite thing to sync. I actually use the alien protein. What is going on? Interrupt me. I actually use the alien protein not for DNA capsules. Everybody's like, sync your DNA capsules for early tickets. No. AI limiters, I mean, you can, and you should sync some, because when you do them for a little while, you get a lot of value early. But after I get that initial value, I take my alien protein and I turn it into biomass, solid biofuel. And I power my factory with alien protein instead of tickets. And instead, I build extra AI limiters and I sync those because AI limiter syncing is a lot of value early game. Now, this factory is actually a hybrid. All right, you can see I've got the classic rows, and then I've got blueprint chunks. So this is actually a hybrid of the steel factory and the motor factory. All right. And so I do processing up front. Hold on real quick for a question. Victor, hi brother. What do you think about leached Caterium ingot? One of the alternate recipes, right? Let's take a quick look-see. Let's go here, actually. Sulfuric acid, I've never used it. I've never used it. I've used pure Caterium ingots. I mean, that ratio doesn't look bad. If you've got sulfuric acid, go for it. But this is not a alternate recipe that I would say your game depends on. If you have it and you have an opportunity to use it, use it. But that goes for any recipe. The Toe Jam. Do I own a Steam Deck? I do not. I have a nice, big, old school, very expensive, giant PC, and that's where I do my gaming. I always need the sulfur for compacted coal. I find that I have a huge sulfur shortage at all times. I probably would not use it to make Caterium ingots. So as you can see, we've got a hybrid here where I take the Caterium and I make it into the quick wire before I put it into the blueprint. And the reason is frankly, I couldn't fit those machines. Now, I probably could have stacked and gone a little bit more vertical, but I just felt like it was easier to make all the quick wire outside. But what ended up happening is I had to actually fight. Don't worry about that open. That's definitely, guys, that is the only loot drop crate in the save. We're done with this save, right? It's the only one. Okay, it's the only one. Definitely. But in reality, I had to fight this Caterium or quick wire belt. You see, I went back through and put a Mark IV on here. I had to fight this, and there's a trickle here as well that I had to put in. Yeah, see? I probably should have just jammed in one smelter and one constructor of quick wire into each of these. I probably should have just done it. But you can see here, I've got the same. Now, this one I did differently. Look at this. I want to show you guys this. Okay, do you see how quickly I threw that together? Oh, and look, I can do it on the backside too. Do you see how well they stack? I stacked them right on top of each other in the center so that everything was in the same place when I was doing my bus. And I really like this setup. You think pure Caterium ingot is better? I think pure Caterium ingot is better as well. But honestly, I don't really even use that very often, personally. I just bang it out with the regular one. I think there's bigger fish to fry with alternate recipes, but he said Stream Deck, not Steam Deck. Good point. That was a key R there. I don't. I do have. I use a Beacon mixer. That is for sound. That is all I really need. I don't need a Steam Deck. Maybe I could use it. Maybe I don't know that I don't need it. But there you go. Also, I had a rock here. We don't worry about that rock. It's fine. And then a couple little things here to get us our high-speed connectors. I wanted some high-speed connectors being cranked so that I could make the higher tier poles, I think. So there you go. There's the Caterium. All right. I think what we need to do is head over to the coal power. And I actually did coal power before I did any of these factories, by the way. I did this factory and then I did coal. I think that over there is like some leftover Ficmas bull crap that I built. Why is this power not on? Oh, there's the city. We'll get there. We'll get there. We're taking our time. Today's the last day, guys. We are enjoying ourselves, taking our time. But I guess the answer is I have neither a Steam Deck nor a Stream Deck. So here we go. Here is the coal factory, coal power plant, I should say. Now, when I built this, I wanted to use these as an example of how I like to do fluids. And so I over-engineered this fluid system to show kind of how I would safely do fluids. Okay, we have our water towers. They come up and then they come down. Okay, and then each of these feed 100%. 45 times 4. Okay. Is that 180? Yep. You see that? And by the way, I overclocked. I overclocked here for precision of pumping. Okay. I overclocked to 180 so that I could feed exactly 4 of them. And suffice to say, no problems whatsoever with power. By the way, did I overclock any of these? I didn't. You can, by the way, you can absolutely overclock power generators and it does not cost you anything. So feel free to overclock power generators. This is our coal feed from the coal nodes over here. This is a very, very common place to do the coal plant if you start in the grassy fields because it's got water and it's got coal. Made a really good video on coal power. You might want to tell folks what video that was. Do you mean the series video, Korthal, like the episode? When I made this, is that what you're saying? So early in this Cyberpunk City series, I was able to take the VODs and edit them down into more digestible 1-hour chunks. But my editor went and got pregnant and had a kid, and I lost the help. And so I wasn't able to continue to do that. Yeah, Korthal saying episode 4 and episode 5 of this series. I believe that's the second VOD. But it looks like episode 4 or episode 5, something like that. But yeah, when I made this factory, if you want to learn how to do a coal plant, there's 2 videos, it looks like 4 and 5. And this video did turn out really, really well. We're just kind of flying through this, no pun intended, tour. But I would, if you need some more detail, check out those videos. All right, let's head over to the Gold Coast. And again, if you are a grassy fields starter, then you have 2 options for oil. If you are a grassy field starter, I've done them both. I actually think the Gold Coast is a little bit simpler. The downside is that you have less sulfur and coal. Okay, sulfur here, right? Of course, but there's less here than there is in the second option, which is the purple forest, the purple crater, blue crater, whatever. But here is our first kind of real factory. Like this is a big boy factory. So there's a little drama with this factory that still haunts me today. When I was building this factory, I was mad and stubborn, and I decided that I was going to build this factory in one VOD for some stupid ass reason. And I streamed for 16 hours. I still think it's the record for the longest stream that I have streamed. Here's the catch. YouTube's VODs cut out at 12 hours. And I did not know that. And this may come as a surprise to some of you, because it came as a surprise to me that a lot of people straight up copy streamers' factories. I get it. It's training wheels. You're learning. You're watching somebody else do it. You're like, hey, I want to do it do exactly what they're doing so I can see how it works. I understand that. But what happened was, you see, what had happened was I lost about 3 hours because I didn't realize that it had cut off. Stubbornness is so out of character for me. It is. So it cut off, and I still get messages today, comments, not messages, but like YouTube comments with people that are really disappointed because I did this work right here is basically here. Is basically this work off stream. Like obviously it was on stream, but it didn't get recorded in the VOD. YouTube cuts off your VOD at 12 hours. And so a lot of people didn't get to see how I built this. And like I said, I still get comments today. Toast. I'm glad it did because it made me do stuff differently, and I actually did it better for me. So it's good for me that happened. So that happened to you? Yeah. One thing also to point out is that at the time when I built this, there was nothing like, there were no priority mergers. Okay. And so I had to use this little contraption. This replaces come on, autosave. This. Okay, because this priority merger, it's very important. All right. This is the biggest takeaway from this factory is how to compress belts. Okay, and what do I mean by belt compression? What I mean is if you've got 3 belts that are kind of half full, and you want to make sure that those 3 get compressed down into one belt that is 100% full and another belt that is the rest. But, and the trick is making sure that none of those 3 belts back up. And that's harder than it seems. Before we got priority mergers, I had to build this. And what this does is that any 2 belts going in here gets pushed to full, and then everything else goes to overflow. That's overflow, not only fans, not only factories, and certainly not only feet. Okay, now with this priority merger that we have since 1.1, it's a lot cleaner, as you can see, and it's a lot easier to understand what's happening. Okay, so let's go Mark IIs here. Let's say you've got 90 and 90, but you want 120 and 60. Okay, 120 and 60. So what happens is that you can overflow all of this 90 into this 90. But if you use a regular merger, what's gonna happen is that this belt is going to slowly back up, because a regular merger takes one from that belt, one from that belt, one from that belt, one from that belt. All right. That means you've got 90 here, but if you're taking one from that belt and one from that belt, and you're feeding it into 120, well, that's 60 and 60. But if you're only feeding in 60 into here, but you have 90 on the line, where's the 30? It disappears. It backs up. It's a problem that priority mergers solve. If you go here and you make sure that the center one is the highest priority, then what it will do is it will make sure that this doesn't back up. And then whatever space is free, this belt will fill in the gaps, and then it will push everything else back into the smart splitter and forward. So we'll get the 120 and the 60. Otherwise, you get 120, 30, and 30. It's really important, okay? When you're doing any kind of compression. We don't need this anymore. This is a relic of a bygone era. Now we have this. Now, having said all that I just said, I once found a bug in priority mergers. I have a video on it. You can get around this bug if you make sure that these belts aren't full. Okay, use faster belts. All right, there is a bug where sometimes this belt actually backs up and it doesn't do what it's supposed to do. But it requires a certain situation. Just use the fastest belts you have. Chances are you won't have the problem, but it's something to think about. And if you're having a problem and you're using a priority merger, you can check out that video of mine if you've got a problem. I would say this issue was what plagued me the most in this build. Now, I do want to point out the organization of this factory on a sort of meta level. Okay, what is being pumped up? Packaged fuel. Fluid is dropping down. Look, the generators are on the bottom. Most people put generators on the top. Put your generators on the bottom. Let gravity do the work for you. Okay, pull your fluids down. Now, obviously, we've got to do some pumping up, right? Because we got to get water up here. But I try to drop down my fluids as much as I can. I want to talk about the recipes that I used here. Victor, we can, before we talk about the recipes, I've got a question. Do I loop my pipes? Yes. So if you are doing this long run of generators, and thank you for the question because I would have forgotten. then you're gonna get something. Some people call it knocking. It doesn't matter. The problem is that all of the fluid is coming in from way down here, the turbo fuel. And by the time it gets over here, if you don't have this loop, even though the math says it should reach there, it just doesn't reach there reliably. Okay, it gets there sometimes, but it's a problem. Okay, now it's actually one reason that I recommend going to rocket fuel as soon as you can, because gases don't have that problem, but liquids do. If you do a fuel or turbo fuel factory like this long run of generators, and we all do it, you need a loop. Okay, and it can just be this. Yep. There's other ways to do the loop. I found this one to be the simplest. But it just works. And you can see, look, I'm dropping in. Okay, again, dropping in. There's a reason that I didn't make it flat like this. Okay. Could it have worked if it was flat? Probably, but I just try to do certain things like this where I can to limit the problems. That was a good question. Thank you for that question. Why did you not decide to use fluid buffers for the turbo fuel at the bottom before the generators? Because they have buffers at the top. By the way, these are the same buses. This is the same bus setup that we talked about earlier. Look at this. This is a nice blueprint here. I'm going to answer that question about the buffers, and then we're going to talk about the recipe situation here. It's very important. But you can see I vertically stacked these again. We've got the packaged fuel. We were making turbo fuel here. This is the packaged fuel to turbo fuel loop. Well, I thought there was a buffer over here. Oh, I put the buffers here. Look at the buffers over there. I could have put a buffer here. I probably should have. Just to help even things out. Let's talk about this recipe, okay? In my opinion, I would never build a large-scale factory without 2 recipes, alternate recipes. Number 1, heavy oil residue. I think this is the single most important alternate recipe in the game. If I had to pick one alternate recipe, if I could only have one alternate recipe, I would pick this one. The second one is almost as important, but they're a pair, and that is a diluted packaged fuel. Okay, now let's do this. We're going to make some fuel. And we're going to limit the crude oil to 600. Okay, 600. That's all we get. We have one pipe, one Mark II pipe or two Mark I pipes. And then I'm going to say maximize. This is what normal people usually do. They take the crude oil, they stick it in the refinery, the fuel, and your 600 oil gets you 400 fuel. Okay? And you get some plastic or rubber, because you could do residual rubber, but you get 300 polymer resin. I want you to look at this. Now, I'm going to do another one, and we're going to do the same. In fact, I'm just going to clone this one, and I'm going to go into the alternate recipes, and I'm going to turn on heavy oil residue and diluted packaged fuel. And I'm going to go back to production. I want you to see it's still 600 oil. We now get 400 polymer resin. Instead of 300 polymer resin. Okay, that's a 33% increase. But more importantly, we get 1,600 fuel. Instead of 400. Four times the amount of fuel from the same oil, and 33% more plastic or rubber. That's how important that recipe is. All right, that's the big takeaway from this. And then, by the way, any process that uses fuel needs the same thing. Germification. You would probably put recipes that let you skip screws at the top. Those are the next ones. Those are the next ones for me. I hate screws. I eliminate screws with a series of alternate recipes. I do get those first because they're earlier. But again, if I could only pick two recipes, I would pick these two because your game depends on it. The power depends on it. Okay. How long do I plan on streaming tonight? Until I get all these tours done. How long have we been going? An hour and a half. We're in the first tour. It is the longest one, but we're getting close, but it could be 8 hours, could be 10 hours. We're doing the tour for the entire playthrough tonight. And we're stopping, we're chatting, we're answering questions, and we're taking our time. But yeah, I would now there is a Blender version of this that does not require packaging anything. And if you can wait, if you can sneak through with blenders before you build a big power plant, you can't always do that. But if you can, then you can use the Blender version, or you build a small factory with the diluted packaged fuel, and then use the Blender version. And I want to show you what is really happening here to help illustrate this. Okay. Look at the ratios. You're doubling your heavy oil residue. from 30 to 60. Or you can look at it like you are turning water into fuel. This is the Jesus recipe. It turns water into wine, 1-to-1. However much water you have, that's how much fuel you get, and it takes half that amount of heavy oil residue in order to do it. Same thing here. 50, half to get the 100 fuel. But again, you're exactly right. The blender is one, but you need to reach aluminum first. Agreed. I built probably a little bit bigger of a packaged fuel base or factory here, and I did turbo fuel. Because, and the reason is because I knew I was building this city up here, and I needed to overbuild my power before I got to, you can barely see it. Okay, that's my power plant, my final end game power plant right there. So I only have 3 power plants. I have the coal factory we went over, the coal power plant. I have this thing, and then I have the end game one, and that's it. So in order to survive long enough to get to this, I purposefully overbuilt this. If I wasn't building the city, and if I wasn't like trying to like game it a little bit, I would have built a significantly smaller power plant, and I would have gotten to blenders a lot faster. All right, I think that's it for this factory. Any last questions on this turbo fuel factory? We have one more factory to go over in this first tour video. This first one is the longest one. The rest I'm gonna chop into one video per tower. Cosmic Yeti, holy crap, I caught Kin live. What up, dude? Love watching, catching up on the series. Well, this is the final live stream of the entire series. It's been going for 2 years. And what I'm doing, if you joined recently, I am going through every factory that I built in the entire save, one at a time. We're chatting about it, answering questions. I'm talking to you about what I learned, what I would do differently. Oh, before we leave, I'm actually, I really like how this turned out. The packaged fuel and the belts. This over here was really fun. Oh, I was gonna tell you guys something before we leave. So this area over here, look at these drones and stuff. I use this as basically my makeshift temporary computer factory. You can see I've got some plastic, I've got circuit boards, and there's the computers. Okay, so what I did is I used a combination of summer sloops and dimensional depots to basically make a little computer factory. Just enough. One machine of computers, summer slooped, one machine of circuit boards, okay? Just enough to limp through so that I could build the real computer factory up there in the city, okay? And again, the fact that we have dimensional depots makes that possible because you can have very, very decentralized production of parts because you don't need to worry about belting them or training them to a central storage because you have access to them in the cloud, basically, right there. You get access right here. So I did that here. It saved me a lot of time. It saved me building an entire factory, but I did not do that with the aluminum. We're gonna go to the aluminum. Question. Let me. The lightning strike when I looked back was peak. I noticed that too. Let me do a little pause here in tour because we've got a question and I haven't answered this lately. It's been like an hour. What's next for me? Nick, King shit, I love the channel. Thank you. So what's next for me? This is the last live stream for this series. We're done. Friday, I'm going to take Wednesday off of streaming because I got some prep to do. Friday night, we start a new series. I'm playing Satisfactory Plus with all the difficulty sliders on maximum from 1.2. It is going to be very, very challenging. Will it be as challenging as building the shard? Building that thing? Building Arasaka Tower? Will it be that challenging? What about this curve? Do you know how difficult that curve is right there? We'll talk about it in a later tour. That curve took me 3 streams to figure out. Will Satisfactory Plus in all hard mode be this challenging? I actually don't think so. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it will break me. Maybe it will break me. But we'll see. Either way, it's going to be a long series. Will it be 1,300 hours? Will it take me 2 years like this one? I don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody's done it before because Satisfactory Plus just hit 1.2 a few days ago, like 2 days ago. All right. And there's going to be very few people that are as stupid as I am and that are going to try. So we're going to find out. Maybe I crash and burn and I cry myself to sleep every night. My hubris, actually, I'm sort of joking. Like, I know it's going to be hard. I'm taking it seriously. But you can't deny the jokes are real, right? But yes, on max. I've got a plan, guys. I'm not stupid. I have thought about what I'm gonna do. Okay, so like I said, now back on tour, we are going to leave our turbo fuel factory and we're gonna go to the last pre-city factory. And it's actually built right underneath the city. And this is actually one of my favorite factories that I built. This is my aluminum factory that I nestled right inside the pink forest. Looks like I stole the bauxite. Looks like it's not on right now because I stole all the bauxite for the city later. So it's not working, but this did work. And this is is this the first time I did this? Did I do this in the Star Wars save? This might have been the very first time I did this trick where I put the light underneath the catwalks. Guys, hold on. I need to pause. Don't go anywhere. I'm not leaving my chair. I just have to do something. Okay? Don't go anywhere. Just give me 90 seconds. Okay, I'm back. My wife left the house at 7 o'clock this morning. It is now 11 o'clock at night. She was doing a, she just got home. She was doing a plein air competition. She's an artist. I'm going to show you guys a picture. Obviously, you know, Minikin will cut this out. I'm going to post it on Discord and I'll show you guys. So plein air, if you don't know, is when you paint on location, like live, and you don't paint it in the studio. You go out, you sit in the sun, and you paint what you see, basically. And the California State Fair is going right now, and they had a plein air painting competition of which she participated, and she took a picture, and I'm going to show it to you guys. She's got a website. She is learning, she's not learning how, but she's teaching art, and she sells her paintings as well. So there you go. So again, it's painting on location. You know, you're in the thick of it. Not in a studio, not in controlled lighting, no air conditioning, right? She's got a sunburn. Did I tell her? No, I'll tell her that tomorrow. I will. My wife also did a painting of a doggo. I'll show you guys that real quick. And we used it for we used it to make a billboard. We're getting distracted, but this is par for the course. Get used to it. We will talk about Clifford in a later tour, but oops. So there you go. Rest in peace, Clifford. He was loved. He was dropped. He will be remembered. We were making some Cyberpunk City billboards, but it didn't work out. The mod kind of was crashing everything, so we had to let it go. Best billboard, by the way. I'm sad. I'm sad the Cyberpunk City does not get the billboards, but that's what it is. What it is. All right, back to it, guys. So the aluminum factory. This one I kind of built in and around the trees. I was very careful not to demolish the trees. Yeah, the hands are really small. I know the hands are small in that picture. So we left the trees. It's kind of like multi-layered. This is the starter factory that has the most like cosmetics to it. Why does the Cyberpunk City not get the billboards? Because the mod was crashing my game. It made the game unreliable. Could I have maybe done fewer signs? Maybe, but I just felt that I didn't want, after 1,300 hours, a handful of billboards crash my game. The infamous aluminum setup. Guys. The easy way out, and I do not blame anybody for taking the easy way out, is to take this right here. This right here in the aluminum scrap recipe. By the way, all of the billboards that you don't get to see, they are on my Discord. They're in content suggestions. You can go through them and chat about them and stuff. They're all on my Discord. So, okay. So this water byproduct makes a lot of people quit the game. Fluids in Satisfactory have issues. All right. I love Satisfactory. I love the devs. I do not agree on their philosophy on fluids. And I think it damages the player base because fluids are buggy. They are difficult to understand. And there is not the UI for debugging them is poor. Again, I love Satisfactory. It is the best $30 I've ever spent on a video game ever. But I am not happy with the state of fluids, and this in particular causes people to quit. The easy way out, and I do not blame anybody ever for doing this, is to do exactly what Miguel, I don't know how to say your name, in chat suggested, and that is to use this water to make wet concrete and sink the concrete, or use the concrete. I respect that. However, I'm the guy that's going to be playing Satisfactory Plus on all hard mode. Do you think I took the easy way out? Hell no. What did I do? Well, I fed it back in. Okay. So here's the water. Here's the key. You can put a valve here. Well, if you put a valve there, fluids. I don't like valves, but here's the key. The consumption happens at the bottom. Okay, this is the consumer of the water. You see this? This is the extra water. This water, the output, has to be consumed first. It would be like a priority merger for fluids. This cannot back up or it kills your... I got an itchy nose. It cannot back up or it kills your production. So this setup here drops this water in, and water goes downhill. And then this water drops in on top of and behind the water that must be consumed. And this works. All right. Later on in the tour video about the aluminum, where I make the aluminum up in the city, and again in the Phase 4 space elevator parts, I make blueprints that have this interaction built into the blueprint, and they have worked flawlessly for 1,000 hours. Okay, it can be done. I'm the proof. If you want to just sink wet concrete, I would not blame you. But that is my solution. The rest of this is pretty straightforward. I do like the alternate recipes for aluminum. I think they're cleaner. You will see no silica in here. Let's actually... I don't have the plan for that one, but I do have a plan for... This is the Cyberpunk City. This is a much more crazier factory, but we can see the aluminum setup here. Okay, where is the... Okay, there's this is the aluminum portion only. Okay. I mean, I guess we need copper too. All right, so here's my preferred aluminum setup. Again, the numbers don't matter. It's the setup that matters. You can see I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 alternate recipes out of 6. 2/3 of my recipes on this page are alternate recipes. I like this setup a lot better. This is just copper alloy ingot. This doesn't matter, right? Get your ingots in, whatever. But the ones that matter are, I like sloppy alumina and pure aluminum ingot and all clad casing. This cuts out the silica bullshit. All right, the vanilla way of making aluminum, you have to like rebalance silica and like, I like this. Can I repeat that? Well, it's on the page. So again, sloppy alumina, pure aluminum ingot. These two are the most important because it cuts out silica, and then I like all clad casing as well. But this pair right here, sloppy alumina and pure aluminum ingot, that I like this a lot better than the natural way. Hi, Wizard, you're fine. You don't have to worry about it. Thanks for, thinking about it, but you're fine. So here's my aluminum setup here. Guys, this was the last factory before I started the city. The city that is right up there. So again, this is the first tour of many in a series. I'm gonna have these tours in a playlist, and I am recording all these tours in one VOD. And if you're watching me live, then that's the plan for the final live stream of our playthrough. And the next VOD, the next tour in the series is actually not quite going to be about the city. I'm going to talk about planning. I'm going to talk about preparing. I'm going to talk about the logistics. How did I get the stuff up into the city? I'm going to talk mostly about my train hub and how I think about logistics and moving materials across the entire map. And then once we talk about that and the planning and everything, that's going to be its own little tour. And then we'll move into the city and we'll start knocking out the factories in the city. So look for that video, and you should see it in the playlist. And or you can just keep watching if you're watching live or watching the VOD. All right. That was like an hour and a half. That was a long ass tour, but we covered everything. In the pre-city. That should be the longest one. All right, if you have any non-tour questions, now's the time. Is it possible to build incline belts on long ramps when you can't place the whole belt in a single build? Having trouble because the parapoles don't seem to align properly with slope. They don't. They don't. There used to be a way to do it. Let me see if I can remember. Let me see if I can remember. This is exactly what I asked for, a non-tour question. I don't have power. Okay. I did this in the Star Wars save. Is this too steep? Oh my god. All right. This is Korthal's billboard for thank you for things like this. Korthal just sent me $100 super chat. Thank you, man. I've actually met Korthal. My sister and my mother and I and my cousin met Korthal. He bought us barbecue when we were out in Kansas City. He drove from Missouri, met us in Kansas City, and we had dinner. Korthal's a cool guy, and I appreciate it, man. Great job, Ken. Can't wait to see the next series. Well, you won't have to. It's coming soon. All right, so let me see if I can remember how to do this. I think it has to do with... And a great ride, and that was a great meal. Glad you recommended that place. All right, have a good night, Korthal. So you can kind of make it work. I'm answering a question. See, it's still kind of wavy. I think if you were more careful, I think you could make this work. Or you could do it in a blueprint. I bet you could do it if you were really, really careful. You could do this in a blueprint. It's still pretty wavy, but this is better than it was before. The alternative, right? The shitty version. Ah. Right, is this. Now, I've also experimented with one other technique. Okay, so that's 3 clicks. All right. So that's another way of doing this. By the way, that's how I broke the lifts, by doing that. All right. Again, it's not perfect, but I bet you if I was a little bit more careful, I bet you I could make this work. You know, it's a little funky. But there you go. Those are 2 techniques you can experiment with. And I know the feeling, and it frustrates me as well. I know exactly your pain, sir. All right, you guys ready for the next tour? Let's head up. Actually, let's take the stairs. Yes, my repulsor beams is an elevator and stairs. Oh, was that her new painting? Yes. She did a plein air competition today at the California State Fair. She just got back. All right, we're back in the city, boys. Okay, where are we? We're kind of talk about the plan and all of that. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Let's take a look here. Where's our punch list? Here it is. So we got this one done. Now we're going to work on this one. So we're going to go over the city planning and the factory plans. And I'll show you the city map. And then let me prep this. And then what else am I going to need? We're just kind of setting the table here real quick. I wonder why I have a map up of where all the crash sites are. I wonder why. Can anybody guess? Why would I have that up? How many hours is this? The save is over 1,300 hours, and we're on the final live stream. We're kind of working through it all. Right now, I'm going to go over the plan of how I put together the city. I'm just prepping some visual aids here. All right, last questions before I start my spiel on the next set. Because Crash Site Tour, no. I told you I'm getting ready for Friday. Satisfactory Plus, baby. How do you think I'm gonna be able to start playing the game when power costs 5x? All right. If you just got here, tonight is the last stream of this playthrough. I am doing a set of tours from beginning to end, and it's going to be as long as it's going to be. We finished the first tour, the first video of the starter phase, and then I am going to go through the planning and the logistics of the city, and then we're going to start knocking out the factories. Okay, I'm probably going to do them in a group, in groups. I'll probably do the central storage and Nakatomi together, and then I will do the 4 in that corner over here in their own tour, and then I'll do the power plant in its own tour, and then I'll do phase 4, and then I'll do phase 5. Okay. But first, we're going to do the next one. So I'm going to be 2 announcements. Okay, sooner. Just got to phase 4, and you're under 270 for the first time in over 20 years. Nice. I am on the way down myself, actually. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of do I'm going to turn these into videos for my channel. And so I'm going to have a little bit of an intro, but we're still having a regular live stream. You can still ask questions. I probably won't answer them too much if they're off topic, or I'll try to answer them between tours like we just did with the belt angle thingy. My next playthrough is going to be Satisfactory Plus on Friday, hard mode. But for now, we're wrapping this up. Okay. One last question. Twitchy, are you mostly blind to the new items and recipes? I'm doing some prep. I have a good idea. I needed to get into the game to make sure that he's asking about Satisfactory Plus, that all the difficulty settings worked. I'm not going to pre-play the entirety of Satisfactory Plus, but I have a good idea of how you mine them and then you wash them and then you may get right. I've got an idea, but I certainly don't understand it in its entirety. But I am doing prep. Silent Killer, new player here, heavy FPS gamer, been playing COD, stopped for some weeks now because of this game. Thank you for being your best teacher so far. By the way, that's 3 people that first words. G Jax, how many hours is this? Bold Explorer, hope your night is going well. It is going swell. And then Silent Killer, I appreciate it. Not wash, but like you have to like pre-crush it or something. There's washing too. It's like even a more raw or stage. There's like a pre-stage. There's a bunch with Satisfactory Plus, guys. I don't want to get too, crush. I think the washing comes later. I think I misspoke. What other mods am I going to use? I'm going to just be doing Satisfactory Plus and Sky UI. That's it. Yeah. Just the beginning. Yeah, just to get my feet, squared away, and then, I'm not even building any factories. Like, I haven't built any machines. I'm just kind of like looking at the MAM tree, kind of, wrap my mind around it, that kind of a thing. But I'm glad that I could help you, Silent Killer. If you need to, go back to the first VODs and the first edited episodes of this playthrough, because they're much more targeted towards beginners than the last, like the first 100 hours, very beginner friendly. The next 1,200 hours, very not beginner friendly. Okay, so feel free to head back into those early content for this series, because you're going to find some good stuff there. A little bit of it's outdated because we've had 1.1 and 1.2 since then, but there you go. All right, before we start, I actually have to use a restroom. I'm going to get this out of the way, and then I'll get back here and we'll start the next tour. I'll answer any last questions you guys type up before we start. And we're back. All right. My in-ear monitor. Oh no. Okay. My in-ear monitor earbud is bothering me. I gotta get a new one. Like the little insert. Okay. Started Satisfactory Plus myself, and oh boy, what a rabbit hole. Yeah, nah, it's gonna be a thing. Rallick dropped in to say hi. Saw Oogie Sooner's announcement. Congrats. Hell's Journey is always worth it. Hey, is the oh, it is working. Okay. I just wanted to make sure the cross chat was working. All right, guys. Let's go. So this is the second tour on our whirlwind tour of the Cyberpunk series. One big VOD, a bunch of tours. We're on number 2. What this tour is going to focus on is the planning and the logistics and how I went about preparing for something like this. A lot of people ask me how I planned this. And by the way, if you want to see that in real time, you can go back, you can find the VODs. Everything's on YouTube, right? And you can find them and you can watch me struggle and figure it out in real time. All right. And starting from, you know, just building the very first platforms for this city and where I went from there and how I figured out the roads and all this stuff, right? It's all live, it's all available. But we're going to kind of talk about it from a larger perspective and how I went about organizing the logistics of the entire map, and then the factory plans and my process. And then once we get through that, then we'll be able to understand kind of the place of each of these buildings and the factories inside them a little bit better if we do this planning a little bit up front. If we do this planning tour and explanation a little bit up front. So again, we are up here at the top. Look at that. Looks so good. Of the Cyberpunk City. This is it. We are done and we're enjoying one last ride. All right. The first thing that I want to talk about is the logistics of the subfloor of the subway. Okay. And then we'll kind of work backwards. Which one of these do I want? I want this one. Max, Subkin, amazing build. Thank you. Whoops. Let's try that again. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to go down here and I want to show you guys the logistics. Okay. Now, what I've chosen to do is use trains to bring up all raw materials. The raw materials, the ores, everything gets made in the factories, but they come up into this subway. Okay, and you can see from underneath where the factories are. This is the 4 round buildings over there. Those are the shard is way in the corner. That's the steel factory, the Twisty building. We've got the other factories there. This is the power plant, the Ficmas factory, and this is Arasaka Tower. Okay, so you can kind of see the underneath. I do have a train spiral. This is a blueprint that I designed. I actually did it with a vanilla method. There was at one point a way for you to build outside of the blueprint maker. That method got patched, so you can no longer do that. If you want to build a blueprint that's this big, you have 2 options. You can download a mod that gives you giant blueprints, blueprint makers, or you can use Satisfactory or SCIM, the browser. You upload your save file and you can select a building and you can make a mega print out of it. I could technically make a mega print of the entire city, but that would be how you would do this in the future. But that is my train spiral. and we have 2 lanes of trains coming up here. Now, this is going to be important later. All right. These trains need to have very specific things on them. This factory needs very specific things. This factory happens to need a bunch of oil. Okay, it needs other items. Bauxite, sand ore, a little bit of everything over here. Question that I will propose to you is, where does the train come from? Where does this train come from that is loaded with the exact items that I need to be in this train station? Where do I put that? Where does that come from? All right, that is the crux of the question that we are trying to solve. All right, so we're going to talk about the logistics part of that in just a second. Before I do that, I want to talk a little bit about planning, because when I built this city, I planned a very large part of it ahead of time, and I planned the factories to work together. Again, because of logistics, right? The factories needed to pass each other parts. Well, they didn't need to, but I'm passing plastic that I'm making somewhere else into this factory with my trucks. Okay, and so I have the subway logistics bringing in raw materials, and then I have the surface logistics, the trucks. You can see them, they're bopping around all over here. Okay, they transfer items between the factories, but I needed to plan all this at least somewhat before I built anything, because how big do I need to make my very first factory? If my very first factory is making wire, I need to know how much wire the other factories need, right? So they're all interconnected. And so essentially what I ended up doing is planning 5 factories all at the same time. I planned these 4. There's one hiding on the other side of that one. And I planned the power plant, because that makes the rubber and the plastic. And these 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, work together. And then this power plant also provides the rubber and the plastic for phase 4 and around the corner, Arasaka Tower, which is phase 5. This tower in the center is central storage, and then that's my Ficmas factory, Nakatomi Plaza. So those are my 2 logistics layers. The one up here is actually far more simple, but it required a lot of upfront planning. And so let's talk about those plans. Hey, Reaper. Let's talk about those plans right now, and kind of how I went about doing it. So I use Satisfactory tools. I get a lot of people asking why I don't use Modeler. I know that basically every other streamer, except for me, uses Modeler. Hold on. To turn this rain off. The rain cutting in and out really bothers me. So I know that basically every other streamer uses Modeler, and they don't use this. I like this a lot. Number one, I know how to use it, and we're always biased to the tools we understand. I did try to use Modeler, and Modeler is prettier. And frankly, it's in the name. I feel like Satisfactory Tools is a better planner. I feel like Modeler is a better modeler. Okay? You can do planning with it, but I found it to be clunky. okay? I like being able to very quickly throw in the items that I want and have it build the tree for me. Okay, now the tree itself is a lot more mutable, okay? It changes all the time and it's kind of ugly, right? Like you can't even read that, right? You got to start moving shit around. I get it, okay? But for me, having the flexibility is way more important. I mean, look at that, right? You got, you got to like move that so that you can see it and shit. I get it. And by the way, this is a small factory. Okay, if we look at the Phase 5 factory, just for reference here. And look at this. I mean, look at that. Okay, I get it. Okay, people don't like this, but I don't care. I would rather be able to see the connections in a complex factory here than the way Modeler works. But that's just me. If you like Modeler, then you should use Modeler. But I use Satisfactory tools, and this is why. Now, I also use Excel to help me translate this in an actionable plan in the game. Okay. Reaper, I saw a short where you had turbo fuel properly show up on that tool. How are you able to do that? Well, let's do a quick little demo. I actually did a little demo in the prior tour earlier tonight that I recorded, where I was comparing the vanilla fuel recipe with the diluted package fuel recipe, and the fact that you get 4 times the amount of fuel for the same amount of oil. So what we could do here is we could add on to this, right? So we know we're going to get 600, and this is basically how I would plan the factory. I would be like, all right, well, okay, we're going to get 600 fuel. I figured that out by hitting maximize here. Let me zoom in a little bit here. I figured that out by hitting maximize. I know that 600 oil, that's my limiting factor. If I hit maximize, it gives me 1600 fuel. Now what I can do is I can go items per minute and I can say 1600 fuel. Okay, and get the maximize out of there. Okay, so then let's say I'm like, you know what? I want to do some turbo fuel. So what we can do is, and I want to use the turbo fuel recipe. There's 2 turbo fuel recipes, right? There is, actually there's 3. Turbo blend fuel. This is the blender version. Most people making turbo fuel. If you're at blenders, don't make turbo fuel. If you're at blenders, don't make turbo fuel. Heavy fuel, it's these 2. Turbo heavy fuel or turbo fuel. Okay. I like this one because it uses fuel. And again, the diluted packaged fuel and the heavy oil residue combo can't be beaten. It is so good. And so I use this one to take advantage of the fact that I'm being given a crap ton more fuel. Okay. So what are we going to do? Well, I'm going to, using this tool, turn on the recipe for turbo fuel. You have to turn on the alternate recipes. Now you can hit all right, and then you can turn off the base recipes. If you do, and in that way, you can massage what comes out over here by limiting the recipes and limiting the inputs. How I limited the oil, I went over here to items input, and I went down here to oil and I typed in 600. All right, and that way it limited my universe in this way. So I'm gonna keep the 600 crude oil And I've got heavy oil residue turned on. I've got diluted packaged fuel turned on. And I just turned on the turbo fuel recipe that I wanted turned on. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that I want turbo fuel. And I'm going to say that I want to maximize it. Unfortunately, we cannot calculate any result. Why? Let's see. We're missing something. We're missing a way to make compacted coal, I bet. We have to turn that on. And now it can happen. Here is our maximum amount of turbo fuel that we can make with 600 crude oil. Now, there's a catch. And it's this little buddy. Reanimated Sam. It says, oh, you want maximum? I'll give you maximum. And it sets up a converter. Well, we don't want that. So how do we do that? Well, what we could do is we could turn off the available machines of converters. And now it's not trying to give us maximum with the converter trick. Okay. Now, the irony is we still get the same amount of turbo fuel, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. But it is what it is. So this refinery, packager, refinery assembler. This, by the way, this is my recipe exactly for my Gold Coast factory. But this is how I would use this. And this is how I have used it. And then again, now that I've hit maximum and I've let it calculate the maximum amount of turbo fuel, I then will change this number out to what I know is the maximum. And then I would continue to plan the factory. I would be like, all right, well, what are we going to do this polymer resin? All right, well, we're going to make some plastic. We're going to make some rubber. By the way, do you see the ratio of heavy oil residue to polymer resin? Where heavy oil residue, the recipe, gives you more heavy oil residue than polymer resin. But there is a recipe that gives you the reverse. So if you need more polymer resin than fuel, you can use some of your refineries in the reverse recipe so that you can get some more plastic and rubber if you have plenty of fuel. So that's, again, we're doing a crash course here on Satisfactory tools, but that's okay. What we're going to do now is I want to talk to you about kind of how I designed this. Look at these numbers. These numbers are stupid, right? 33.735, 809.96. Why did I do this? Well, the reason that I do this is because you see how I have some extras here? These are going to my storage. Not this. That's something else. I'll show you that in a second. But this iron plate is going to my storage, not the concrete as well. The iron rod is going to my storage. Okay. Do I care if iron plate is 30 per minute going to my storage over the course of 200 hours, or 33 per minute, or 41 per minute? Do I care? I don't. I don't care. Do you know what I do care about? I care about that building this is a whole number, because that's easier factory to build. Why is this a weird number? Because it's the leftovers making reinforced iron plate so I can build 21 assemblers exactly. And then that needs 236.25 iron plate. I make a little bit left over to bank. And now I have 21 assemblers making adhered iron plate and 6 foundries making steel cast plate. And who cares that it's 0.75 and 0.3735? I don't care. And so I did the math to ask for it in the exact amount that it would give me whole numbered buildings. I love your videos, man. You should do Satisfactory for Dummies. What do you think I'm doing right now? A whole live stream full. So that's how I set this up. That's why these are weird numbers. Okay. So this factory and each of these factories has two goals. Number one, to provide me materials for central storage. Okay. That can be an actual central storage, or it could just be storing it decentralized and uploading it to a dimensional depot. It doesn't matter. But what this represents is my building materials. Okay. By the way, you build yourself huge storages. You don't have to build huge factories. Build huge storages so that this 48 per minute stacks and stacks and stacks. Make 20 industrial storages, the big boys. Make 40. Who cares? Okay, store it up so that when you need it, you have an infinite amount of iron rods. Now, next tour, I'm going to talk about how to get around. Next video in this series, this tour series, I'm going to tell you a method that I came up with of getting around the dimensional depot upload limit of 240 per minute. You can stack them. Okay, if you feed iron rods into two separate dimensional depot uploaders, you get 480. Okay. So when you're designing your factories, keep that in mind. Now, again, there's two jobs for this factory. Number one, provide me materials to build shit with. Okay. Central storage. Number two, feeding items to other factories, because it's more efficient to just make all my wire here and then hand that wire off to a factory that needs it. Now, could I have just made the wire at the other factory? Yes. Frankly, I wanted to use trucks. I told you I have the logistics passing materials from this factory to that factory. Well, that's what's in them, is things like that wire, that extra wire. Now, how do you do that in Satisfactory tools? Now, Modeler, I will give Modeler credit. It has a great way of passing this wire made in this factory to the other factory. Okay. Tools doesn't have that. But what Tools does have is, if we go over to the heavy modular frame factory, Tools does have an items input. And look, wire 3,520. Okay, and if we go to the production, you can see that it's an input. Okay, and so now my factory over here can be more simplified because I'm passing in wire, reinforced iron plate, and concrete. So that's an example of how these factories interconnect, and also trying to give you a little bit of insight on how I planned these. Again, I think I did an entire VOD or even two planning out these initial factories. By the way, I do want to show you that the shard, the very first factory that we made, it has an input as well. It has rubber. I'm not making rubber here. I'm making rubber in that factory. Now, the difficult thing is that I built this factory before I built that factory. So how did I hand it rubber? Well, I handed it rubber because I was making rubber at the Gold Coast, and I just droned it up. And then once I built that factory, I replaced the droned up rubber from the Gold Coast with the trucked rubber from this factory. All right. So I just kind of modularly built out these pieces. All right, so that is kind of a quick basic run through of how I did the factory planning. Now, I want to show you how I did some of the spatial planning. And what I ended up doing is I basically built I turned Google Docs into graph paper. And each one of these squares represents a foundation. And I counted them out. And these are my roads. There's my fuel station. These are my roads. This is the computer factory footprint. That's the shard footprint. This is the aluminum factory, the Mercury City Tower footprint. And this is the heavy modular frames factory footprint. And I had my spaces, and I know how much sidewalk I wanted. I knew how much road I wanted. All right. And then I planned out my highways that were all leading out of the central storage. And this helped me plan my roads and make my blueprint road system, because I was able to know, and I started setting limits for myself, right? Because if I know that my blueprint is only, 3 foundations wide per lane, well, then I can make sure that I've got 6 plus a sidewalk on each side, right? And so that's kind of how I started laying out the physical part of the factory. And it was great because the roads are blueprints and they are copyable and they're the same every time. Now, there's still some funky shapes and stuff, right? And, we dealt with that by, there's some leftover kind of spaces here and there. But overall, I think it was pretty good. I ended up doing some overpasses and did some fun stuff in here. I do a lot of blueprints, guys, a lot, right? Even this corner is a blueprint. Each of these roads are a blueprint. Even these truck paths are a blueprint. Okay. The freeway system is a blueprint. Okay. All of these road chunks are blueprints. When in doubt, just use blueprints. So that kind of talks about how I plan the factories, and then also how I plan the layout of the city. And next, what I want to do is I want to go back to what I hinted at a little while ago, which is thinking about this train situation. I've talked about the planning portions of the city itself. And we talked about the subway here. But I asked a question. Where does this train come from? Where does this train come from that has a bunch of oil on it? Now, I actually think the oil is a pretty easy answer, because oil is grouped together naturally on the map. You've got 4 or 5 different places the oil is. This is a little bit more interesting. Copper, iron, coal, limestone, quartz crystal. That train needs some of everything. Where does that train come from? Where do you load the exact specific things that you need? Not for just this one train station. For all 4 of these train stations. For each of the factories. See where I'm going with this? Look at this train. Okay, it's got a bunch of liquid and it's got 2 solids on it. Same thing with that one. It's probably actually the return trip of the same one. That one is all liquids. Okay, everybody needs their own setup because every factory's input needs are different. So when I went to try to figure out this question, I realized that it would be a lot better if I made a staging area, or as Max says, an intermediate logistics warehouse, a hub, a raw resource hub. And so I did make one. And we're going to look at it. Now, I went and I deleted all of my man cannons over here, but we need a man cannon, and so I'm gonna make one real quick. I have a blueprint, because of course I do, for man cannon chicanery. That should do it. Now, I have a teleporter. I could actually, I could take a teleporter over to where we're going. But what fun is that? Now, when I first envisioned this playthrough, my vision was that I was going to build nuclear, and I wanted to do it in a big building in the Dune Desert that is iconic for Cyberpunk. Do you know the first real Cyberpunk movie? The movie that is credited with starting the visual genre of Cyberpunk? 5 Tronco. What kind of machine do you need to move this game into late game with tons of items and machines moving? I'm in the middle of kind of a thing, but I will try to answer that when I can, okay? I'm not ignoring you. That movie is Blade Runner, and I wanted to build the Tyrell Corporation pyramid from Blade Runner in a nuclear power plant in the Dune Desert. However, when I built my rocket fuel factory, or designed it, I realized, it is Blade Runner, that I don't need nuclear. And so I pivoted. I realized I did need a train hub. And so I built the Tyrell Corporation pyramid in Satisfactory, and I made it my train hub. I made it my raw resource hub. I made it the intermediate logistics warehouse. This took me 100 hours to make. It was worth it. This is the most favorite thing my most favorite thing I've ever built. Satisfactory. And by the way, you can see the trains coming in. Look at the pulling in raw resources. Okay, there's one in the swamp. Okay, there's a bunch over there. Let's see if we can get high enough. You can barely see it over there. Yeah, there it is. On the Spire Coast. That's where we're getting most of the oil. And they come in here. Here's the bauxite train. All right, they come in here. And they load. Well, actually, they unload. All right, I've got water trains. I've got oil trains. All right, and actually, I did 10 cars. Okay, so 2 locomotives for 10 cars. What you want is a train can go up a ramp of 2 meters over 8. Okay, this is a 2 meter over 8 ramp. Yeah, those window lights are signs. Those are the 1 meter signs. Okay, so this is a 2 rise over an 8 meter run, also known as the 2 meter ramp. A loaded train can go up this at this incline as long as you do 1 train to every 5 cars. If you do 1 train to 6 cars, it can't make it up there. That's why I did 2 trains for 10 cars. Now, I also have a little bit of an advantage because we're going downhill. And so in most cases, especially up on where the bauxite is on the plateau, the train, when it goes up, is empty. It's when it comes down that it's fully loaded. Okay, so that's why I have 2 locomotives, 1 at the beginning, 1 at the end, and we can move our 10 cars. Now, how I've set this up is I've basically built hubs and like scooped up the materials where they make sense to be scooped up. Now, I'm just using this as an example. These aren't actually the locations. I think I have a train here. I actually do think I'm pulling in all of this actually. I've got, you can't see it cut it off, but there's some Caterium up there. And then there's a water train up there as well. The bauxite is over here, right? And these trains grab whatever is in the area and take it to the hub, okay? I've also got, because of course I do, tracking, okay? These are the 10 train cars that are coming in. And look at this, okay? Look at, this is the East Titan Forest, okay? Which is actually right here. Crystal, Caterium, 2 limestone, 2 irons, coal, and a sand ore. And look at the different factories that are using them. Okay, the Shard, Hancock, United Tower. Okay, look at this one. Shard, United Tower, Hancock. Okay. Most of the rest of this is phase 4 and phase 5. But these are the trains that are coming in and bringing the materials, and then we're shipping them out. Nothing beats spreadsheet sim. Hey, we use the tools that God gives us, sir. So the materials come in, and then they need to be reshuffled. Now, I initially thought that this hub was for storage, but you cannot think about this in terms of raw numbers. You have to think about this in terms of flow. Okay? What is your items per minute? What does your, because look at your factories. This isn't 20,000 limestone. It's 900 per minute. So storage, who cares about storage? You need a little storage to buffer trains, okay? But you're not actually storing it. You are just harnessing and directing flow, per minute flow, okay? Now, really quickly, I don't want to go too much into trains here, but we are talking about logistics and planning in this tour that is turning into a tutorial a little bit. But how trains work is that when a train is unloading or loading from a platform, these belts shut off. Okay? Okay, watch. This is full. And now it's empty. Okay? So, how do you make sure that you get a good flow? In this case, 780, because I'm using a Mark V. When your belt's shut off, you're never going to get 780 if the belt's shut off. Well, this is how you do it. Okay? You bring 2 belts through so that when it's not unloading or loading, it makes up for the time that it is. And then you do 1 belt out. And that's why I have this set up over and over and over again. And by the way, you have to do the same thing with fluids. I just saw a Kibitz video that said something like unironically using fluids for trains. And I thought it was funny because I've been using fluids for trains for years, bro. This is the setup. Okay. Same thing with oil. Now, I'm only relying on 600 here because this shuts off and I'm not going to get 600 if I just do 1 pipe. So I'm bringing 2 pipes to make up for the shutoff. Does it matter that the train car station isn't empty if the factory is getting enough resources? No, it just brings it back. Who cares? I mean, look what's going to happen here. There's leftover water. It's going to take it back. Big deal. Who cares? Doesn't matter at all. It's just going to make the round trip. Happens all the time. All right, so now what happens after they come in here? Well, what they do is we've got a logistics floor. Okay. I do want to talk about a belt balancer. Where's a good example of a belt balancer? I have a lot of time on belt balancers. We're not going to talk about them in too much detail right now, but this is actually, where's an easy one? This is a complex belt balancer. This is an easy one. All right, look at this. I am balancing 3 to 2. Okay, this guy gets split in there. This is the same thing. These are all coal. Okay, what I do here is how many to how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 5. So this is a 5 to 5. What I do for these belt balancers is I like to do it at when they go into trains and when they come out of trains, especially all the same item. If I have a bunch of cars of the same item on a train, I try to do belt balancing because it just helps in the long run deal with it. It's like a self-correcting mechanism. Okay. And basically all I do here is I split one belt into 5, and then I merge those 5, or like this is 1/5 of the flow of this. And then I take all the 1/5 of all the 5 and I merge them all together. And now this belt is 1/5 of all the other inputs. This is the 2/5 of all the other inputs, and so on. And what this does is it makes sure that I've got a self-correcting mechanism if I'm backed up on one and I have extra on another. Okay. And then these go up into the top floor where the materials get loaded into the exact format that we asked about earlier. Exactly how my factory needs it. Okay, Caterium, iron, Caterium, limestone, copper. Who cares where it came from on the map? I don't care. I just care that the flow is accounted for. Okay. So this is how my logistics hub works. Now we're going to take a ride back in the man cannon so that we can see the city. And our next tour is going to go over central storage and my Ficmas factory. Have a good night, Cube. That was cool. Nakatomi Plaza, and we're going to go over the central storage. As soon as the autosave is done. All right, so again, I've got an entire series of tours on the last VOD of this playthrough, and you can either watch the VOD if you're not watching live, many of you are, or this series of videos. So we're going to talk about my Ficmas factory and central storage, and I'm going to explain my workaround for the problem that dimensional depots only upload 240 per minute. That's like a Mark III belt. Okay? Dimensional depots have a weakness. How do you work around it? I'm going to tell you how I worked around it when we go over that in the next video. All right. Not much of a sign out there. Okay. Any questions, guys? Now is the chance for off-topic questions. Oh, somebody asked a question. 5 Tronco. What kind of machine do you need to move this game into the late game with a ton of items and machines moving? Do you mean computer? I just understood what you meant. This game is actually really efficient. The lag that I'm getting, the FPS lag and the save kind of slowness, is because of the massive amount of signs I have. Okay, look at how many signs I'm using. Right, all of these lights are signs. In there, on that, all over that. Those are just huge lines of signs. Signs everywhere. All of those lights. Okay? That orange behind the glass, guess what? That's a turned off sign. This entire, those are all signs. Okay? And almost as bad, if not worse than the signs in some ways, are all of these those aren't walls. Those are small pillars. You see the little bit of tearing at the top of my screen? It can't load them fast enough. Especially if I go really fast. Okay. That is actually slowing the game down more than just machines. They do a very good job of optimization on this game over time. 1.2 especially. Now you need a modern computer, okay? But this playthrough, this monster of a playthrough is still playable with a 3080, right? Oh, Cube just left. So that's the answer. I don't know if you're still there, 5 Tronco, but that's that. Let us move on. Any other questions? Because I want to keep going here. We're at 3 hours and 15 minutes. We have done these two. All right. We're moving pretty good. I mean, 3 hours and 15 minutes. We're moving pretty good. This isn't going to be a 10-hour stream. I have to fix this, dude. This is bad. Oh my God. It's, I love these in-ear monitors, but I need a new, I don't know if I have one. Oh, yes. I'm gonna replace both of them. Hold on. It's the little ear tips, right? It's these things. They're they just need to be replaced. Sorry, hope that wasn't too loud. Stupid plastic thing. They're bothering me. And then I go to adjust it and it comes off in my ear. Sorry, a little midstream technical difficulty. Which is, you know, pretty par for the course if you're new around here. My God, these are so tight. You know, you're so used to a loose one, when you try to stuff it into a tight one, it feels a lot different. All right, there's one. Sorry, we had equipment. We had a catastrophic equipment failure midstream. Okay, here's the other one. Oh my God, so much better. Okay. That distraction is fixed. All right. Next, central storage and item booster. So, Twitchy one, you're a fan of the item booster, huh? turn that into a clip and ship it. Clips of me like making jokes like that and stuff, they actually don't do very well. I do well showing off my city and the tutorial, like teaching, you know, which is basically why I'm doing an entire VOD of just that. Well, we got to start every tour up here now because, you know, that's what we're doing. All right, any last questions before I kind of get rolling on the tour? It's kind of a shitty angle, actually. The forced perspective gets a little bit rough if you zoom out too much. Do people wash their hands after saying a dirty word using sign language? I don't know. We should ask Minikin. I almost said her name. She is learning sign language, actually. But that was not the type of question that I was requesting, Mikey. So, all right, you guys ready? You guys ready for the next one? All right, so this is tour 3. So we've already gone over my final playthrough series thus far. We have hit the initial early game factories, how we got to the city, and then we went over the planning and the logistics of how I went through kind of the process of laying out the city layout and the planning of the factories themselves, as well as, like I said, the logistics, and we talked about the train hub. Now we're going to talk about the central storage, and we're also going to fit in the Ficmas factory. But we're going to talk about the central storage first, because again, that is where all the items come in. And then if you just happen to catch this one, like I said, there are 2 tour videos in a series before this one, and then there is going to be several after this one, and you can find the playlist, or you might be watching live, or you're watching the VOD, because it's all going to be in one live stream. So 1,300 hours. All of these items in the city are flowing through the central storage here. And this is actually the first building that I built in the city. And there were quite a few things with it that I wasn't happy with. One of the problems that I had when I was designing this building is that I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I didn't have, I just kind of looked at pictures on the internet and picked something. I kind of had a little bit of analysis paralysis on this thing. I did kind of use, you see the stripe pattern, how it spirals, the teal and the purple? That's a little bit of the, what's that building in London? The egg-shaped building. And it has that diagonal kind of stripe. I kind of use that a little bit. Obviously, it's a cylinder, not like egg-shaped and stuff. And then obviously we've got our teal and our purple. What I ended up doing with most of the rest of the buildings is I kept one building, one color per building. This one, I kind of combine the colors, and I think it makes it look a little bit messier. Whereas I think these are a lot cleaner because they've got one color for each of them. but it's the one in the center, and it's fine. But yeah, that's one thing that I wasn't very happy with. The other problem that I had is I wanted to make sure that the central building was the tallest one in the city, at least until Arasaka came to town. But it was, and so I needed to make it a certain height, even though central storage doesn't really need to be that tall. Now I did fill it with a invention of mine that I think is pretty unique. I think it's pretty cool, and we're gonna that invention is a workaround to the limiting factor of 240 items per minute on your upload on a Dimensional Depot. I call it an item booster, Dimensional Depot booster. And so we're going to go over that and kind of in detail so that you guys can see that. Real quick question. Manny, you quit your job a week ago and have already sunk over 100 hours into the game. Literally addicted. It reminds me of all the hours I spent in Fallout 4 building settlements, thinking of doing a Sky City. Well, enjoy the game. Learn how the game works before you try to do something crazy like this, okay? I would, if you can get through aluminum and you feel confident and you feel like you understand fluids at least well enough to play the game, then after that, you can maybe do more work on like really pretty aesthetics. But the reason that I'm able to devote a lot of brain power to aesthetics like this is because I understand the base game well enough to balance that. I have over 3,000 hours in the game. I consider anybody with under 1,000 hours to be a new player. All right, so just be careful. Don't bite off more than you can chew because you might get burnt out. Learn the game. Take your time. Okay, take your time. Enjoy the game. All right, little aside. We're back into the tour. So we're going to go over that. In this case, we're going to start at the bottom, and then we're going to go to the top. Actually, we're at the top. Let's just start at the top. All right, let's start at the top. As you can see, the space elevator is at the top. And then just inside the top, phase 5 gives you the ability to make these portals. And I've got my portal hub here at the top. I've also got a man cannons, hypertubes, used for very quick launching up this very tall tower. This was before the invention of elevators in 1.1. But I still find elevators to be quite slow. I like using these most of the time. The next layer down here is we have the actual central storage. I have built a round building, and then I set these interiors radially. Okay, this is just a blueprint. It's got lights underneath. Okay, I set it with a beam holding it up, or not a beam, but what is this? A painted beam. It is a beam. A beam holding it up. And then I went under and I deleted all the beams. All right, because each of these is radial. I talk about how I make circles a lot. It's kind of it's a whole thing, not really what we're talking about here. But if you want to know that, I'm happy to lay it out another time. But this is a circular building. It's a cylindrical building, and so it's based off of this radial design. And some of the floors I adjust to be squared, and we'll see some of that. But in this floor particularly, I leaned into the radial design here. And then I pre-built all of these. I didn't end up using them all, but I did use most of them. A lot of Ficmas factory stuff here. And again, we're going to be going over the Ficmas factory items in this tour. Actually, we're going to combine the central storage and Ficmas. But let me show you where these are going. So these are going into their own. Everybody gets a dedicated dimensional depot, except for Ficmas. Okay, everybody gets one. Now, this is what is the limiter. All right, if you look at this, 240 per minute. Okay, so let's take that silica and let's pull this out. It's uploading. But like, that's slow. I got a Mark 5 belt. I have Mark 6 belts. I have a belt that can move shit at 1200 per minute. But I have to eat this at 240 per minute. And by the way, I have big blueprints, and I cannot lie. And a lot of the blueprints that I use are bigger than, are so big that they empty my dimensional depots. Right? Some of these are pretty small. I mean, look how slow this is. Right, look at nuclear pasta, 250. Okay. You don't build with nuclear pasta, I'm just saying. But some of these other ones, modular frames, 250. Heavy modular frames, 250. Okay. What if I build a bunch of concrete? You know how long it takes to fill up 2,500 concrete at 240 per minute? More than 10 minutes. Okay, so we're going to talk about my solution for that. But we'll do that. That's actually just underneath this floor. But before I do that, what we're going to do is we're going to go down to the bottom, and I'm going to show you the intake into the city, or into the building, and then it coming up. All right, so we're going to take this down. Whee! So what I've got here is a series of truck drop-offs. Okay. And by the way, this is also where these trucks get refueled. Okay. So any truck that is coming from a factory, it's loaded with a mixture of all of the outputs that go at that factory. Let's look inside this truck. Oh, well, he's doing something special. He's Mr. Unique, and he's already dropped his load. Let me find let's see what this guy has for us. He's dropping off the fuel as well. All those trucks just dropped off. Of course they did. Of course they did. Well, take my word for it. The trucks come in and they are loaded with whatever outputs their factory is making. And if we take an example here, the shard has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 outputs. 7 items that need to be loaded into the central storage. Okay, so the items need to come in and they get dropped off. Here we go. Here's a mixture. Is that clogged? I'm not going to fix it. I think I broke a belt at some point. Oh, there it goes. They get dropped off and then they go up and they get sorted. I already showed you how they get stored. Once that storage overflows, they get sunk. Okay, now that happens in the floors immediately above. Now, this is a really complex one. This is the phase 5. This is a really good example. I just built this a few weeks ago. And how this works is you have all the items coming in, and then they get spliced off. But once they fill, and you can see all of these are filled, the truck comes in and it dumps them all together in this line. Okay, that comes in right here. Okay, these are the 2 truck outputs. I've got a buffer storage here, and then they get fed in, and then if it's nuclear pasta, it gets dumped to the left. But oh no, it's full. Okay, that means my storage for nuclear pasta is full. And so it gets bumped all the way through, all the way around, and then up. I don't need these anymore. I was using these for dump boxes. And then up into a sink. So the first priority is to fill the storages. And then once the storage is full and it backs up, it can get sunk. And you can see all of these are getting sunk. If we get a truckload, we can see that we'll be able to see them all get sunk, except for this one. What's this, bro? Oh, superposition oscillators. Yeah, everybody with superposition oscillators apparently win this one too. Singularity says. All right, so that's how they get sorted. And then we go around the corner here and in to the forever lifts. Now I want to tell you, show you guys something. All right. There's an old trick and you need to know it. And I've used it extensively in this tower. Lifts have limits. This lift, look at the trigons and time crystals. 48. Let's switch to a belt that is a little bit more less end game. 48 of anything, by the way. So 48 all-clad aluminum sheets for a Mark V. But if I go to delete this one, look how tall that is. And look how many all-clad aluminum sheets it took to build it. Almost 10 times the amount. That is 10 times higher than the limit of a lift. So, how did I do it? Well, if you have the exact position of where you're going to go into a lift floor hole, it will snap. And it doesn't matter how long it is. Infinitely long. But it has to be precisely. Now, by the way, you could go either direction in this case. But you actually don't need a floor hole down here. You can just do this. The floor hole needs to be at the destination snapping point. Hold on, pause for a sec. Koji Kimoto. Hey, so I'm brand new to the game and I just started watching your playlist. Can I skip the seasonal event VODs, or is there like important progress in it? Following your VODs as a guide because Cyberpunk. So most of the value for a new player is actually between when I started and when I, the beginning and when I started the Cyberpunk City. That's where most of the value is for a new player. If you want to keep watching for like design tricks and more complex factory designs, definitely keep doing so. If you want to skip the seasonal events, we're actually going to go over that right now, Kojik. So you're going to get a 20-minute version of all of the seasonal VODs. So you can definitely skip them. They're just small factories, and I just designed Nakatomi Plaza. So you're not really missing anything in particular. But okay, so that's how I got these tall ass lifts. So that is the mechanism. They come in the train station or the truck station. They get sorted, overflowed to the sink if they fill up. Now, I mentioned there's a few things that I don't like about this factory or this building, and this is one of them. There's a big empty space in here. I was going to fill this with things like Nobelisk production and ammo and things like that, but frankly, I just never got around to it. And so there's a big empty chunk here. And like I said, it's part of that is because I needed to make it taller than I needed because I wanted to make sure that the central building was taller than all the rest. Now, this floor, I do have some drone towers. And so what I did is I did an open design in the middle here, and it kind of breaks up the sheer like column nature of this, which I thought was pretty cool. Sweet, you're gonna go to bed since it's 3 a.m. but you remember that. All right, man, have a good night. But yeah, these drone ports I use for a couple of things. Mostly I use them for transferring fuel throughout the map. Okay, I don't have any more of those right now, but when I had like little places that needed fuel, I would send a I guess is this full of fuel? It's got its own fuel. One of these over here I actually use for sending fuel out. And by the way, the gas station, which we can see over here, I probably should have gone over the gas station in the tour on logistics, but that is delivering fuel for the gas station, and it's delivering it through this, but it doesn't use very much, so it doesn't do very many deliveries. 1 second, guys. Okay, but yeah, that's what I use this for. I also bring in the Ficmas factory. There's no truck stations on the Ficmas factory, and we'll go over that soon. The output when it was running, I droned it. That's the leftover drones, and they land over here somewhere. There we go. Ficmas receiving. All right, so a drone option to go with the truck option. I didn't end up using it quite as much as I thought I would. The next floor up here I used for firing myself around the map. This is basically the man cannon floor, but there's a problem. I started building buildings in the way of where the man cannons fire. So the bad one is this one. This is the one I use the most. I use this one to fire myself over to the train hub. The problem is right outside the door here. See, look, it goes down and pops me out. Right outside the door here is a giant Arasaka Tower. So this is now not really usable. By the way, these are my light. Oh, I just put this one by hand. I ended up making blueprints for these light systems. 2 meters foundations, and you can mount lights flush to get better lighting than the lighting that's in the game. Okay, so without further ado, it's time to talk about my item booster. Now, the game provides you with far more Mercer spheres than you need for 1 Mercer sphere per item. Far more. So many so that I'm using 20 for this project, and 1 Mercer sphere for all the items in addition. Every item gets 1, plus these 20. Plus I have 23 in my inventory. And I actually didn't even go out and get them all. These are just ones I happened to find. And I've left a bunch of dimensional depots all over the map because I've never really had a shortage. So there's a bunch, like there was a couple at the old base, right? So you have a lot of Mercer spheres. But my question was, how do we leverage that in a dynamic way? Now, there's a couple of items that you're probably pretty safe loading up a couple extra dimensional depots. Your concrete, right? You use a lot of concrete, you use it fast, right? It takes 10 minutes. If you're only using 1, it takes 10 minutes, 240 per minute, just 2,400, right? It takes 10 minutes to fill this up if you're only using 1. Concrete is an easy win. I use a lot of plastic too, because why? I build a lot of coated concrete foundations. All right, iron plate gets used a lot. Copper sheets get used a lot. Okay, sometimes iron rods, depending on what you're making. All right, so wire. Okay, you could put 2 or 3 extra on a handful of these high use items and call it good. Most people would probably do that. I'm not most people. So let me take you back. Let me take you back to the fall of 2023. Satisfactory is in update 8. This is before 1.0. This is before dimensional depots. But we still had the same problem that we have now. And that is, good night, Lena. And that is that we are out building something and we run out of materials. How do you get those materials from your central storage to your inventory? Now, dimensional depots fix this problem in 1.0. But before we had dimensional depots, I came up with a solution. And it was my first tutorial and my first kind of unique thing that I've brought to this game. And in many ways, actually, it may be my only unique thing that I have brought to this game. As far as I am aware, nobody independently came up with what I'm about to show you on their own that I know of. And I'm pretty confident that I'm the first person to come up with this. What I figured out how to do was how to turn a belt on and off remotely. Okay? And basically what I do is I block a belt, and then using a priority power switch, I switch this switch, and this can happen anywhere. Okay? This is not connected to anything. If I was in the Dune Desert, I could build a priority power switch and I could turn any of these off. Watch, I'm gonna turn off the Gold Coast. Okay, all these Gold Coast factories. Okay, the Red Forest aluminum, all those, these that I turned on earlier today, I just turned them all off. I can turn them off anywhere. So what I did is I combined the priority power switch with a couple of little tricks so that I could block a belt and then unblock it remotely. And so what that let me do is I set up trains or drones to basically take whatever was unblocked to my location. So if I needed concrete, I unblocked the concrete and concrete flowed. And then I ran, and then I didn't need concrete anymore. And so I turned it off and I turned on plastic, or I turned on quartz crystal, or I turned on 2 or 3 or 4. And I could control what was being sent to me on location. And it was great. And it was a very, very popular video of mine, and it got like 150,000 views. It's one of my most watched edited videos. It's actually one of my most watched videos ever, maybe my most watched. And it was awesome. And then Dimensional Depots came out. And so I asked myself, how can I use this trick now that we have Dimensional Depots, and combine that with the earlier problem that we can only upload 240 per minute? I built this. So what is this? This is massive storage for 20 items. The 20 items that I feel were most likely to be needed on a mass scale. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 actually. Quartz crystal. Stacks and stacks and stacks. Ready. But as you can see, quartz crystal enters, but it doesn't continue. And that is because I have empty canisters blocking it. You can see that my setup allows for only undefined to go through the center. Empty canisters cannot go through the center because it's defined going left. So if this fills up with empty canisters, and it is, then this belt gets blocked. Well, what's a good way of unblocking these empty canisters? Using them to package water. And I've got a closed system here. So I package the water, bring up the packaged water, and then I unpackage the water, store it in the fluid buffer, and it's down ready to be packaged again. And all I have to do is turn on the building, the machine. Well, I just showed you how I can turn on a machine remotely. So let's go ahead and turn on quartz crystal. And it's on. Why is it on? Well, because we're packaging water and we're using the empty canisters. Now, I'll show you where this is going in a second, but I want you to understand this mechanism. All right, Ray. And then I go and I turn it off, and it stops. I have 20 of these. By the way, iron plate is turned on right now. I have 20 of these. So where does it go when it goes down? Well, I'll show you. It goes down in here. And this takes one belt and splits it into 20. This is a 1 to 20 splitter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Trust me, there's 20. And then I merge, and by the way, there's 20 items. I split them in 20 ways. And then I merge them. And then I send them up. Each of the 20, there's stacked 20. I send them up and dump them into 20 dimensional depots. So what does this allow me to do? This allows me to upload as many as 20 dimensional depots per item. All right, Okie Sooner, have a good night. As long as this belt is fast enough. Now, this caps out at 780, right? So if I replace this with a Mark V, I could actually upload 1,200 items per minute. Chan Man, thank you for the super chat. Congratulations on getting here. What a feat. Thank you. So the problem is that these actually get clogged when I turn them off. So let's go ahead and actually full clear this. So I'm going to turn off, so you can see how it works, the iron plates. And now when I use the iron plates that are in the 20 dimensional depots, it's going to unblock this stuff. And it looks like there's a bunch of plastic in here too. Iron plates. Iron plates are moving. Plastic. Concrete, steel beams encased. What's in here? Something's blocking this. Let's find out. Something's left over blocking it. Iron plates, iron plates. Oh my gosh, look at this poor guy. A singularity cell. How did he get here? I actually know how he got there. There was a mistake made. These have actually been blocked for a while. I haven't checked these. I accidentally plugged singularity cells into the iron plate. Hole. And these made it to the end. All right. Well, it's fixed now. So, yeah, now iron plates, quartz crystal. You can see it's going to start dumping these. There's some silica in there still. See how much faster these are moving than just 240 per minute? All of these are uploading the various items. And it allows me to basically boost my dimensional depots at will. Now the downside is the clogging. I did make a declogger, but I hate using it because it burns it. But if I really had to, I've got a clog clear, and I turn it on, and it gets most of the excess pulled out. There's still going to be a little bit left over in the dimensional depots themselves, and like a little bit in like the belt there. But the clog clear turns these on, and it kind of overflow dumps everything. And when I turn off the clog clear, There you go. So this is pretty cool. I'm pretty proud of this. Like I said, it's got some unique problems, but I'm pretty happy with how this turned out, frankly. And I was able to use my remote switch in another application, and that way it made me feel it continued to feel special, which, as we know, that is what this is all about, my ego. So this is the entirety of the central storage. Pretty happy with this. Next, let's go check out part 2 of this tour, and we're gonna quickly chat about the Ficmas factory. So go back, Christmas 2024. Coffee Stain Studios put out a contest for basically Santa's workshop. And they gave out, I want to say, I don't even know what place I ended up getting. Was it 4th or 8th or something like that? I can tell you that I got the highest to my left hand. What, when I was this? Talking about that? I got the highest placement of any solo builder. Everybody who placed higher than me was a team build. Yes, Suspicious Snowman coming up. So I went all out on design on this, and I'll walk you through it. And yes, because we're in a city, of course, I picked Nakatomi Plaza. Because Die Hard's a Christmas movie. So I'm actually, I spent a lot of time kind of playing with designs and stuff, just pure design work, right? And I'm pretty happy with a couple of things that came out of this. These are actually pipes, candy canes. These are layered circular ramps that came out kind of looking like doilies. And then this clean intersection I'm pretty happy with. This is a 1 meter foundation above, and then these are just layered ramps, and they kind of hide the intersection of all of this. These are actually if you're unfamiliar with how Ficmas works, this is actually the generation of the item. The trees give, it's like a mine. They give presents, and you take the presents and you turn them into other items. And so this isn't just a design, this is the source of presents for the factory. Now, it also needs copper and ore, which I do have a train input for that in the subway, but most of it comes from these presents. And yes, Mikey, the Suspicious Snowman. Yes, we do have here these snowmen have been at it for 18 months since Christmas 2024, and we're not sure exactly what they're doing, but it's been going on for a while, and they're summoning something. Krampus, Jack Frost. I don't know. Maybe they're playing Limp Bizkit. But either way, something's happening here, and I just leave them to their own devices. These curves here are actually, what are they called? Golden ratio. Fibonacci spirals. These are Fibonacci spirals, actually, which was actually pretty difficult to do. But they are, and they look really cool. And then we have our snowman pathway here. I don't know what you're talking about. I think this turned out pretty well. You know what we could do? Let's do it. Let's do it. We haven't done this in a while. Let's turn off the music. Where is it? It's not here. All right. Hmm? Do I have it turned off? It's not working. Am I down a few pounds? I am. Aw. Why can't we hear it? I want to listen to some Christmas music. Wow. That's sad news. All right, well, I guess we don't get any Christmas music. If you want to hear the Christmas music, I actually made a tour video of this playthrough. You had to submit it to get the to win, and so that's on my channel if you want to check it out. And I played the Christmas music as part of it. We have ugly sweater interior. I also built Christmas trees. Yeah, Ficmas ain't having it all right. This is shockingly difficult to do. A closed loop. Mercer sphere. Spiral candy cane. I'm sure this is like Christmas music that we're listening to right now. pretty happy with that. Up here, the lighting, we have a snowflake, but all of the snow is turned off, it looks like. Behind these foundations, these are all snow machines, snow dispensers, but it looks like those are turned off too. At least the snow blowers are still on. Thank God for the snowmen, right? But yeah, the lighting here is a giant snowflake, which is pretty cool. This stuff is really the majority of the decorations, the exterior and then the lobby here. It's Christmas-like. Shut up. Donut. Yeah, I did make a diagram here. Each floor has one of these so that you can, quickly see what's getting made. This is just the iron ingots section. Oh, we need glazed donuts. I actually don't need glazed donuts. This is actually the first Ficmas section. Presents to blue bulbs. And frankly, the floors just pretty much repeat a lot of the same stuff here. Okay, red bulbs. And by the way, I do every other floor red and white. I tried to make it so it looked like a candy cane from the outside. It kind of works. Silver bulbs, gold bulbs, silver bulbs, and then all three bulbs. It's Ficmas time in the city. What are those, branches? It's actually not Ficmas time. These little blueprints kind of got a little complex. I forgot how well these turned out. And then all the belts are various Ficmas designs, skins, stars. And then this is the final floor that kind of does all the little final things. Bows, snow, rockets. I have a bunch of rockets. I mean, they've been in my inventory for almost 2 years. So let's go up to the roof. Let's launch one off. If I'd have thought about it, I don't know, maybe at the end of the stream we'll do, when we're finally done, we'll launch some rockets. It's kind of a pain in the butt to set up a lot of them. How do you do this? You do it with a Nobelisk guy. A Nobelisk detonator. Sparkly fireworks. And then you just throw that shit on the ground. I have like thousands of these. Hey, a raid. Will and Rex raided you with a party of 10. We are doing a tour of my playthrough because we're done. 1,300 hour playthrough, and we're going through building by building, and we are just finishing up here, and we are showing the Ficmas factory, which is Nakatomi Plaza. And I figure, well, why not launch off some fireworks, huh? Oops. How do you fire? Like that. Really good showmanship there, Kin. They got to see the Nobelisk and the freaking firework in their face, and then I fell. Really smooth, really smooth. You guys like that? Good times. I know. So that wraps up our third tour in this series of tours from the beginning of my playthrough to the end. We have done the starter factories, we have done planning and logistics, and we just did central storage and the Ficmas factory. So we are doing one VOD working through everything, and I'm going to cut each of these videos into each of these sections into their own video, and this is the end of number 3. The next thing that we're going to do, we have 3 videos to go. We're going to do those 4 buildings next, and then we'll do the 4 buildings that are hiding over there. That's phase 4, and then we'll do Arasaka all by himself. That's phase 5. Next is actually all 4 of these. Yes, the shard included. So appreciate you watching. If you're watching this, whether you're live, in a VOD, or on the video. And next is these 4 towers. Okay. Where are we? I'm kind of recording. I mean, I'm always recording, but these are done. And then I decided that we're going to, I forgot the rocket fuel. We gotta do the rocket fuel plant. These got lumped together. Should we do all of these together? We probably should. These 5 actually really do work together. It's gonna be a big tour. That shard or dark days, dude. That was tough, man. Making the shard, it was tough. I was playing Factorio at the time. I really hit a wall. I was burnt out. I needed a break when I was making the shard. It was really overwhelming. That while I was doing the outside of the shard, that was the hardest part of this save. The shard, and then I did really well through the majority of the rest of it. This was tough. And then those 4 towers, I really struggled on these 4 towers. I played Factorio while through the shard, and I played Ashes of Creation through those. I needed the break. So, but we made it. We're here. It's been a long time, a long, long time. You just had to share yourself? I don't know what that means. All right, this is a small break between recorded tours. So if you guys have any questions, now's the time. William, thank you for the follow, and Fudget Son of Mill, thank you for the follow. I've gotten other follows throughout the time where we've been chatting, so if I missed you, I apologize. But let me give you guys a minute. Let me take a drink here, grab a breath. This next tour is gonna be a hefty one. I was gonna break these into like one factory a piece, but I think that's too small. You just had to shard yourself? What? That hasn't happened since I last went to Taco Bell. All right. How do you think I'm thinning out here? I went to Taco Bell. All right. Let me give you guys, I know there's a delay. Let me give you like another few seconds here. Let me know if you have any questions. These new earpieces are so much better than the old ones. All right, no questions. All right, just a review. This is the last live stream of this playthrough. We're going from all the way through. I'm doing a series of tours. I'm going to chop them into videos and post them on YouTube. And we're about halfway through here, which is good because we're at 4 hours and 20 minutes. Chan Man's having a problem with autocorrect over there. We're gonna talk about the remainder of the buildings here. And then this is it for the Cyberpunk City. 1,300 plus hours, almost 2 years. What's next for me? If you don't know, what's next for me is I'm going to be playing Satisfactory Plus hard mode. All difficulty sliders at maximum, and it's gonna suck, but it can't suck worse than the shard. I'm sorry. Maybe it does. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm gonna find out. And either way, we're doing it. So I think it's going to be okay, and it's going to be a challenge for sure. But I'll be honest with you guys. Satisfactory has gotten to the point where it's just beating the game is actually pretty easy for me. I did all of phase 5 in 2 hours. Like, I built the factory, like it was done. As soon as we unlocked phase 5, it was maybe it was 4. Okay, like my brother and we are going to do co-op speed runs. Okay, my brother and I together, working together. We're going to work on beating Satisfactory from beginning to end. I think we can get it under 12 hours. Okay, there are people that beat this game in 7 hours. All right, so I need something more. This playthrough, the something more is what you're looking at. Okay, that was the something more. The next series, the something more, is going to be Satisfactory Plus. That starts on Friday nights. On Friday night, and I'm going to do it Wednesday nights and Friday nights, and I'm going to try to make edited episodes of recapping, what I'm doing, how it's going, and putting those out throughout the week, so that if you miss the VOD, you don't fall too far behind. That's the hope. That's what I'm going to try to do. That's going to be a long running series. It's going to probably be at least a year. And it's not going to go fast. So, I'm going to probably have to put a minor, not a minor, a minor on every single node, because they're all going to be impure. And I'm 100x space elevator party, so I'm gonna probably have to make a logistics system that spans the entire world. I'm gonna have to mine every single node, use conversions, do it all to make it work. We'll see. I might even have to farm some doggos. Who knows? But we'll get there. We'll get there. If I can do this, I can do that. And Twitchy1 will be there saying I told you so the whole time, won't you? So that's the plan starting next week. But for now, we're going to do our next tour. And I gave you guys plenty of time for questions. That's a nice challenge. We'll see. We'll see. It's a challenge. That's always the thing, right? Like, when you go to challenge yourself, sometimes you find your limit. Will Satisfactory plus hard mode be my limit? Well, we'll find out. We'll start to find out next Friday. Okay, so next one here, again, I'm going to start going through this. You guys can ask questions and stuff. If it's unrelated to what I'm talking about, I will answer it between tours. Okay? All right. Okay, this is now the 4th tour in our series of tours on the Cyberpunk City. We are done. It's been almost 2 years, 1,300 hours. We've made the Cyberpunk City. And this is the final live stream, and I am recording a series of tours, and we're on number 4. We've already talked about the starter bases down there. That was the first tour. We've already talked about planning and logistics. That was the second. And then we just finished the tour on the Ficmas factory and central storage. Now what we're going to do is we're going to focus on, I was going to do one factory at a time, but these 5 factories are so interconnected, I think I need to talk about all 5 of them at once. And that is going to be our 4 factories that are based on real life buildings and the power plant. This is essentially phases 1 through 4, except for the elevator parts. Okay, so these 5 factories represent phases 1 through 4, including power, minus the space elevator parts. All right. Hey, historian. So that's what these represent, and we're going to go through them. Okay. First thing that I want to do before we look at the buildings themselves is I want to show you what these look like in terms of the plan, and kind of give you a sort of top-down view, an understanding of how they work together. And then you can start to see the implementation of that. All right, so I still have all these plans. I use Satisfactory. Are we back? I do not understand why auto tabbing is crashing my game. This happened a couple of streams ago. It's super frustrating. At least it's not crashing my computer. I have to bring some stuff back up. All right, Mikey, have a good night. Totally threw off my groove. I'm sorry, but you've thrown off the Emperor's groove. All right, let's load from the autosave. What else crashed? Fatal exception. Streamer bot crashed. It's alt tabbing. It's so random. I alt tab so often. You guys can hear me, right? Yeah, it looks good. And then the live stream computer is fine. I have a separate computer for rendering and recording and live streams. So, oh, so frustrating. Let me get the streamer bot chat bot back up and running real quick while this loads. To be fair, Twitchy, I know I was kind of using you as a stand-in for the naysayers, probably unfairly. You should see the membership section of Satisfactory Plus Discord and their thoughts on what I'm planning on doing. All right, let's get back on track. So I think Minikin, talking to my future editor here, I think that you can cut all the way up until I was alt tabbing, and I guess I won't alt tab. Oh, it's loading right now. No, it's full screen borderless, I think. It just crashed. It's been doing this lately. I don't know why. Something's up. Maybe it's one of my mods. I added some new mods and things are weird. Now this like freeze that it does right when I load, that's been going for a long time. So yeah, I have to do it this way. It's borderless, right? Because I'm able to hit bring up a menu and then take the mouse off screen. So that's not the problem. All right. So, Satisfactory tools. Here is where I do all my planning. Now, I am going to show you these factories right now, but in terms of how I do my planning, I talked about that in more detail in a general sense in tour number 2. So if you want to go back and check that out, where I talked about how I use this tool, you can. But we're going to focus on what these factories actually do. And we're going to be looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 factories. Okay, and so the first one here, this is the iron plate factory. This is the shard. Okay, the key thing to understand with these factories is that they all share items with each other. The only one that is an output only, well, actually, that's not true. Even the rocket fuel factory has an input. We don't see it here, but it has an input of aluminum because I am packaging some packaged rocket fuel for fuel. So I do have some aluminum ingots that are actually being imported. We just don't see them here. But this is the rocket fuel factory. But you can see here on the reinforced iron plates that we have an input here of rubber. Okay, and how you set that up is it's over here, and you can input the amount of rubber that you need, and make it so that you can have both raw materials coming in and materials that have already been completed. And anytime on these factories that you see these inputs, that's actually coming in from a truck. All right, and so we'll see those trucks at the truck stations. Now, each of these factories make more than just what is going to central storage. In the case of the shard, mostly wire, but I think there is some other items too. Reinforced iron plate and concrete and copper sheets are getting shuffled between our 5 factories. So let's actually go through. I'll show you the outputs and the inputs for each factory. So the big takeaway on this one is the large amount of wire and actually pretty good amount of copper sheets as well. And then I showed you the inputs on the shard is rubber. Next one that I built in order, I think I built the heavy modular frame factory second. Okay, and so the inputs on that are, these are all inputs from the shard. Okay, we were making the reinforced iron plates, the wire, and the concrete right next door at the shard. And then of course we have our production here, 22.5 heavy modular frames. I would say that is a pretty medium amount of size of heavy modular frames. It's not a large factory, but I wouldn't call it small either. Middling size for heavy modular frames. The reason that I'm making 22.5 is because, again, we're sharing, right? And the aluminum factory needs some heavy modular frames. Okay, because the aluminum factory, see, it needs half of them. And actually the aluminum factory needs quite a bit of inputs. Okay, heavy modular frames, crystal oscillators from the computer factory, 1,000 rubber, circuit boards from the computer factory, motors from the heavy modular frame motor factory, and copper sheets from the shard. So this guy is actually sort of the pinnacle. He's got one from everybody, right? Is that right? He's got 2 from the twirly building. He's got 2 from computers. He's got 1 from the shard and 1 from the power plant. So the aluminum plant here at the end is really sort of the culmination of all of them. And then it's making its own, and it's making some extra aluminum ingots down here, feeding back into the rocket fuel factory so that we can package the rocket fuel for the trucks. So that's kind of the loop there. Which building is which? I'll walk through them. Okay, but I want to show you the plan first. And the details on how I put all this together. We'll go over that in when we see each factory in person. Just real quickly here, the computer factory. Its inputs. It's taking a little bit of rubber and some plastic, and then stators from the motor factory. And then again, it's making quite a few things that are getting shared with the aluminum factory, the circuit boards and the crystal oscillators. So that's kind of how they work together. Let's go down and take a look at the shard in person. Now, there were 2 parts of this playthrough over the course of the last nearly 2 years where I wouldn't say that I was thinking of quitting, but I definitely felt burnt out, and I needed a break. And one of those points was making the exterior here, the shard. One thing that I've done in all of these buildings, and I would not recommend people do this if you're new. If you have less than 1,000 hours, don't do this unless you really want to. I'm not going to tell you to not do something you want to do, but in my opinion, you should be very careful building the exterior of your factory before you build the interior. I built the shell, and then I tried to fit the factory inside it. I missed in almost all cases. The shard is probably my closest hit, which is ironic because it was the first one. This one was a big miss. It's way too small. This one was a big miss. It's way too big. And I guess the aluminum factory isn't too bad, but it is very close to too small. I guess the rocket fuel factory over here is the right size, but that's about it. So I started with the exterior. I tried to do an architecturally accurate shard the best to my ability. And I'm telling you, man, this is the most difficult building of the entire city. And frankly, it's not really even close. The next hardest one is actually this one, these four over here. And that's only because of this one curve. That curve about broke me. If we're going to talk about curves, the rest of these were actually pretty easy. I was able to find blueprints for them. It came together really fast. The motor factory here looks like it's the hardest. That was the easiest. Did I shard myself making it? So the problem is that I had to fight a couple of things with the exterior here. 3 VODs on one side. Well, yeah, there was 3 VODs on one side, but I was learning, okay? I was learning the side. And then I realized I had to redo it. But I mean, look how complex this is, right? You have like this pane and then that pane, all right? And these lean, right? These come to a point. And there's like many axes in which you have to place these planes, and they're tilted and they're twisted. Okay? And by the way, glass walls go straight up and down. So even the fact that they're leaning took me a while to figure out how to do, which by the way is just a cheat. Like always, if you see there's a gap there. So basically, each pane is slightly off like this, and it's so slight that you can't notice it at a distance, but it looks like it's leaning. I know, Chanman. And so that's how we get that effect. And then a lot of this thick sort of siding here is because I had to hide stuff. I had to hide the glass panes. Okay. And that's also why we have these bars, right? Is hiding all of the parts that aren't actually glass. So the exterior on this was extremely difficult to put together. I actually missed it in a lot of ways, and I had to just kind of like, that's close enough. But this was a struggle. This was. I'm not an architect, okay? I don't really know how to like read plans and shit. I just did the best I could. But in the end, I think it turned out pretty well. And you know, if you didn't know how much I struggled, you would think that it was like, oh my God, that's amazing. Well, you know, the final output is not bad, but man, it was tough. Well, it's not just X, Y, and Z, right? Because it's like, right? You've got like the lean, but then it twists, right? And it still has to be straight. And then it has to start in one place and end where it needs to end and be the right length. It's giving me PTSD thinking about it. So that's the exterior on this thing. And so let's kind of go in and take a look at the interior. I do like using the camera. Let me get in the middle and we should be able to see most of this with our camera. Now I talked a little bit about in the first tour, when I talked about these factories down here, I talked about how I kind of had some regrets with how I built this one. You can see this is kind of a classic, everything's lined up in one line. And it's not really blueprinted. Whereas this one is modular. They're blueprints lined up and each blueprint does a job. Most of my factories are designed with that modular blueprint design, but not the Shard. The Shard is kind of a more classic lines of machines here. And this is just a bunch of smelters. Just a bunch of smelters turning Caterium ore into Caterium ingots. And then I've got a vertical bus here that, you know, it's pretty cool, pretty happy with. And then this is the wire. Remember, we talked about having a lot of wire needed for the heavy modular frame and motor factory. So we're doing a lot of wire cranking here. And this looks like iron plates and looks like some steel here. I think that's steel rods, the iron rods, but steel. I think that's what I'm using that for. And yeah, again, more ingots, more copper ingots. Go up to the next level. Rubber, this is where the rubber, I'm using rubber to make reinforced iron plate, I think. And then more rubber over here for more reinforced iron plate. Concrete. Are we making rubber concrete here? I think we might be. Yeah, here it is. It was the next floor. Rubber concrete here. Again, just really kind of classic lined up machines. By the way, the reason that my lights are different, I was helping Killer Rain test one of his mods. Maybe his mod is crashing my game. And he is making a mod that gives different light indicators for different things. And so I forgot to uninstall that. So that's why the indicator lights are anything but green or yellow or red. Let's pause here for a second. I got a question here. Gabe Boy I've been playing Satisfactory a ton and have been watching your vids. I wonder, I just unlocked steel and just finished coal power, so I'm not sure. Are your builds vanilla or do you have mods for building? All of this stuff that you're gonna see in these tours today, you can build without any mods. This is all vanilla. The only mods that I used until literally last week was Sky UI to control the sky and extra inventory. Okay. Last week, I installed a mega blueprint mod to make one thing, the pillars that hold up the city. But that's just for a cosmetic thing. Everything else up until literally last week is all vanilla. All these factories are vanilla, everything. And I did that on purpose. Okay. So the only reason that I downloaded the big mod, the big blueprint mod, is because Satisfactory Plus was coming and I needed to finish this playthrough. I could have done it without it, but it saved me many hours getting the big blueprint. So you can build everything that I'm building, and if you go back and watch the beginning VODs, I would say the VODs all the way up into the city. That should give you a really good idea of getting started, because I go through kind of all of it. And then you can skip the VODs where I'm building the exteriors and just focus on the live streams where I plan and build these factories that you're seeing here, and you should be able to learn a lot. So hopefully that helps. But for now, we can let's see, Silent Killer, I'm in phase 1 trying to deliver the smart plates. I'm running 8 or 10 burners, but my factories keep going out of energy. Any advice, tips, tricks on energy managing? Yeah, go get some summer sloops, unlock alien tech, get summer sloops, and go kill animals. When you turn your hog remains into alien protein, summer sloop it. It doubles it. When you turn the alien protein into biomass, summer sloop it. It doubles it. When you turn your biomass into solid biofuel, summer sloop it. You see? So I think I ran the math. One hog remain makes like 240 biofuel. Solid biofuel. Okay? You need to go out. You got to get the SAM. You got to get to where your summer sloops can double your output. You just need one. And you can share it. You can take all your hog remains and one summer sloop, double them all, turn them all into animal protein. Okay, and then take out the summer sloop, put it in the next constructor, or change the recipe, and then, right? Or you can get 4 summer sloops, or however many, and just chain them up. Okay? You will never have to worry about solid biofuel again. You can double or triple the amount of burners that you have, and you can do the same thing with leaves and wood, but there's fewer steps, and so there's one less doubling there. Mycelia is even crazier. Okay, mycelia, if you can find an area to mine a bunch of mycelia, you turn that into solid biofuel with summer sloops, it will blow your mind how much biofuel you can get out of it. All right, so that's what I would do until you get to coal. All right, and even I would even keep that, and you could just make a dump box, right? You can do you go back to earlier this VOD, and I showed you how I made that dump box. Okay, hope that helps. Gabe Boy, super impressive work. Once I gotten better at the game, I want to make cool builds like this. Still learning how everything works. Yeah, good luck, man. Watching Satisfactory content helps a lot. If it weren't for you, vids, I would still be using splitter arrays for everything instead of manifolds. But hey, look, we all start off thinking it has to be that way because it's not exactly intuitive, right? I mean, I'm sure for some geniuses, maybe it's intuitive to see these manifolds like this right in front of us. That's a manifold right there. But yeah. Okay, back to the tour. So questions answered, and the shard continues. Again, I mean, this stuff is pretty straightforward, guys. I am using a decent amount of alternate recipes in here. The rubber concrete is one of my favorites. I just was looking for efficiency because I don't want to have to bring up like another train, you know what I mean? So I was trying to fit and build this in a way that brought up the fewest train cars of materials up into the city. And so things like rubber concrete, the rubber reinforced iron plate, a little rubber goes a long way. I should know I have 5 kids. So the next floor here is, ooh, this is nice and backed up. I'm sure there's some issues somewhere. I actually know why this is backed up. It's because the copper sheets are being used by this. Remember, they all share, right? So the aluminum factory here is the one using the copper sheets. There's probably some issue over in the aluminum factory. By the way, at one time, all of these factories ran perfectly. Things happen, and you know, sometimes things back up because for whatever reason. It is what it is, and I'm happy with how all of this works. I have more materials than I can ever use, so these have worked for a long time. If they're yellow now and they're backed up, well, something's funky. When I had to change the trucks out, frankly, it kind of made the entire logistics chain kind of wonky, and I never really got it humming exactly as good as it was before, and so it I think that has something to do with it. I would have preferred not to redo the truck system, but I'm glad that I did because I learned a lot, and I might use it in a future build. These upper floors here, have we reached the top of our yeah, there's just one more floor. It's more of the same. It's more copper sheets, but that's the layout for the shard. Let's go down and take a look at the truck system, because I think that there is a lot to learn there. This garage is actually one of the most complex. The shard shares more materials than, well, I mean, now that I think about it, this one has maybe a more complex garage. But we do have 5 truck stations here. This one is the aluminum factory. It's all backed up. I don't even know. Is there did I forget to make a truck for this or something? It could have been easily it doesn't have a damn truck. I don't even know. Again, we've locked the save. We're done here. But I just never really got everything humming again just right after the great truck fiasco of 2026. I particularly like this little guy right here. This is kind of cool. And I've got some buses here that turned out really well. I did some lighting. More lighting over there on the vertical buses. these bus lines, they look good. I'm happy with this. Let's take a look at the truck lines here. These 5 factories and how they work together. I had to redo these trucks only a couple of weeks ago. It's not very many VODs ago where I had to do this. And I'm definitely still not like super practiced at these truck routes. But I think that this, is this our boy? It is. So at least I have something. At least I didn't forget his truck. So I don't know what's going on with him. But I'm still not practiced exactly with these systems here. But this is a truck only path. These are universal paths. And I only worked on it for like 3 VODs. But I'm looking forward to finding interesting and better ways of using this new truck system. I think it's a better system. The problem is that I designed an entire layer of logistical infrastructure based on a system that got completely thrown out the window and deleted a year and a half after I started this playthrough, right? So this entire design is based off the old truck system. And I think that is probably the leading candidate for why some of these factories are stuttering when they were humming very, very well at a certain point. But having said that, I think the truck system is good. I just needed to build this whole system with that one in mind instead of the earlier one. Alternate recipe method was key. Holding on to recipes you don't want so the inventory of alternates don't overlap. Oh, we could talk about that. We've been talking about alternate recipes and planning. I think it's important for people to understand the best way of getting the alternate recipes that you want. Okay. I really base all of my designs about hand picking the alternate recipes, which means that like you have to go find it, right? You have to like, oh, I want this weird alternate recipe because it uses up, I have a bunch of extra of this thing and I need to make that thing, and I can use up the extra of this if I use the right alternate recipe. But how do you go and find it? And so what you do is that you run your hard drive and then you don't pick them. Just run your rescan and don't pick it. And what this does is it keeps both picks out of the pool because it's sitting right here. So if I run another hard drive scan, it can't be fine concrete and it can't be copper rotor. So it's more likely going to be the thing, whatever it is I'm looking for, heavy oil residue, or the steel one that everybody uses, or the heavy modular frame one. All right. And so if you do it this way, you're going to get your recipe on average twice as fast, literally. All right. So just don't pick it. And even if you know you're going to want it, don't pick it now. The only pick it nows are if they are both a recipe that you want, right? Because then you pick one and then you re-roll to try to get the second one. All right. If it's like, let's say I want a copper rotor, but I wasn't ready to build, which by the way, I would never use because it has screws. But let's say I wanted it, but I wasn't ready to build that factory yet. Don't pick it. Get the one you need now. All right. So a little bit of strategy, and look at this. I'm at the end of the game, guys. Look at all these that I never even used. It's a ton of them. Okay, and they stayed out of the pick order, the pick pool. The other thing that you can do is be very careful about progressing your game, so that, because every time you progress a tier, that opens up the pool to more recipes from the new tier. So if you're looking for stitched iron plate, then go find it while you only have the stitched iron plate and a handful of others from that tier. Don't wait until you open up a bunch of them, because then you have to fight through all that extra alternate recipes in the pool. Okay, so things to think about when you're designing factories. Let's talk a little bit about my gas station. This is probably the one thing that is the weakest under the new truck system. It didn't translate well. The way that trucks work now, while they will wait for themselves, while they will wait for each other, I really only needed like half of these, and it would have been perfectly acceptable. We got a raid, Gantorin. So Gantorin and Raiders. I am right in the middle of something, but let me tell you so that you can understand what we're doing. This is the last playthrough, the last VOD live stream of this playthrough, and I'm doing a full-on tour. I'm on hour 5 of this tour. We started at the beginning. We're working all the way through it, all the way to the end. We're about halfway through the city portion of my playthrough. 1,300-hour playthrough, almost 2 years, and that's what we're doing right now. And I'm sort of recording right now. I'm not sort of. I am recording, and I'm gonna package these tours and post them. So that's what we're doing. Feel free to ask questions. I will answer them if they're on topic now. If they're not, I'll answer them between tours. All right. So thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you for the follow. 1 second. Okay. All right, back to it. So again, I am happy with the new truck system, but it definitely caused some problems integrating into my old design. And now that trucks will wait for each other instead of crash, again, very good. I don't want them to crash, but what it does is it makes it so that the design is kind of poor, because I was designing for a problem that no longer exists, basically. But either way, I still think this looks good. I actually used, I don't know if anybody watches YouTube videos that have like retro music, or actually like the music we're listening to right now, the music that's on the VOD, and probably on the edited video if you're watching the tour video. Music like White Bat Audio, that's the music that I listen to, and I've listened to it since I've started my channel, and almost every live stream and almost every video comes from White Bat Audio. But there'll be like these retro 80s mixes, and they'll have like sort of neon cyberpunky kind of a feel. Well, I designed this gas station based on one of those YouTube videos, like the cover page, or the static shot while the music's playing. So I tried to kind of channel that, and I think it worked out. So there's the shard, there's the gas station. So let's talk about the next factory, which is the spiral. So the spiral, if I had to pick an exterior building that I am the most kind of disappointed with how it turned out, I would pick that one. You thought I was gonna say the heavy modular frame factory, but that's second. And it sucks because it could have been my favorite. This is based on a building in Bahrain, and the problem is that I messed it up. It's too fat. It's supposed to be tall and skinny, but instead I made it chode. Okay, he's too fat. I needed to, in order to get the ratio of width to height that I was looking for, I would have had to make it much taller than this building. And so I had to shorten it compared to what it should have been. And the inside now has too much volume. When we go inside and we look at it, you'll be able to see that they have a bunch of extra space. And so I kind of missed with my estimate here. A question on the gas station. So that the question is, did I purposefully make the trucks go up onto the rail there so they look like they're peeing on the truck stations? That happens at every single truck station. And do you want to know why that happens at every single truck station? Oh, he didn't stop. But the reason that it happens, it's happening over there, is because of the new truck system. All right, if you look, this is a hard lock point. There's no, it has to lock in this position. Before, I could just get it close and then I could call for the drop off or pickup. And so I built these freaking road barriers to make them look cool. And the way that I could custom drive it, I could avoid hitting it with the wheels. But because this is a hard lock point and these are blueprints, every single truck has to go to the exact same spot compared to the drop off. And that means that every single truck has the exact same road barrier position. So every single truck rides up and it looks like it's peeing on the station. That is another example of what I was just talking about, how where this entire system was designed under the old truck routing mechanisms, and there's problems in the translation. Okay, that's just another example of that. So let's head in. One thing that I am actually really happy with is my road painting abilities. And the options that they give you. I have made a bunch of shorts. I'm not going to do it right now, but fighting is the most important part of doing road designs like this. How to deal with Z clipping and Z fighting. And so I have shorts on that. There's specific methods that I use that really help. And this in here, a lot of that is happening, right? So, you know, this kind of thing, getting them all to line up, getting these different angles and all this stuff. There's a lot of different anti-Z fighting techniques that are really kind of hidden in here. So this never got finished. I was going to make launchers to get to each floor and have them fire you up and spin you around the outside of the building, but I never really got that off the ground, you might say. And then there were some fundamental issues with this factory, and I actually just recently went through and smacked a bunch of Mark 6 lifts and belts to help the throughput, because the Mark 5s just weren't cutting it. I made some poor choices with how I routed the trucks. And it is what it is. But I would have done things differently. I would have. But that's okay. That's okay. So we have inputs here. We have outputs. We also have the these guys are taking heavy modular frames to the aluminum factory. We're taking the outputs to the central storage. We're bringing in a bunch of wire. We're bringing in concrete and reinforced iron plates. All that's coming in and going up this massive vertical bus. And in this factory, I decided to build logistics floors. I couldn't think of the name. And I went with my rule. 3 walls. Never make a logistics floor shorter than 3 walls. If you needed a why, go look at my steel factory in the grassy fields. All right. And look at that logistics floor. This is much better, much more room, a lot of ability to move around. So in here, I actually made, you can see we have all this open area here. And it's fine. It's fine. But I could have made the exterior look a little bit better. By the way, the exterior design for this, it's a set of blueprints. And all I did was run a centerpiece, a spine through the middle, and then I blueprinted out so that I could do these wall chunks. Okay, these are all blueprints. And then I made it so that it was all based on a single foundation, and I just linked the blueprints together. And then what I would do is every layer, I would rotate it by 5 degrees. So really, if you ever taken a deck of cards and you've spun it and it kind of looks like a screw, right? The edges of the cards rotate as they travel up, right? Like an inclined screw. That's what this is. This is actually, it's easier to see it inside, but look, it's just a square with the corners cut off. It's like paper from Battlestar Galactica. Why in the world in Battlestar Galactica do the papers have the corners cut off? It's so silly, but that's actually the top-down shape of this factory. So if you had playing cards that were square and the corners cut off and you twisted them as they rode up the stack, just like this, you would get something that looks like this building. That's all it is. It's actually pretty simple. This is the most simple factory design that I actually did. We have another logistics floor, and then here's our heavy modular frames. Cranking away. At least those are at 100%. And again, these are blueprints. Okay, these are blueprints that do a specific job. Okay, they take in iron ingots. They make steel pipe. We have reinforced iron plates coming from the shard. We have the steel pipe that we just made that makes modular frames. Okay, we have steel pipe. We have the concrete coming from the shard. More steel pipe to make the encased industrial beams. Right, this is an alternate recipe. Again, same thing. Same thing. Right, and so those are copies. And by the way, I made mirrored versions. I made a left and a right side, so that when you stack them next to each other, they are mirrored. And I think they turned out really well. And then here you have it all coming together. More steel pipe. And do you see how this design really relies on steel pipe, right? The concrete comes in from someplace else. The concrete's also used here. And so really, what are the inputs to this? Stop and think about what the inputs are to this entire blueprint to make heavy modular frames. And by the way, heavy modular frames is one of the first real challenges that you have with in Satisfactory. It's the first like gut check, right? You're going along, you're like, hey, I get this game, it's sweet. And then heavy modular frames hits and you're like, oh, right? And then you're like, okay, all right, I made it, right? And then fluids hit and you're like, oh, like oil, right? And then you're like, okay, all right, I got this under control. All right, we got plastic, we got rubber, okay. And then aluminum knocks you on your ass. If you can get through aluminum, you can get to the end of the game. But that's those 3 checks: heavy modular frames, oil, plastic and rubber, and aluminum. Those are where most people stop, or they get stuck. And so think of how much more simple this blueprint is with this combination of alternate recipes. What are the inputs? Iron ingots, reinforced iron plates, which, by the way, I could have made those locally with iron ingots, and some wire, concrete, and that's it. Because the concrete's being made here and here. The aluminum, the iron ingots are making steel pipe, and the steel pipe. And you got heavy modular frames. So let's take a look at the plan for that. All right. So, iron ingots coming in. Reinforced iron plate coming in, not very much. Look at how little that is. Look at how much iron ingots. Well, to be fair, a lot of these iron ingots are coming up for that too, but lots of steel pipe in this setup. And by the way, I'm using the steel rotor recipe too. I'm just really relying on steel pipe. I have 94 steel pipe constructors happening here, which by them and themselves is an alternate recipe. Okay, and then alternate. This entire module, and that's alternate too, by the way. Oh, and so is that. The stators and the motors and the steel beams are the only non-alternate recipes in this entire setup. Look how simple. Iron ingots, reinforced iron plates, and concrete. And we get steel pipes, modular frames, encased industrial beams, and heavy modular frames out of the deal. I love this setup. And you know what you don't see? Tell me the one thing that you don't see here. I'm gonna wait. What isn't here? What isn't here is just as important, if not more important, at what is here. What's missing? Go ahead. Stop and think. What's missing? Captain Obvious, thank you for naming yourself that. Screws. Mikey said hair. Get out. Screws. There's no screws to be seen here. And by the way, let's take I can't let this go. This is important to me. I want you to look at these two recipes. It takes less steel pipe per minute. Okay, I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. Okay, 33 instead of 40. It takes less, well, fewer modular frames per minute. 7.5 instead of 10. It takes fewer encased industrial beams per minute, 9.375, than encased industrial. And it takes 21 concrete instead of 240 screws. Look at what it returns you. 40% more per minute. I said in an earlier part of this VOD, in an earlier tour in this series, that the two most important recipes in the game is heavy oil residue and diluted packaged fuel, and I stand by that. But this is number 3. The reason that I put those ahead of this one is because power is so important in this game, and fluids are such a pain in the ass that if you can get more power out of smaller factories, then it is really important to do so. But this is number 3. I will never make a heavy modular frame with this recipe. Okay, this is one of those must-haves. There is no downside. This isn't like a, oh, well, you know, here's, no. It takes fewer of everything. Concrete is easier to make than screws. And it takes 1/12 of them. And you get 40% more of outcome. I can't even deal with it. Can't even deal with it. All right. Have I beat that horse to death? I think so. So those are the heavy modular frames. Use signs, guys. Label. Okay. What is in your lines per minute? Now this section here, this is the motor section. I still think our wire is a little funky here. We got getting our wires crossed. But you know, we're moving. Motoring away. And more motors. Again, we talked about this in an earlier tour, but this whole setup, this blueprint that I made, is fully replaced by the priority merger. And anytime that you are doing any kind of belt compression, which is taking 2 uneven belts, look at this, right? 2 uneven flow belts, and you want to make sure that one of your belts gets the maximum amount possible, then you need either this blueprint or now just a priority merger and a smart splitter. It's a much simpler replacement now that we have priority mergers. But I had to use this a lot to make this work. More motors, lots of motors in here. And more motors. And then that's the top. This one I actually do have a drone port at the top, because he's bringing in some coal. We just needed a little tiny bit of coal. It's like 30 coal a minute or something silly, and I could not bring myself to bring it in via train. So that is the entirety of the heavy modular frame factory tour. Let's head over. Let's actually exit through the top here. Let's head over to the computer factory. The computer factory is the John Hancock building. This, apparently, it's not called the John Hancock building anymore. It's called something else. It used to be called the John Hancock building. And there is a John Hancock building in Boston. This is not that building. This is the one in Chicago. This one is our computer factory, and I made a pretty bad design error with this one. Well, actually a couple kind of compounded. One, I needed another truck station. I should have done 5, and I did 4. And my mistake is here. I combined the inputs of plastic and rubber together. Now, by the way, I also did that over at the tower we were just on, which is one of the reasons why it's not great. Do not sushi truck. No sushi trucks. Don't do it. Learn from my mistakes. I thought I could deal with it. I thought I could mask the pain. What's that meme? Hide the pain. Hide the pain. Somebody. I don't know. I can't remember. But what's his name? That's what this is. It has to sync things, because if I don't, then having too much plastic would block the rubber, and having too much rubber would block the plastic, if that makes sense. So it's a problem. Now, the other design mistake is I didn't make it big enough. Okay, now I'm doing the vertical bus trick again. We talked about this. Mikey, why is it called a sushi belt? It's a good question. You don't know? Because in some sushi restaurants, they make sushi and they put it on a little plate and they put it on a belt. And then that belt, look at this person. She's like, "Ooh, I want that." And she grabs it off the belt. Okay. And then you eat it. And then you pay for it by grabbing it off the belt. Okay. So they can just load sushi onto the belt, and it's a belt that has basically a bunch of different things on it. Okay. So that's the factory game, right? word choices, right? And then it goes down here and it goes around, right? And all these people can pick off of this belt that goes all the way around whatever they want. And these guys, right, they just load sushi on it wherever there's an open spot. I've actually never, I eat sushi. I have a favorite place, and the favorite place that I have doesn't have a belt. So I've actually never had sushi at a place that has a sushi belt. But this is why we call them sushi belts in factory games, because anytime you load more than a single type of item on a belt, that's a sushi belt. And I called it a sushi truck because I put more than one item on a truck. So you can do sushi belts in Satisfactory. You can, but you have to be very careful because they can cause problems. I actually like Star Rupture more for that. Star Rupture's system allows for more sushi belts, and it's really nice. Okay, so basically, let's go over this blueprint design. This is very similar. You can see from the I did right side, left side. Actually, they're both right side, aren't they? I didn't mirror these. I thought I did. But these crystal oscillators, I'm making a lot of crystal oscillators. This factory is many crystal oscillators. Am I doing an alternate recipe? Of course I am. So we're doing rubber, quartz crystal, and AI limiters. I like this one for crystal oscillators. We need a lot of that for our aluminum factory. Okay, so a decent amount of crystal oscillators are headed to the aluminum factory. The thing is as you can see, as we go up, this tower gets skinnier. You did your first sushi belt when you're making packaged biofuel. That is a good place to use it. So you can dump your wood sticks and silica and mycelia into one chest as a dump. I was talking about that earlier tonight. It's a great place to use that. You just have to be careful. It works in simple systems a lot better than in complex systems because you can hold the whole thing in your head and kind of see the whole picture, and it's a little bit easier to deal with the consequences. But once you start doing more complex systems, sushi belts can bite you in the ass. This is basically floor after floor of mostly this blueprint, but let's take a look and see how this blueprint works. Similar concepts to what I do and what I've been showing all day and throughout all of these factories. A vertical bus system, well, a horizontal bus stacked vertically. It's got everything it needs. Raw materials plus plastic and rubber coming from the power plant, which we'll review last in this tour. And then we're just making what we need, making the quartz crystals, okay, picking up some plastic accidentally, quick wire, AI limiters. But see, we're making the quick wire on site, okay, because we're bringing, not on site, in the blueprint. We're bringing in the Caterium ore. Okay, more Caterium ore. We're making ingots. There's our constructor. Where are we making quick wire? Where are you hiding? This is a very, very dense. Here he is. It's a very, very dense blueprint. Let's actually do this. Let's go outside with this. Let's not do that because I won't be able to open it. All right, this is a lot better. We have a lot more room to look. Ooh, lighting. This is very, very dense. We have the quartz crystal happening here. Right here we have the 2 smelters working the the ore comes in, splits, goes into the smelters make the ingots gets passed up, over and around, and gets put into the 2 constructors over here. They make the quick wire. We've got is that like a leftover conveyor splitter in my blueprint that is doing nothing, bro? And then we're basically just using a lot of quick wire here, right? Everywhere we can. The circuit board uses it. Okay, more circuit board. And the AI limiter uses it. This is very, very similar to what I did with the steel pipes in the prior factory. Okay, I'm designing the alternate recipes in a way that make the blueprints more simple to construct because they have fewer inputs and they share items. Okay, and then these bad boys get pumped up into here. AI limiters, a little bit more rubber, and quartz crystal. And remember, I mean, we're using the rubber. Well, plastic. And there's plastic in 2 places too. Plastic for the AI limiter, plastic for the circuit board. All right. I mean, actually, these both use plastic and quick wire, right? Yeah, look at that. they're 1-to-1s. Quick wire, plastic. Quick wire, plastic. Both alternate recipes. All right. So there you go. This guy, there's quite a few of him in there, and you can see now that we're on the outside how thin this gets at the top. And I didn't talk too much about this exterior. I want to talk about this. So I learned a valuable lesson. Well, I should have learned it on this factory. Then I wouldn't have repeated it on that one. But I did learn and did not repeat it on those, let me tell you. But I put blanks. This is a turned off sign. This is a turned off billboard. Well, it doesn't matter that it's actually not turned off. It's black. It's even worse. It doesn't matter that it's black. It still counts as a sign. So from an FPS perspective, I should have just made it like a black wall instead of a mission black sign. And this is these are all orange signs. I mean, these are all signs behind glass, except they're orange and turned off. Now, again, I learned over here, the only places that there are signs here are in the bands. In that band right there, those are actually turned off signs. But these horizontal bands that don't have any signs, that don't have any lights, are black walls. You can actually see it just barely. Can you see the striations there of the walls hiding back there? Whereas there's no striations here because those are actually turned off signs. So by limiting the signs in the bands, I was able to reduce the signage on those buildings by a lot. And that I think that helped saved a lot of the FPS. But these 2 buildings, I had not thought about that yet. So, you know, what are you gonna do? Learn. Let's keep going here. Many floors of crystal oscillators. I'll show you a couple of, see, these are all still crystal oscillators. Still crystal oscillator. And it just keeps getting thinner and thinner and thinner. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right, we're finally, nope, still crystal oscillators. Holy crap, holy. We on to something else yet? Yay! High speed connectors. So this factory is actually, or this blueprint is, as you can see, it's set up exactly the same, but it's just making high speed connectors. Circuit boards, quick wire. We know how that works. You throw in silica instead of, I mean, this was the quartz crystal. But look, you just change it over to silica because raw quartz gets changed into both quartz crystal and silica. And it's actually simpler because you don't need the rubber. The quick wire is actually used up there. So, a little bit simpler, but same idea, same idea. More high-speed connect. Oh no, electromagnetic control rod. I don't even know what these are for. I just made it so that I could say that I made them. Very simple. And this is it. This is the top. Just putting together the last little pieces here. A couple of computers and a couple of quartz crystals to take to the bank. And that is the computer factory. It's actually a crystal oscillator factory is what it is. All right. 3 down, 2 to go. We're going to hit the aluminum factory. Then we're going to go over and talk about the power plant. So this one is a little bit, I talked about the exterior already. This is the Mercury City Tower from Moscow. It's the 4th real life factory that I built. I actually had to build this factory first before I built this one because I was out of power. My Gold Coast factory did us proud, but it could not handle a 4th tower. So I had to stop and build that one, but we'll go over that one last. And we have 6 trucks here. I do have this set up here. I come in on this side, move through it, and exit the front. And then I've got a central bus here, which I think is really cool. Kind of able to walk through there. I like this. I think it turned out well. The lobby. So, this was the first factory post 1.1 because we have an elevator. Now, you'll see the difference in how I used elevators between this factory and then my phase 4 space elevator part factory. Hold on, I gotta change this. This one always cuts the sound and it drives me insane. Just have to change the weather rotation. That mod I popped up, that's called Sky UI, and it's a mod that it's one of the only mods that I use full time. And I will be using that mod in my next series, Satisfactory Plus. It controls the weather and the sky and the lights and stuff. So you'll see the sort of limitations of the elevator height in this factory because I was unaware of the workaround on how to make infinitely tall elevators. We'll go over that in the next tour. This is a video in a series of videos that are tours through my entire playthrough. Or you're watching it live, or you're watching a VOD, right? Recording of the live. But no matter how you're watching it, we'll go over the height and how to make an infinite elevator in the next tour when I talk about that set of factories. Where I learned how to do that. And that was from a viewer, by the way. A viewer showed that to me. I've made shorts on it. I've actually made a tutorial video on it. And it's super useful because you'll see how irritating the workaround for it was before I knew that you could build infinite elevators. By the way, I'm just gonna go out and say this right now. I hate the location of that node. Of that power. It is a terrible place for it. It needs to be under the switch, because if I put it like right like this, it's terrible. It's a terrible place. All right, so we have let's go up to logistics. So this is basically intake, right? Everything's coming up from the signs, guys. Signs, mark everything from the lobby, from the garage area, right? And getting it sort of reorganized to go up this vertical bus system on the left and right side of the elevator. I've also got a key here to kind of tell myself how this vertical bus is designed. All right, so there's going to be a lot of copy floors. All right, we're just going to look at the different types of floors. Aluminum ingot one time, but you know, this shouldn't be shouldn't be surprising. Same style of blueprints here. This is actually an updated design because we have refineries. Now, I talked a little earlier when I was in the earlier tour in my starter bases on aluminum. We talked about how aluminum gets difficult because of the water byproduct and how most people deal with that. And I will not, you know, discredit that. But most people, or look down on it, deal with it by taking that water, making wet concrete, and then sinking the concrete, dealing with it that way. I decided to take on the challenge and deal with the aluminum byproduct by using it, okay? And this is a blueprinted version. This has been running for, I don't know, 1,000 hours, and the water doesn't back up, okay? So here is the blueprinted design. Now, do you need this refinery to be 1 meter higher than this refinery? I don't know, but I do it because it makes me feel better and it's working. So, okay. Gravity drops down. This is full water, but this water always empties first. The rest of the water drops in behind and from above, and it works. This is not backed up, and it will never back up. Okay? Again, a lot of people take this and turn it into wet concrete and sink it. I use it as part of the input for sloppy alumina. Okay, and then we're dropping the water in, right? Dropping the water in from up top, just like this. And again, using the bus system here, I'm actually using 2 buses because of the number of the throughput. I'm sharing water, but I'm not sharing the physical, right? That I did a side-by-side bus there. Making aluminum ingots, and this is a triple layer, right? We've got some logistics on the bottom, and then we've got the smelters, and then up here we've got another set of smelters. And everything's walkable. I love my catwalks. I love it. It is my weakness. Oh, that one went to nowhere. All right, so this is just making a shit ton of aluminum scrap. It's taken in bauxite. It's making the aluminum ingots. It's making the aluminum ingots. And we have the same, we have one hiding back here. Again, we ran out of space. This is tighter than I would have liked. Not quite as tight as the computer factory. Not as tight as the John Hancock, but still pretty tight. This is going to be the same thing. Okay, it's an exact copy, just making more aluminum ingots. Moving on up. Okay, radio control units. We have a lot of radio control unit floors, but this is, as you can see, very similar to the last 2 factories, where we had a manufacturer on top and we had the prepper underneath. Okay, so again, alternate recipe. There's our crystal oscillators. That's why we're shipping them in from the other factory. There's our circuit boards, same thing, shipping those in. Aluminum casing. Okay, so this aluminum casing, I think this is being shipped down, if I recall correctly. Let's see if we can find it. Or are we making it? Are we making it underneath? We are making it underneath. Okay, sweet. So we have some raw ore, some copper and some iron, and we're making copper ingots with the alternate copper alloy ingot recipe. So we got the copper ingots, and then we have a bunch of aluminum ingots coming in, 120 a minute. Okay, and we are making our aluminum casing that is going up and being input directly into our radio control units. And it's 90, right? It's 90 per minute. That's no small amount. Okay, so that's where the majority of this aluminum is being aluminum ingots is being used up, is for these radio control units. Let's look at the design. Why did I make this many radio control units? I can't remember. It's been like over a year. We're making 30 per minute, which comes to 17 manufacturers. Actually, we're making far more than 30 per minute. That's how much extra. That's probably too many. Frankly, I probably made too many. I don't think I need that many per minute going into central storage. But we're making turbo motors, and we're making supercomputers, and that's what's taking up a lot of these radio control units. So 17 manufacturers, 1,500 aluminum casing. We're inputting rubber, crystal oscillators, like I said, and circuit boards, and motors, and copper sheets. Remember, those copper sheets were backed up. in the shard, right? When we looked at that. So there's probably some issue somewhere. Yeah, that is, oh, and look, heavy modular frames so that we can make fused modular frames as well. So this is a hefty little factory. Okay, we're making, look at all the items we're making. Fused modular frames, all clad aluminum sheets, aluminum casing, cooling systems, radio control units, turbo motors, heat sinks, supercomputers, and then extra aluminum ingots. These are being sent to the power plant to make packaged rocket fuel. All right, so that's why we're making so many radio control units, because they're used in 2 other recipes within this factory itself. All right, so let's look at this elevator. Okay, look what I had to do. I had to cap out this elevator because it couldn't get any higher, because I did not know the infinite elevator trick. And so we don't have an elevator that goes all the way to the top, unfortunately. You have to stop, and then you have to run around, and you have to get on the next one. All right, radio control unit, radio control unit, radio control unit. 3 floors of that. So let's go up to the cooling units, cooling systems. Just floor after floor of radio control units. All right. So again, this very similar to the manufacturer version, but now it's a blender. Okay, heat sinks, motors, nitrogen gas, cooling systems. Are we out of? They're not getting the copper sheets. I said I wasn't gonna do this, but the copper sheets are backed up in the shard, and they're not landing here. There's some sort of stupid logistical issue, and it's probably the damn truck. That truck was coming. It's a truck. So frustrating. I'm gonna find it. I'm mad. I'm mad. My factory is broken because of a stupid truck. There's a truck that's got a bunch of copper sheets, and it's not set right. Gotta check all these trucks' asses. They need a better UI for being able to figure out what truck is doing what thing. I'm mad. I said I wasn't gonna stop and debug, but I am. There he is. He's right there. We found him. Yeah, what are you doing? What are you doing, bro? Do you have an ass full of there's our copper sheets. It's going in a loop. Fixed. I have an entire factory half working, right? The shard, that's all backed up. And then that one. What are you going to do, man? I think, honestly, most of the things that aren't quite perfect are stupid things like that. And like I was saying earlier, I think the truck switchover caused a bunch of problems. Or, you know, I just never really found them all. I knew it was something stupid. All right, now these bad boys, we haven't been getting cooling systems for well, weeks really, since we had to change the truck systems out. Because I blame my viewers. I blame you guys, because you should have seen that. We'll be getting copper sheets here soon enough. 2 floors of cooling systems, and then we have again, very similar setup. We got the big machine on the top here, blenders this time, fused modular frames, more in aluminum casing. Okay, same idea here, doing the same sort of stuff. We're just handing it, and then the nitrogen gas makes it all the way up here. But we're also handing it all those heavy modular frames that we were making over in the spiral building. David, little pause here on the tour here. Love your Cyberpunk City, so cool. Found you on TikTok first. You're streaming your build. Do you have any advice for getting the first 100 views? You found me on TikTok. Do you mean YouTube Shorts? And you just said TikTok because it's a vertical short form? If you are trying to do content creation for Satisfactory, you cannot do it with streaming alone. You have to make videos. And I submit to you your own experience as proof. The only reason that you are watching me right now on a live stream is because you saw me on YouTube Shorts. If you want viewers on your live stream, you have to make videos for people to find you. You already know the answer. It's how you found me. So if you want people to find you on your live stream and you're streaming, you have to make videos. You have to make YouTube Shorts. You have to make tutorials. You have to make recap videos of what you did on your stream. You have to record your stream and make videos, whatever it is. But you have to upload videos to YouTube or TikTok, YouTube Shorts, long form, whatever. That's how you grow your live stream. And shorts are easier. But if I could pick between shorts and long forms, I need to do more long forms. My channel has grown with better viewers that are more likely to come to a live stream if you make longer form videos than shorts. So, all right, back to it. Let's see. Do we have our first load? Oh, these are not. Let's drop down. Let's see if while we were chatting. Hey, a copper sheet. It's amazing. So frustrating. So frustrating. All right, fused modular frames, and then what is this? Is this more fused modular frames? Yes. And we're getting real close to the top. All right. What do we got here? This is all the turbo motors. And by the way, the turbo motors are shut down because they needed the cooling systems. The cooling systems are shut down because they needed the heat sinks. The heat sinks were shut down because they needed the copper sheets. And the copper sheets were shut down because whoever set up the truck route is a moron. There you go. And this is the last floor. So this picks up all the little leftovers. Again, more copper sheets, extra heat sinks, more extra aluminum casing. These are kind of like the leftovers that go to the central storage. All right, and there's the top of the factory. We did have some leftover space up here, but it was kind of like not very usable because it got so skinny. All right, check this out. I'm pretty happy with this little thing we did over here. And I used this trick later in the phase 4 space elevator parts. Sushi Cat, what's up, Kin? Congrats again, man. Truly immense accomplishment. This has been quite a journey, And again, if you just joined, this is the final stream of the Cyberpunk City, and I am doing an entire live stream that is a series of tours, and we are almost through the first half of the city, and then we'll do phase 4 space elevator parts, which are right there. We can barely see them, and then phase 5, which you can't see at all, is over there. That's the Arasaka Tower. Speaking of this, can we see them? We might be able to. Right there. See that elevator? That is an infinite elevator that goes all the way up, and it's exposed to the outside. I like this idea that we're this is the sort of the prototype version of what I perfected for the phase 4 space elevator parts buildings. But I like being able to take half of the elevator and look at the exterior. It's the outside. I think it looks really cool. Like a building in real life, right? Where you have these elevators where you can look inside, right? But you can also look outside, except it's only like the top third where that is visible. And again, we have to like daisy chain these elevators, which sucks. So I'm just gonna do this. Palyota, hi Kin, is just here to say hi. Nice to see this done. Have been here since the start of the Superstar Destroyer. I know. Well, Satisfactory Plus, hard mode, it's coming. And it's coming in a week, less than a week. Alrighty, so we're doing 5 factories in this tour. I don't know how long this long form is going to be, but it's not short. And so this is the final one. Of all the factories that I have spent trying to perfect perfect efficiency, I spent the most in this factory. And is this factory 100% perfectly efficient? Probably not, but it's close. So the best indicator for that is right here. Is the last one, well, it's purple, right? Because of Killer's mod, but that just means it's underclocked. It's 100%. So let me tell you what this is. What I did is I built a indicator of efficiency. Let's take a look at the design, shall we? And you'll see what I did. I'm pretty proud of this, actually. All right, so in my rocket fuel design, this isn't it. This is it. In my rocket fuel design, we have a byproduct. Because I like nitro rocket fuel. I've talked about this when I talked about the turbo fuel in the earlier tour, how I like using fuel as part of the recipe to make the final product. And the reason that I like to do that is so that I can use the diluted fuel, because the diluted fuel and the heavy oil residue I've talked about many times as the 2 best, most important recipes in the game. Because I can get so much out of it. Okay. 2550 crude oil gives us 3,800 rocket fuel, 3,500 rubber, and 1,600 plastic. I'm using the recycled rubber and recycled plastic circular flow. But most of the work here is happening right there. Okay, I'm getting enough fuel to make this amount of rocket fuel, and enough fuel to make that much recycled rubber, and enough fuel to make that much recycled plastic. 6,800 fuel per minute off of 2550 crude oil. It's very efficient. This is a great design. I'm really happy with this design. Now, an interesting thing that happens with this design is we have a bunch of compacted coal left over. What are we going to do with the compacted coal? Well, we could sink it. But guys, we're in a power factory, and guess what you can do with compacted coal? You can put it in a coal-powered generator and make more power. Now, what I did is I did the math on this many coal generators. There's like 200 or something. I don't know how many there are. Okay, and I divided $637, and I came out to exactly 54.09%. Now this last one is up a little bit because I'm trying to be so precise that the leftover I put to this one. 54.09%. 54.09%. Okay? Over and over and over and over again. And this is one huge manifold of all the compacted coal. It goes down, it comes around all the way down, down, down. And so if this light is red, that means that there's not enough compacted coal being made, because I made sure that it consumes exactly the amount of compacted coal that we are supposed to be making. So if my blenders are not efficient and making the right amount of rocket fuel, then it's also not making enough compacted coal. And because this is only going to be green, it's purple, if the last one in this long ass manifold gets the compacted coal. So I have a status indicator, a natural status indicator, where I just look and see how many lights are red, and that tells me the percentage efficiency of the fuel production, the rocket fuel production of this entire factory, by looking at the roof. I tell you, it's all fun and games until you come over and you see half of these lights are red, and you're like, oh my God. That's when we had the train crash. But usually it was like one or two lights flickering on and off, and I just kept fiddling with it until I got it to what is apparently 100%. So let's move into the factory and take a look. Now, the first two floors are copies. So And they are the rocket fuel production and then consumption in the generators. All right. Now, the nice thing about rocket fuel is that it's not a liquid, it's a gas. So you don't have to have the same concerns that you do with a liquid. 100%. Right. And I could hopefully go to each one of these blueprint chunks and see 100%, 100%, 100%. Right. That's what we hope for. Again, very familiar to everybody. We see the vertical stacked bus and lots of water. These are all water pipes coming in from trains. Let's take a look at the train setup. This is the most complex train setup. This is a ton of water here, a ton of water there, more water there. This is the only oil train. Okay, there's one unloading right now. And then we need some, I think this is coal and sulfur. Okay. Lots of trains coming in here. Lots and lots of water. And, you know, we can see how much water if we look at the plan. Yeah, see, there's the coal and sulfur. We have some nitrogen gas. By the way, I'm not training in the nitrogen gas. I'll show you what I'm doing with the nitrogen gas in a second. 8,500 water per minute. The nitrogen gas is actually coming up through the train spiral itself. Under the train spiral, I designed it to have pipe positions. And so all the way spinning up the train spiral is this set of 7 pipes that are full of nitrogen gas. So that is one of the only that is actually the only thing that is not coming by a train or a drone. Is this nitrogen gas. And it's a gas, you don't need any pumps, so it's great. It's really efficient. So that was structurally built into the hey, look, a snow cannon. I wonder what those snow cannons are doing on the top of that floor there. I don't know. I don't know what's going on up there. So we got all this water headed up into our factory. Some of it's being used in here. In the diluted fuel recipe. Okay. But a lot of it is headed up to the top floor. Again, long lines. You do not need to do the looping strategy that is needed in the like a liquid version of this, like regular fuel or turbo fuel. You have to create a loop. I talked about that in an earlier tour from today. But here, just gas works fine, and you don't have to do the loop. All right, so again, there's 2 floors of this. We spent a lot of time fine-tuning this. The biggest problem we had was the water and the oil coming in off the train. And I think I spent 2 VODs really frustrated about fluids. In the end, like everything, it was a simple solution. I had made 3 trains for this, 3 trains for that, and 2 trains for this. So the water was barely running out. Like it was so close to not running out that I didn't notice before the 2 train rotation would get there in time. And I thought I had 3 trains there, but I didn't. I only had 2 running the route, and it just wasn't enough. And even though there was still some water like in the system, there wasn't enough to maintain the full 600 pressure at 100%. and I was rebuilding things and tearing stuff down and trying all these tricks and doing all these things, and I was missing a damn train. So it is what it is, right? 1 second. Okay. Alrighty. So, a lot of time spent debugging this. I mostly focused on the first 2 floors. And that was because I wanted perfect power generation. Let's take a look at, it's probably not perfect. There's probably some dumb thing that is making it not perfect, but production. Yeah, it's moving. It's not moving very much. I wonder what is moving that, because I don't think it's this. I turned off the turbo fuel. Is it the... Can't be the coal. I don't know why that's moving, honestly. It's very, very little movement. It's probably really hard for you guys to see that tiny number, but it's 225, 129, then 225, 100, then 224, 100. So it's jumping up between 1,000, 225,000. So what is that? Less than 0.5%. So I don't know, because none of these are red unless I see a red one. Can you imagine? I don't know. I don't know what it is, but it's close. It's very, very close. I just wonder where the extra power is coming from. I could isolate it if I really cared. By the way, this is a little side project here. This is where those aluminum ingots are coming in, so that we can make empty fluid tanks. Oh, hey, give me that. Give me that. Getting a little bit of extra fluid here, and we're making some packaged rocket fuel, and this packaged rocket fuel is fueling all of our trucks and our drones. It doesn't take a lot. So that's the first 2 floors. The third floor, very different than these first 2 power floors. If there is a problem, it'd be at the end of these lines. I don't even want to look, bro. I don't even want to look. The third floor, very different. And this is where we use all of the polymer resin. Now, an interesting problemo. Aha! This is an inefficiency. It's not much, but it's some. So, similar to the compacted coal being a byproduct of the nitro rocket fuel, polymer resin is a byproduct of heavy oil residue. Now, 1,700 polymer resin. Is this right? Where's our polymer resin coming? I know why. This is the polymer resin that is coming from the heavy oil residue that is going over that is going to this fuel. All right, do you see we have roughly 1/3 of the diluted fuel blenders are going to the rocket fuel, where the other roughly 2/3 are in this loop. So the polymer resin that is coming out of this fuel and heavy oil residue to make the nitro rocket fuel is not the full 1700. It's actually less than 780, right? Because it's about 1/3, which is less than 780. So a Mark V belt is 780. It's all right here. It's coming up from the bottom 2 floors, right? And so I can test efficiency of our plastic and rubber because it's consuming heavy polymer resin. But I do not want the polymer resin to back up, because if the polymer resin backs up, thank you for the follow. If the polymer resin backs up, fuel production shuts down. So what I've done is I've made a little catcher. This is an overflow. If our polymer resin is not being fully utilized because of an inefficiency in our rubber or our plastic, then it backs up and it dumps it in here, and I have a little catcher that I can check, see if it was ever inefficient since the last time I cleaned the checker. If the checker does fill up, then it sinks. Because if I come here and this thing is full and it's actually sinking, there's a major problem. This is actually not very much polymer resin, because I haven't checked this in many, many hours. So, is the plastic and rubber perfectly efficient? Probably not perfectly, but it's pretty friggin' close. So let's look at this blueprint. By the way, this is the bottom side of those coal power generators, which, by the way, they need water too. This is the long ass belt that feeds them all. But this blueprint, I think, is pretty cool. Let's pull it out here so it's a little easier to see. So he's got a little bit of extra things. So I wanted the pipes to be visible from the exterior, and they are. And he's also got a little tunnel. But except for the fun little things like that, very similar to before, we've got the blender up top, and then the blender is being supported by, in this case, a set of 4 refineries. These refineries start with, I believe, yes, that's right, our friend heavy oil residue. So this blueprint is making some polymer resin. It's making 15. Inside of its own blueprint, it's making some polymer resin. And then this is the fuel. The fuel and rubber make plastic. The fuel and plastic make rubber. And the polymer resin and water make a little bit more rubber. Now, look how much polymer resin we make. 15, and the polymer resin that we need is 26.154. How do we make up the rest? Well, that's that polymer resin that I was talking about earlier that we want to make sure doesn't back up. So the blueprint makes its own polymer resin, but it also needs more coming in. It's actually really similar to how the aluminum blueprints work, but instead of polymer resin, with water. Because there's a self-feeding situation happening in here. And then we have this recursive sort of like rubber feeding plastic, plastic feeding rubber. And as long as you have enough fuel to fuel it, then look, you get 30 rubber makes 60 plastic. Okay, and 30 plastic makes 60 rubber. You just need enough fuel to make that happen. And then this this extra bit of rubber kind of kickstarts things. And in the end, you output, in this case, probably a little bit of rubber and plastic, if I recall correctly. And I did different versions of this. It's the same recipe, but it's the same blueprint, but they have different cosmetic designs. This one is for exterior, and mostly so that I could make a secret tunnel. This is not the only secret tunnel I have in my projects. But if I told you guys, it wouldn't be a secret. So that's the exterior version. And as you can see, we have a bunch of plastic and rubber. And by the way, this looks like it's kind of stuttering, right? And that is the source of the likely inefficiency. We just can't empty it fast enough. That's why I replaced these with Mark 6 belts. But clearly, you know, there's a little bit more logistic issues to probably work out to make it perfect. Now, I also have an interior version of this recipe, of this blueprint design, and it doesn't have the secret tunnel. But I did make this exposed, and these chimney pipes are actually going through the ceiling, which I think looks pretty cool. But these are the interior versions of these. It's the same design in terms of like its function. It's just cosmetically slightly different. And then, you know, same thing over here. Chimneys poking out through. And here's all the compacted coal. So again, I kind of went through after we unlocked Mark 5 belts, Mark 6 belts, and just upgraded these to get the throughput really snappy. And now, what are we doing with all this plastic and rubber? Well, let's go down into the depths. Now, there is some spaghetti in here that I'm not particularly proud of. Okay. But it works. Mostly. My favorite part of this factory, we haven't even seen yet. And I'm going to show you from the outside. Remember, this factory's rubber and plastic feeds a lot. A lot. of other factories. Hold on, we have a question. Lizol, are you going to quit Satisfactory since your title says last? This is the last live stream of this series, of this playthrough. I start a new Satisfactory playthrough, playing Satisfactory Plus on hard mode next weekend. Friday night, we start a new playthrough from the beginning, from the start. And this one took 1,300 hours. It took almost 2 years to build this city that we've been touring all day. But Satisfactory Plus will have its own set of challenges. So there you go. So this is another secret tunnel. And inside all of these little cubby holes is our pickups and well, not drop-offs, but pickups for rubber. This is the rubber that goes to the Mercury City Tower. Bro, this thing handles horribly. This is the rubber that goes to the shard. And the trucks roll through here. Oh my God, Becky. I drive way better than this in real life. Love the design. It looks insane. Thank you. Thank you. We're doing a full ass tour today. We're on hour 6.5 of our tour, and we have several hours left. We're almost done with this particular building and set of tours, probably our longest so far. And then here's a whole bunch more of them. And so this feeds the plastic and the rubber for the entire city. Trucks coming in, picking up plastic, picking up rubber. It also drops off those aluminum ingots, and it also makes and delivers out the packaged or bottled rocket fuel. There's the aluminum ingots. That's actually a drop off. And then the rocket fuel is over there too. And then you can, oh no, you can also exit over here. End of line. And here's the city. So we entered the rocket line on that side of the building, and that road runs underneath all of those fuel generators. You're new to Satisfactory. This is actually insane. I know. I say it a lot, but please do not think that you need to play Satisfactory like this. I'll give you a bird's eye view here. We are wrapping up this chapter of the tour. I am breaking these tours into videos later, and we just finished talking about the 5 factories that make up phases 1 through 4, minus the space elevator parts. Okay, this was the power factory that we just and plastic and rubber that we just reviewed, and then we started this long ass chapter with the shard, and then we went to the computer factory, the aluminum factory, and the heavy modular frames and motor factory, which is that spiral one. And we talked a little bit about roads and logistics, and of course the power plant. So where we're at from a wider perspective is I made a giant city, and I made these little repulsor engines that push us up. Those are actually stairs. They're just, it's actually a quadruple helix. It's not a double helix. I don't know, maybe it is a double helix. It's 2 sides, so there's 4. And there's an elevator in the center, so you can get up through there. And then this is the subway system that's feeding all of these factories. I made the Tyrell Corporation Pyramid from Blade Runner as a train hub. We've already talked about this in an earlier tour, but this feeds the raw resources into the city. And then the trains come up here into this area, like I just said, and those feed the factories for this level. And then the trucks and on the roads share items between these factories, the finished items. So next, we have 2 tours left in this live stream. I've been recording all of these. 1 long VOD, 6 hours and 45 minutes so far of me talking about this. This is the final stream of this series. Next, we talk about the phase 4 space elevator parts. I actually might combine, I probably will actually just combine phase 4 and phase 5 into one tour video. Just make it a long one. So we're gonna do that one next. All right, so again, if you're watching me live, just hang out. If you're watching the VOD, it'll be next. If you're watching this in the cut video, then either look for the next one in the playthrough or in the playlist, or you should be able to find it on my channel. But it's going to be the phase 4 space elevator parts for the Cyberpunk City. That's what's next. Okay. Give myself a little editing room there at the end. All right, so now that I'm sort of like not recording, I can answer some more direct questions. Are you gonna share this save with others after the VOD? Yeah, fix some things during the stream. I don't know. I really just changed. That's why I wasn't going to change anything, and I did it anyway. I just fixed that truck. I think that's the only thing I fixed. But is it a bad one, huh? It kind of breaks 2 factories. You ever have a theme in mind with Satisfactory Plus? Yeah, the theme is difficulty. So I'm going to be less focused on the cosmetics. So for me, the question is, where's the challenge, right? And in this playthrough, the challenge was the city, the cosmetics, making the shard, okay, doing the whole thing, like everything. I don't want to do that again. At least not at that scale. I've done it. And I have some ideas. I have 2 ideas. I'm going to tell you them now. You're going to want me to do them, but I'm not going to do them because they've been rejected. I was thinking of doing Minas Tirith off of the cliff, the Red Forest cliff, like build it in, like, and do a giant Minas Tirith. But we don't really have medieval looking tools to build with. I mean, you do have concrete walls, I guess, but like wouldn't really work. So I was thinking of doing a cyberpunk futuristic city Minas Tirith mega factory. I'm not going to do that though. That idea was rejected by me because I don't want to do this again. The other idea, my very first playthrough on YouTube was Star Wars themed, but I never finished it because I ran out of time because 1.0 launched and I started this one. I was thinking of doing a giant Death Star, a floating sphere above the plant, above the, like, really high up, like at least as high up as we are now, and droning in everything. No connection with the ground. But again, rejected. Instead, I'm going to be playing Satisfactory Plus. I'm actually going to do 2 series, by the way. Satisfactory Plus is the main one, and all the difficulty sliders up. What will my aesthetic be in there? It's going to be far lower on the priority list than just beating the game. Beating Satisfactory Plus with hard mode on is going to be very difficult. It's going to take a lot of time. It's going to take a lot of concentration. I won't really have a lot of brain power left over for pretty buildings. Having said that, I need to have some sort of theme, some sort of aesthetic, and I think I'm going to go with a more industrial, like oil pump refinery. I want to use a lot of these frame foundations, right? Use a lot of this. Go with, I actually had a picture. Oh, do I still have it up? Maybe that was it. So I live in Northern California, and I'm about 2 hours from the Bay Area. I was driving by late at night with Minikin. We'd gone down to see Project Hail Mary in a movie theater down there, and we were driving by this refinery, and I don't know, I just like the look of it. I think I might try something like this, but like in a general sense, you know, like not specific, just, you know, amber, maybe blue lights. I know some of these have some of these refineries use blue lights. So yeah. So just, you know, something like this, industrial, keep it simple, that kind of a thing. And just focus on the logistics, focus on the difficult parts of what I'm trying to do with Satisfactory Plus. So that's kind of what I'm thinking, but that's very low on the priority list. Beating the game is going to be a challenge in and of itself. But yeah, I was thinking like these frame foundations, using those, trying some of these cables. I've never really used any of these. Right? I think those look really cool. You know, there's some of this stuff I haven't used. These vents, these different kinds of walkways. So that's kind of what I'm thinking, but nothing like the detail here. That's not where the challenge is for me anymore. So, okay, guys, I need to use the restroom, and then we have one tour left, and I I am going to combine them into one more recording, one more group, because the phase 4 and the phase 5, the phase 4 space elevator parts and phase 5 in Arasaka Tower are so intertwined. So I'm going to go ahead and combine them, and I just need to use the restroom real quick, because it's been a few hours. Before I do that, I'm going to give you guys a little view. You know, Minikin can use this for some B-roll if she needs. I don't know, she probably won't need it. Minikin is my 16-year-old daughter. She helps me edit. All right, I will return. Don't go anywhere. We're going to talk about the last 2 factories of the city. These last 2 factories took me about a year to make. The last 2. They took the majority of the time. All right, I'm back. Calm down. I'm back. Just give me a second. Can't wait to rewatch the stream. Hey, man. This has been a wild stream. Well, I mean, not wild. I'm just reviewing my playthrough. Give me a second. But I guess in a way it's wild, right? Because of the time and kind of reviewing everything again. You know, I mean, sure, we're 7 hours into this, right? But like, this represents like a lot of time, a lot of effort. All right. Let's get into position. Need someone to work on a cosmetic mod to make drones look like fighters for the Death Star idea? Yeah. Well, I did do my first playthrough. I did make the Super Star Destroyer, And frankly, I think it turned out awesome. And I had all the drones flying over there, all the packaged oil and packaged water. All right, one tour left. I started these buildings in the summer. Maybe it was like the fall. Could have been the fall of last year. All right. So now's your time for questions. Before I kind of start my spiel. If you just got here, this is the last VOD of this playthrough, the last live stream. I am doing essentially going to be probably about a 9 hour. We're at 7 hours. I probably have a couple hours left here. Basically a 9 hour tour. And we're just going through every single building, answering questions, and kind of stepping through it all. So if you have any questions, go ahead and ask me. If they're on topic, I'll try to answer them right then. If it's a deeper question that doesn't have anything to do with what I'm talking about, then I'll probably wait until I finish this section. I'm going to be playing Satisfactory Plus on hard mode next, and that's going to start next week. But this is the last playthrough for the last live stream for this playthrough. All right. Give you guys like 30 seconds to type any questions you have. By the way, everybody who followed me while I was doing the last kind of tour, I appreciate it. I don't know, maybe I should chop it into 2. That last section was long. I meant for these to be like more bite-sized like videos, but like everything, longer than expected. All right. We ready? All right, let's knock out the last one, boys. Sushi Cat, which building for you was the most complicated, design or factory? The Shard. It was really tough from a design perspective. From a factory perspective, the phase 4 space elevator parts are nasty. They are nasty. Okay, I mean, just look at them. It takes 4 buildings to just do the space elevator parts. All of phase 5, including the phase 5 space elevator parts, fit in one building. Now, it's true that that's a bigger building, but phase 4 is tough in terms of just like the sheer amount of things that you have to do. And remember, we shipped in oil and plastic. Hitting everything in that Chicago building was nuts. That is true, but I think that that's more of a consequence of poor design work from me versus as opposed to like the Shard that was just a difficult building, and phase 4 space elevator parts, which is a difficult concept. like not concept, but like factory design. All right. Ready? All right. Welcome to the last tour in my set of videos. And we have been going over my entire Cyberpunk City. This is the last tour of the last live stream of my entire playthrough, and we're done. We're at 7 hours. I've been recording tours for 7 hours tonight, all the way from the starter areas. We talked about design of the city, the logistics, the planning process, laying out the trucks and the roads, and how I use Satisfactory tools. And then the big boy is I just did this half of the city, the power plant there, the L-shaped building, the lower, shorter one, and then these four. We just finished that, talking about that, and that covers everything from phase 1 all the way up to the end of phase 4, except for the phase 4 space elevator parts, because that is next. Now, you can see that these 4 buildings, you may recognize one or more of them because they are buildings in real life. That one's in London, that one's in Chicago, that one is in Moscow, and that one is in Bahrain. The middle tower, not so much. I made that up, but it was the first one. I don't think it's very good. These, however, I did make, and I am much prouder of these. I really like these buildings. And I actually have a tour that I made of these buildings. It's about 7-8 minutes long. I don't know, maybe it's a little longer. And I used a camera like flyover mod. If you haven't had a chance to watch that, you can check that out. It's got less description than what I'm about to give you, but visually it's very, very cool, and I'm very proud of how that turned out. It took me weeks to make that video, but I bet you the video that you're watching now, the cut version of it, will probably get more views than that one, ironically, but we'll see. One can hope. So that is the phase 4 space elevator parts. Now, it's split into 4 buildings, but it's really one factory. We're going to talk about that. We're going to go over the factory design, why I did what I did. I will tell you that the 2 teal buildings are exact duplicates, so we're only going to go over through one of them, but the 2 purple buildings are different, so we'll go through each of those. Once we cover the phase 4 space elevator parts, if you don't know, phase 5 intakes the phase 4 space elevator parts as part of phase 5. And so phase 5 is Arasaka Tower. And so in a lot of ways, all 5 of these buildings is really one big factory. And I'm going to show you what I mean by that in the plan. And there's a lonely little truck. It's probably that one right there that travels back and forth between these 4 buildings and Arasaka Tower, and drops off the outputs of these monstrous buildings. These are pretty full of machines, and that's what it takes to make enough phase 4 space elevator parts and ship them into all of phase 5 is contained in this one building. So now just right off the bat, both of these factories, phase 4 and phase 5, they take in rubber and plastic from this factory here. We just went over this, but they don't make their own rubber and plastic. They get it shipped to them. Everything else they make from raw materials. All right, so let's head over there and take a look, shall we? Let me get to the top, and then I will show you guys the Satisfactory tools plan. You can see one thing I did here is I put the let's get a little bit more light. Particle accelerators that make nuclear pasta. I put them on the outside of the buildings. So let's talk first about design. Actually, let's talk about design, the exterior, and then we'll dive into the plan, and then we shoot. There we go. We will start with design, talk about the exterior, and then we will go into the factory plan, and then my Excel sheet on how I put it all together. So this is a building design that I came up with, and all right, that's better. I did take some inspiration from several locations, like several things, but this is kind of my design, and I wanted to go with the same sort of like main color that we've been using over here, and I really liked what we did with the windows, the lit windows of that building, and so I wanted to see that here, especially like the curved part. One thing that I did learn through heavy mistakes of these two over here, these and the one behind it, but this one's actually worse. That's all signs, small billboards behind the glass. That is a big, oh, look at that. How long has that been there? A long time, like 1,000 hours. That is a big FPS drain. I mean, there's no reason that those should be signs, all signs. And I don't mean the purple line, I mean the orange. Those are literally signs. And so I made a change in this design to try to limit the total number of signs. And I just have, you can see these bands. Like this is a small billboard that is black. That's a wall. Right, you can see the lines there, and the texture. The majority of what's behind the glass is not signs. Only the bands that wrap around and there's like two, and then there's two walls, and then there's two, and then one wall, and then two, and one wall, and then two. See that I've done it that way to greatly reduce the number of signs that has to be rendered. And again, all of these factories, this is really one big factory, and so they're connected with belts through these sky bridges. And then, like all my factories, the bottom floor, the lobby, is where trucks come in and out. And then I talked a little bit in my prior tour on the infinite elevators and how I'm using them here. And I really like what you're able to do when you can make an elevator go as tall as you want. Okay, and I've done that in several places. So loud. I've done that in several places, and so we'll actually talk about that. What is this? It's naked. So I'll show you guys how we do that. In fact, let's go ahead and I'll show you right now. It's actually pretty easy. It's a trick. I don't know if they're ever gonna fix it, but I hope not, because it is really, really nice. But I'm gonna show you guys really quickly. And let's say you wanted an elevator that's taller than this. Like these are. All right, so it's pretty easy. Okay, you go and you're gonna try to build another elevator on top of that elevator. But as you can see, you cannot. It's red. This is not the best location for this. You hit 2 buttons over and over again. You hit H to lock the hologram, and now it's white. And then if you left click, it goes red. But then if you hit H, it goes white. And then if you hit left click again, it rebuilds the entire elevator from the bottom up to the top. How close to the build height limit? I have hit the limit. I launched myself up there accidentally with a man cannon, and I think I might have died. I'm close, but I'm not that close. And so what you can do is now what that did is it added 1 meter. So if I just do it over and over again, you can make the elevator go as tall as you want. All I'm doing is hitting H left click over and over and over again. And by the way, I made a macro to do it for me. And that's how I built these tall ass elevators. In console type fly. I don't have any cheats on, so I don't know if that would work, but I don't think I need to. So let's keep talking about design. This curve right here is the second most difficult thing I've done in this in this playthrough. The most difficult being the shard over there. Sheer scale, the pyramid was really, really difficult, but this guy right here trying to figure out how this worked, I had a really hard time with it. And it's still not like perfect, right? But it's pretty good. And the reason that it's difficult is the shape of this thing. So if you look at this cylinder from the side, what I've done is I've actually cut it here, here, and here. Now, From the front, again, a cylinder is square from the front. From the front, it looks like this. So this line changes slope over time because it's a slice, it's diagonal from the side, but it's out of a circle. All right, so I couldn't really blueprint this. I couldn't come up with a pattern. It was very challenging. What I ended up doing is just figuring out a way to kind of match it. Just copy the curvature. Kind of by hand, but in a repeatable way so that it looked good. So that was actually the most challenging part of this design work. But I'm otherwise happy with how it turned out. So design wise, I think that covers pretty much everything. I will say the top conical portion of this tower was kind of challenging, but nothing compared to this curvature. So next step here, let's pop into the design work of the factory itself. It's really noisy. Okay, look at it. Look at how simple. Look at all we're asking for here. $10 nuclear pasta, 4 thermal propulsion, 4 magnetic field generator, and 2.5 assembly director. That's it. And yet that is what has to happen in order to make it work. And by the way, we're cheating a little bit because look, rubber and plastic. Look at all the places that we have rubber and plastic feeding in. And it simplifies it, and it's still this complex just to get those 4 parts out. And that's not the worst part. That's the worst part. 350 refineries. $12,000 copper ingots. 20 particle accelerators for 10 nuclear pasta per minute. There's a lot. There is a lot. This bad boy right here, and these, well, the particle accelerators we've already seen. I put 6 on each of the 4 buildings, so we have 24 total. So they're underclocked a little bit, so that they are set as 20. The 2 teal buildings, we're going to look at those first. That's where this copper powder is made. All right, and then the 2 teal buildings are, we'll just look at one because they're copies, but they kind of, it's kind of easier to understand because it's the same blueprint over and over and over again. And then the purple buildings are more complex versions of the teals. All right, and so we'll start with the teal, but that's these 2 nodes right here take up half of the space alone. Both teal buildings out of 4 is this right here. All right. Everything else is packed into the purple buildings. Now, I want to talk a little bit before we get into looking at the phase 4 buildings. I want to talk about why I decided to talk about both. I'm going to talk about talking about both the phase 4 buildings we're looking at now and the phase 5. All right. And what's important here is to realize that these outputs get used again. When we go to the phase 5, very complex, but notice it's about as complex as phase 4 that we were just looking at, except the phase 4 is only the space elevator parts. This is all of phase 5. But one reason it's so easy, relatively speaking, is because we're inputting these are the 4. Now 2.5 out of the 10. But these are the 4 outputs from phase 4. So in reality, phase 5 is both, because we have to input those. Does that make sense? So they're very well connected, and I had to plan them both at the same time, basically, to make sure that this was all going to work. So let's take a look here at our spreadsheet. Now, what I have done here is I have chopped those nodes that we saw in the planning document into blueprints that are actionable in the game. All right. Again, we're going to start with copper powder, and we're going to learn what I did here, because it makes all the rest of them easier to understand. Okay, so I've got total inputs here and input type, what kind of machine does the work, how many per blueprint, what that recipe of that machine is, the output from the blueprint, right? This is input to the blueprint. This is output from the blueprint, total output from the blueprint, and then the number of blueprints to go from to get you there. And what I've done is make it so that this is verifiable at the planning level, right? So we should see 2,000 copper powder when we go to the planner. Okay, so I'm making a blueprint that has inputs, copper ore water, output, copper powder. Pretty simple. 4 refineries, half a constructor. Now, every factory that we've looked at today, up to this point, has been a horizontal factory that has a horizontal bus that is stacked vertically. These 4 buildings have vertically stacked blueprints with a vertical bus that are horizontally stacked. Well, lined out, because you don't stack horizontally. And I will show you what that looks like. And the reason that I did it that way is because the shape of these towers, it makes more sense to look at them in a stacked way. Okay, so here's our blueprint. This is our boy. Clearly something's not working right with the pressure conversion cubes. I don't know, it's probably another truck problem. So that's a little jammed, but it's still working. Here's our 4 refineries and our constructor. All right, inputs, water, and copper ore. Outputs, copper powder. Now, I made these blueprints so that they stack on top of each other. And then I made this blueprint so that it attaches to the front of that vertical blueprint, and they auto connect. At least the horizontals auto connect. Okay, the verticals, I had to do some connecting by hand to get them to work. And again, there's 80 of these needed. 2 towers, that's 40 per tower. This one's working. Okay. And then down here we have a truck pickup for nuclear pasta. We don't have any truck drop-offs here because we don't need rubber or plastic here, but this is the setup. Now, aesthetically in here, I have another elevator that starts down here where the trains come in. I've got an open floor here. I like this round catwalk. I think it turned out well. And then again, infinite elevator all the way up. And each of my layers here is fully walkable, just like I like to make. And I've also got elevator drop-offs if you are so inclined. One thing I want to show you here, and I tried to do this with all water in any of these 4 towers, but it's most prevalent here, obviously, with the copper powder, is I pumped the water all the way up, went in, stored in a water tower, and then dropped down. And I have had 0 water issues with this design. I'm really happy with how it turned out. Now up here, we have our space elevator part, nuclear pasta, and there's something wrong with the pressure conversion cubes. We'll take a look. Maybe it's, I don't know. I keep fixing it and weird things happen. Again, I'm gonna blame the truck overhaul. I'm just gonna say that's the reason. I don't know. Everything was working really, really well, and then I had to redo the trucks, and it seems like things aren't quite what they should be. But that's why our copper powder's backing up, because something's wrong with the pressure conversion cubes. But that's in the purple factory, one of the purple towers. So again, you know, you can get outside, see what's going on. I got a little door here. I love little things like this. And we have the logistics for supplying these roof-mounted particle accelerators. And then obviously the middle one, we do have some dead space up here. You know, a little bit of a square peg in a round hole, in this case, literally. But you know, I think we made really good use of the rest of the space. So this is the teal tower. Let's go ahead and pop into our purple tower. And what I want to see, now we have blueprints here. Let's take a look before we move on. Let's look at some of these other blueprints. Let's look at a more complex one here. So heavy modular frames. Okay, you can see the 4 input types: concrete, steel pipe, rubber, and iron plate. You can see the buildings that need to fit into the blueprint, the number of buildings, and then the number of blueprints that we need in order to make the 19 heavy modular frames. Hold on. Okay. 14. And then I have P1 and P2. Now, I've got, if I remember correctly, P1 is the most northern. So what I want to do, and we'll go over some of these. We won't go over all of the blueprints, but we'll go over a couple of them. Now, down here, these are non-blueprint jobs. These are jobs that needed to be done, but there were basically so few buildings that it wasn't worth making a blueprint for. These are the ones that are stacked in P1. These are the ones that are stacked in P2. And if we look at pressure conversion cubes, he's in P1. So let's go ahead and head over to P1 and see if we can't do some live mid-tour. Even though we're not supposed to be troubleshooting, I can't help myself. It irritates me because I had all of this working. And, you know, at a certain point, you just kind of have to, you know, just kind of have to stop. This was working better, which is frustrating. So the pressure conversion cubes. Now, again, unlike the teal building where all of these columns were the same, these are actually all very different. All right, and then some of these columns are different even as you travel up the column. So here you can see we've got, right, this blueprint, cooling systems, but then we have pressure conversion cubes here. Okay, so it changes, but we still have our buses, and they're still doing exactly the same thing, just at a different scale. So let's take a look. Radio control units are broken. Well, it just so happens that I know where the radio control units are. They're right next door, and that one's working. I have touched this so many times. Crystal oscillator? Missing AI limiters? Why? Why, bro? Is it plastic? If it's plastic and if it's related to a truck, it's quick wire. What is this? There's copper in the line. I don't know, man. I don't know how that could. There's copper on the Musketerium. I don't know. I don't know. I wonder where else we're using Deuterium. Why was there like a couple pieces of copper in that line? So random, man. So random. Now, I actually don't know how long that's been there. I mean, I guess this is one way for you guys to see the how the tower works, right? Oh, so weird. There isn't even any copper on this train. Okay, I lied. There's some copper there. I don't know. Maybe I misclicked something and it got in the line somehow and clogged it. A couple of pieces of copper ore were shutting down our entire system. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Yeah. I did fix these, but there's always new problems. So back to the tour, back on track. And I want to show you guys, here's a truck coming in right now. And he's dropping off rubber. Now we're full of rubber. Well, you know, not full, but that's not bad. There we go, we're full now. So rubber's off, firing away into the factory because the rubber came from the power plant. Picking up materials here. Okay, we got a little bit of assembly director, a little bit of nuclear pasta, a little bit of thermal propulsion, and the fourth one is actually in the other purple tower. So let's take a look. We're not going to go through every single blueprint here, but I want to kind of show you more than just the one that we saw for the copper powder. But most of these blueprints are all double deckers. Okay, this is the crystal oscillator, and we are making some quartz crystal here. Most of the rest of this is being shipped in. Obviously the rubber comes right off the truck. The AI limiters, we were just looking at those. Of course, there's problems there with however that copper got in there. And then the crystal oscillator, along with these other 4. Again, we're making aluminum casing in a different column. We're making circuit boards in a different column, and they're getting shipped over. The crystal oscillator we are making right underneath. Let's take a look at maybe a more interesting design here. What do we got here? Modular engines. And these are feeding the modular engines. Reinforced iron plate, smart plating, and motors. I went ahead, this is an alternate smart plating recipe. It's happening in a manufacturer. Again, plastic is coming in off the truck. We're making the reinforced iron plate right next to us. We're making the rotors. We're making the motors actually right there. Rotors are coming in. Again, a different column is making them, and we're shipping them over. And then all of that comes up here, and we've got motors, more rubber, the smart plating, motors, more rubber, the smart plating, modular engines, and then the modular engines get sent on their way. So each of these columns is like a floor in another factory. In a horizontal factory, what I've stacked would be laid out. If maybe not a floor, at least a row, right, of a floor. And so that's really the sort of novel design here, is the stacked part. And I went through one at a time, designed each blueprint, tested it, made sure it worked. We've talked about it in the prior tour, so I won't go into it in a lot more detail here, but same sloppy aluminum, pure aluminum ingot recipe that I like, and the byproduct water is being reused and recycled within the blueprint, and it's been working fine this whole time. So I'm not using the wet concrete and sink method in this factory either. So really a lot of the same kind of stuff, but I do want to hop over and take a little look at the other purple one, because it's unique as well. Again, plastic coming in. This is the 4th space elevator part. It's being made obviously in this tower, so the truck is picking it up here, and it's being made as well. So the factory is making what it's supposed to make. It just, we had that inefficiency because of that stupid copper. We got raided just now on Twitch. Gumstitch raided you with a party of 19 viewers. So I'm going to pause here for really quickly and kind of update the incoming raiders with what I'm doing. So I have been working on this Cyberpunk City for 1,300 hours for almost 2 years. Tonight is the last live stream of this playthrough. And we've been going for almost 8 hours, and I've been doing a full beginning to end tour of everything. We've been taking our time, answering questions, talking about my design work, and you know, things I like, things I didn't like, things I would do differently. Oh, all those things. And we are on our last sort of leg of these tours. And right now we're looking at the phase 4 space elevator parts. A little aside, because I know someone's going to ask, what am I doing next? Hey, Gumstitch. I'm playing Satisfactory Plus on hard mode starting next week. And so that's going to be the next series. I'm already planning it, and I'm very much looking forward to it. A lot less cosmetic design and a lot more difficulty of factory design. Okay, so that's where we're at. That's what we're doing. We're moving through. We are on our last 2 factories. We're almost done with the phase 4 space elevator parts. Then we're going to head over to the other quadrant of the city, and you're going to see phase 5, which is designed inside Arasaka Tower from Cyberpunk 2077, and you'll see that in just a moment. So that's where we are. We're wrapping up this one, and then we'll move over. All right, so continuing vertical design. This is the second purple tower, set up just like the first one. The only difference is really that they're just different machines, different tasks that are being made. Let's take a look at one here, one of the blueprints. A lot of logistics happening here, and then a lot of flow up through the sky bridges. The sky bridges are going that direction. What do we got here? Computer adaptive control unit. Okay, so we're making adaptive control units here. We got the computers, heavy modular frames, circuit boards, and automated wiring. Some of that is happening right beneath it. It's in the bottom floor. Cable, cable, cable. Automated wiring makes from a lot of cable. You shocked? I'm not shocked. Okay, we got the Caterium and we got the quick wire there. So whatever we can make locally, whatever I can fit in the blueprint, I did so. Some of these things we needed so many that they got their own column. Where's the heavy modular frames? That one is... There we go. So this is going to be very similar to the heavy modular frames blueprint in the heavy modular frames dedicated factory. We're making our own reinforced iron plate on site here. The other one over there, we were shipping it in. Iron plate and rubber. We are shipping in the iron plate. You can see we're making it somewhere else, probably at the top of this column, and then shipping it straight down. Again, same design, steel pipe and concrete, making case industrial beams. And then back here, reinforced iron plate and steel pipe make the modular frames. Lots of steel pipe. And then guess what? Up in the heavy modular frame itself, we have the modular frames that we made with steel pipe and concrete, steel pipe and reinforced iron plate. Then we have the encased industrial beams we made with steel pipe and concrete. Then we have more steel pipe and more concrete, and we get the heavy modular frames. Okay, and we've got an entire stack of heavy modular frames all the way up, and we use those heavy modular frames for pressure conversion cubes, it's been a long day. Pressure conversion cubes for the nuclear pasta, as well as a couple other things, and those are getting shipped really all throughout. In the end, as we see in the plan here, all of this input, okay, all of these machines, right? If we look at the overview, $927 machines total. Worst one is the copper, 5,000 copper per minute. all to make 20 items per minute, 20 and a half items per minute. This is the real end of game. This is the difficult part. If you can get through this, phase 5 is a breeze. So much so, we're gonna go right into it. I've already showed you these 4 outputs become the 4 inputs for the phase 5. These are the inputs, and they get picked up by, you guessed it, a truck. Okay, this guy gets picked up from here, and I already showed where the other 3 are. So that is the phase 4 space elevator parts buildings. Very happy with how they turned out. I really like how they look on the outside and the inside. This was very challenging because there were 4 of them, right? And I would like get one done. And by the way, I did it in steps. I did the same step 4 times. I didn't do the entire factory once. Time to wrap this up. I didn't do the entire factory once, 4 times. I did each step 4 times all the way through. Because that way, you know, it's easier to remember. And by the 4th step, the 3rd and 4th time you're doing it, that step, you're getting faster, right? If I did the entire tower one at a time, it would have been even more difficult than it was. A couple little things I want to show you because I just think they're really cool. We had a challenge here because we had to set this road up differently. I cut into the bottom of this building because we needed a road back here, but there wasn't enough unless I chopped into it. So instead of coming in through the front door, we kind of roll in, do our round, pick up some nuclear pasta, all the way around and back on the road. So this road right here is the road that will lead us to Arasaka Tower. So let's drive there. Can't even see it, bro. It's so big. You want to show the sky bridges inside? Yeah. I didn't show those, did I? Let's head back. Yeah, I'll show you that. Oh no, I'm going the wrong way. Oh my God, I ran myself over. Here we go. So some sky bridges have more movement between them than others. This one has just these 2. Got the yellow down there, and then purple halfway through, teal the other way. This one's far more full. There's only one open spot. And I just did a series of lifts because you can't really get a belt at 45 degrees. So I just did a bunch of lifts over and over again to step it up and down 45 degrees. So there you go. I'm pretty happy how they turned out. I like the 45 degree angle instead of just like, you know, what would be maybe horizontal. I don't know, I think it's cool. All right, let's go to the Arasaka Tower. Let's take a different route, shall we? Because I've got an overpass way of getting there. I used to get on the freeway, but we're gonna go over the overpass. And in Arasaka Tower here, the two roads, one enters from up high like this, and then we drop down. And exit in this direction. All right, here's our output. Okay, this is everything that's being made, being sent to central storage, which we talked about in an earlier tour. But we've got our plastic, we've got our rubber, but most importantly, all of the phase 4 parts that go in and make up really the hard part of this comes from the factory that we just looked at. Now, I ran out of room on the floor that's making diamonds. I ended up going with the oil-based diamonds. This oil is now diamonds. And then we do have an infinite elevator that goes all the way up. And we can take a quick little look at our logistics here underneath in the subfloor. I think this is all pretty good. Maverick, this is totally worth you wearing your Sunday best while you watch with a monocle. All right, well, you guys want to go through floor by floor? Now, you have to keep in mind, this is the last factory. Okay, I only finished this factory maybe, I don't know, less than a month ago. And we've been kind of doing other last minute fix-ups, okay? This factory is kind of a culmination of all my design work. Probably 4 months on this, maybe? I think I worked on this for 4 months. Exterior and each floor. There's 9 floors on this beast to get through it all. But I had extra space, and so I wanted to lay it out in a very pleasing aesthetic. So this is kind of everything I've learned rolled into one factory. Ironically, I actually made this. Blueprints are really good at compacting, but they're not as good at making visually interesting factory floors. And so for that, I went with what we did at the Shard and sort of the more classical, each machine, rows of machines with a subfloor. And I did go with the red, lots of red, because it's Arasaka, kind of feels like the Empire. And this is what the subfloor looks like, because both the lights as well as the belts are very bright red. It's very different. I like it. Here's our first factory floor. And it's all laid out. We have our different groups. Some coppers backed up. There's some things that, let's just say, I sacrificed in some areas. Safety, or maybe a better way of saying it is reliability for aesthetics. I would heavily encourage people not to bottom feed their liquids. I showed you some inefficiencies there for a second, and it's because I'm bottom feeding the liquids. And I'm doing that so that there were no pipes visible. But see, I ended up having to do that anyway here. But that's okay. He fits right into that little corner. But either way, there is no pipes. Again, I did aluminum in phase 4. I did aluminum in the aluminum factory, and I did aluminum in the starter factory. All three of them used the water bypass trick for the water that is made as a byproduct. And I tried the same thing here, but I'm bottom feeding. And it's just not as good. And it's prone to mistakes and prone to errors. And we're seeing that here with a little bit of inefficiency. Now, we've beaten the game. And so it's fine, but it's something that I'm not exactly happy with. But it does look good, doesn't it? So this is the first floor. Lots of stuff going on. This is basically the aluminum floor. We'll go through the rest, relatively quickly, unless there's something really to show you guys. Lots of belts, lots of red, lots of vertical. This is the biggest vertical bus or vertical, corridor of items that I've made at any factory. This guy here, I can't remember. Let's look it up, because I've got everything written in the spreadsheet. Guys, the birds are out. It's morning time, but we're on the last factory of this monster tour. So what I did here is I broke this into floors. Floor 2, steel and concrete. So similar to how I set up the buses in the phase 4, I just did it by entire floors. All right. We have the machines that we need, the recipes that go in the machines, the count of the machines. I actually did a need and have because I wanted to make sure that the count reconciled. I've got the importing of the raw materials, what comes in on that floor, and what gets exported. So a lot happens here on this floor. We're making iron plate, wire, concrete, rotors, and steel pipe. And you can see all of that here in the logistics floor. Lots of inputs. This is very dense, but I tried to learn from past mistakes and label everything. For the most part, we were able to do that pretty well. But yeah, that's floor 2, and really, and it took me like, it would take me like anywhere from like 4 to 5 hours to do all of the placement of the buildings and the logistics underneath. Some floors were a lot more logistics heavy than others. This is a very logistics heavy floor. Just look at all these things that I had to figure out how to route without clipping or being spaghetti. This is a much more complex subfloor, but I'd spend, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 hours on the subfloor and placing machines, and then it was like 3 to 4 hours of just cosmetics. These are blueprints. Oh, and this little trick right here, doesn't look like much, but it took a lot of time. I ended up getting pretty good at it by the end, but that's floor 2. Floor 3, another very heavy logistics floor. Lots of stuff happening over here. And we have our first converters. What are we making here? Animated Sam? Oh yeah. I didn't want to have to ship in the nitrogen. And we needed reanimated Sam already for something else. So I was just like, all right, well, we'll take some Caterium ore and we'll just make the nitrogen that we need. I'm going to be doing a lot of this kind of thing probably in Satisfactory Plus when we get there, because we're going to have an issue with needed material, let's just say. Another floor, subfloor, very dense work here. I think this is the sand floor. Making crystal oscillators. I swear, so much of my factory space is going to crystal oscillators. Much more bare bones floor here because it's all giant particle accelerators. We're making diamonds, but we're not using them very fast. Also, I actually retooled the end of this factory once I beat the game to make far more of the fuel for teleporters, because I wanted to teleport all around the map. I didn't really want a bunch more phase 5 space elevator parts after I beat the game. So because I sort of changed things at the end, I think not all of this stuff is being used all the way. Let's see what we're making. This is time crystals and trigons. Lots of converters. Again, next floor. You know, a lot of the same stuff, but it does feel good to run down the shiny center of my factory. Again, very deceptive. Stupid thing took so much time. You know, and getting all the lights under here to look the way I wanted. Doing this diagonal so it matches. It was a lot. It was a lot. We're eating supercomputers, huh? Why are we eating supercomputers? Because we're eating cooling systems. Why are we eating cooling systems? I can't remember where our cooling systems are. I can't remember. Well, let's take a look, shall we? We have the recipe. All right, the blender's on the floor below. Well, 2 floors below. I know I keep saying that we're reviewing and we're not gonna try to fix anything. But I can't help myself. Floor 3, Caterium. One more down. Here's the culprit. What am I missing? Deuterium ore? Dude, if there's a copper ore, that's the second copper ore in a Caterium. In like a different factory. That means I must have clicked something wrong. And it's only a couple of pieces. It must have gotten messed up at the train station. Maybe when I was doing a tour today somewhere, I accidentally dropped some, I don't know. It's crazy. It's like one piece of copper ore. It's slowing us all down. More than one. I don't get it. Another one. So frustrating. I don't know what could have caused this. This is the second factory that we found them in. I'm gonna have to do another. I'm gonna have to resave. I'll re-upload this one because I have fixed a couple of really like weirdly stupid mistakes. I don't know if anybody. I mean, all the work that I do live. So if anybody's seeing this and you're like, oh, I know where you messed up. Comment. Tell me where exactly. I'm interested to know if anybody knows how this copper got into this line. I don't think it's a permanent issue, right? Because it's not like I don't know. Maybe I was dumping stuff in and I just clicked copper instead of I don't know. Where else do we use Caterium in this factory? Caterium ore, floor 3, that's where we were. Well, I mean, it just goes to show you, no matter how careful you are and you know, what precautions you take. How many hours you have in the game. There's always something. Hey, speed kills. Still a problem here, huh? Random broken belt, bro. There's one. My frustration knows no bounds. Can you imagine if I was like cleaning out my inventory and I was like, oh, I'll just dump this Caterium ore in here because this is where a bunch of Caterium ore is. I don't know. I don't know. Very frustrating, but we'll save when we're done here. Mikey made a good point earlier. We made enough changes where I'll lock a new one. So where were we? So many silly things. We were up here and we noticed that we needed to fix the Caterium, so we got distracted. I think we had traced it to these supercomputers and back to the cooling systems. So looks like the cooling systems are back on track. And you know, at least it's better than it was. All you can do is make it better than it was before you touched it. A lot of the same stuff here. We're making dark matter crystals with the diamonds. So remember how we said earlier that maybe we weren't making enough that we weren't using enough diamonds? Well, it's here, right? So wherever has a backup of dark matter crystal, but we actually seem okay here, so that's good. Very good. Next floor. This is it. This is the last floor. Everything happens here. It's nice to see these at 100%. This is some of the retooling that I was doing. I did summer sloops to make more singularity cells because singularity cells are fuel for the teleporters. So I made a little bit of a design change at the end there. But overall, 9 floors. And I think they look great. And I'm very happy with how this turned out. I got a lot of communication and involvement with viewers. It was a lot of fun. So let's look at one last thing here. I want to show you guys what this looks like from the outside, just in case you've joined recently or you're new and you haven't seen what this looks like. Arasaka Tower, except, you know, with a K, or Kinstruction. That was a nice lightning strike. Will you give us a Z Fighting Masterclass after I finish this? So this is it, you guys. I just want to show you one last shot of Arasaka Tower. This was it, finishing off this factory. We really only had one last thing to do. Arasaka. Ooh, that was a nice one. Yeah, another lightning. So I'm going to show you guys one last thing before we go. But before we do that, I'm going to chat a little bit. We've been talking a little bit throughout these tours about what's next. And I want to kind of lay that out for people because this is it. 8.5 hours going through this save step by step, the entire process. We spent a lot of time on the starter factories, planning stages, going through every single factory, every single part of the city, and it was a lot of fun. I'm still going to show you the pillars that hold the city up because I think those deserve their own special look. And we actually built those after Arasaka Tower, so I'm kind of going in order here. So yeah, let's chat about what's next for me. So if you don't know, Satisfactory Plus is a complete overhaul of the game of Satisfactory. It's still Satisfactory, okay? It's just Plus. There's a lot different, and I'm not even fully aware of all the differences yet. I've done my research. I have actually gone in and played a little bit to make sure that the difficulty sliders are working. Satisfactory Plus just came out as of today, which is the 19th of July, 2026. It's only been out for a couple of days on under 1.2, and 1.2 added the ability for you in a new game to make the game harder. It's got difficulty settings, particularly in 4 or 5 areas. The worst one, and the one that I'm most concerned about, is every building taking 5x power. Okay, so a constructor, instead of being 5 megawatts of usage, is 25. Okay, a manufacturer is 55. Well, it's not 55, it's 260 or whatever. Okay, that's what I'm most concerned about. There's ways of getting around it, but early game is going to be tough. It's going to be really tough. Especially until you unlock underclocking. Underclocking is going to be how you get around that, because you get bonuses for underclocking machines. The question is, how aggressively do I underclock? 50%, 25%, 20%, 10%, 5%, 1%? Instead of building one constructor, do I build 100? Probably not. But where's that line? Figuring that out. That's just the first difficulty setting. The second one that I'm worried about that compounds with that is that every building requires, every part, including handcrafted parts, require twice the number of inputs that they normally would. All right, so if you're making an iron rod and it should be 5 iron ingots per minute, gives you 5 iron rods per minute. Well, now it's 10, gives you 5. And that compounds, you can see, with the power, because now you're getting half the amount out, the same amount of inputs, and it's costing you 5 times as much. Okay. Next one I'm worried about is actually the fact that I'm going to do all impure nodes. Every node is going to be impure on the entire map. And to go with that, They're also going to be randomized. And then finally, and I'm actually the least concerned about this, but it's funny, it's the part that most people are firstly concerned about, is the 100x space elevator parts. And the reason that I'm not concerned about that so much is because look what we just did. Look what we just did, guys. 1,300 hours. Do you know how many parts I've made? Do you know how many space elevator parts I've made? Not 100 times. 10,000 times more parts than were needed. Because it just ran. This game is an unlimited resource game, okay? Let's make those freaking milestones mean something. So I'm not really concerned about that. The machines will be running while I'm out building infrastructure. And to beat the game, I'm just going to basically assume that I have to mine every single node on the map. And then wherever I have extra, I'm gonna have to be converting using sand ore. So that's the difficulty that we're talking about. And that would be hard enough in Satisfactory alone, but there are people that are doing it. Nobody's done it, at least not yet, that I know of, for Satisfactory Plus, because again, the mod came out under 1.2 just a couple of days ago. So that's the next series. That's my main series that I'm going to be starting next weekend. And then after we get that going, about a week or so, I'm going to incorporate a sort of B series. Milkor and I are going to be playing regular Satisfactory, and we're going to be doing speed runs. And we're going to see if we can get down under 12 hours to beat the game with the two of us together. So, because then we could do it in one stream. So that is my plans moving forward. All right. And I'm really excited for it. So one last thing that we're going to look at before we end this final tour of the final save of the final live stream of the series is I want to show you guys what the city looks like here. With the final pillars in. I said final a lot. Have to get like way out here. So I ended up going with basically an energy beam look that I think looks pretty cool. So those spinning helixes there, those are actually stairs, catwalks, so you can run up them. And there's an elevator inside there. But I'm really happy how they turned out. I got so many complaints on YouTube Shorts, like, why did you make your city flying in the air? You should have made it incorporated into the land. That would have taken real skill. I've gotten maybe 100 of those kinds of comments. It's shocking how many people complain. But I always planned on supporting the city with pillars. And that is what I ended up going with. And I'm pretty happy with it. And, you know, we almost died there, but the view was worth it. All right, we're going to do a little something. We're going to chat. We're not done. Let me... There we go. So, that wraps up everything that I wanted to say. This is the full tour here. Again, if you want to see it totally uncut, it exists as a VOD. It is technically VOD, I think 191 of the Cyberpunk series. And then otherwise, we're going to chop this into 4 or 5 videos that should cover our multitude of tours that we did today and all the different topics that we did. And so hopefully I'll see you guys in the future Satisfactory playthroughs. I do want to play other games besides Satisfactory. I have Shapes 2 that I want to get to sometime soon. And then we will be playing Star Rupture again. Okay, me, Nerd, Melkor, Mikey, we're going to be playing Star Rupture again, probably in a few months. We need a little bit of time. Until then, Melkor and I are going to be doing co-op speed runs, and Wednesdays and Friday nights is going to be Satisfactory Plus. Will I try to build? Oh, I don't know. Will I try to build? I may not be able to. You know, I may only be able to build sky factories. I might be incapable of building on the ground, but I'll try. Because you ask, I will try to build on the ground in Satisfactory Plus. There was a question, am I going to do a theme? Nothing like this. I can build on the ground just as well as I can build in the sky. I'm not going to have to try to build on the ground. And, you know, oh. I wonder how long I was dead. The pyramid was obviously on the ground. But yes, I will be building on the ground. Satisfactory Plus has its own set of challenges, and those are not cosmetic challenges. Right, they are factory challenges. Right, it's automation and logistic challenges. And so I don't have to do things like build a city to feel like I need the challenge in the game, or to feel like I need like content. You know what I mean? It's your argument's silly. I'm sorry. I mean, first of all, there we go. There's no difference between building on the ground and building in the sky. Building on the ground is not more time consuming. It's the same. I guarantee you I spent a lot more time building my sky city that's super easy to build than most people's ground factories. But it's fine. I told you I got all those comments, and there's somebody in chat that's ribbing me for it. Again, I build what I want to build, and I will try. I will try to build on the ground. You think building on a flat plane is more time consuming than around obstructions and scenery? Okay. The plan for a theme on Satisfactory Plus, it's going to be a lot looser than this, right? I'm not going to do anything like this. I'm not going to do anything like the city. It's not going to be cyberpunk, but I do think I'm going to have a little bit of a feel for like oil refinery, maybe like oil platform drilling. I'm going to use a lot of the framings. I'm going to use some of the stuff that I really haven't used a lot of. But cosmetics is going to be a lot lower priority than the cosmetics were in this last playthrough. So, because again, playing hard mode Satisfactory Plus is going to require a lot more of my brain power and attention than just regular old Satisfactory has been without any sort of difficulty settings. So, but we'll see. I don't know. I don't know how long it's going to take. I don't know exactly the compounding effects of all that different difficulties with the complexity of Satisfactory Plus. I don't know how it's going to turn out, so we'll have to see. Let's see. Just in case I didn't wrap up, let's do one last little wrap up so that we can finish it off. In the end, I am really happy with how everything turned out. I am really thankful for everybody that watched over the last 2 years for this. And a lot of people watched, gave suggestions. They gave money, right? Donations and gifted subs and all sorts of stuff, super chats. I saw your super chat earlier, by the way, Max. I appreciate it. You know, we're going to go on to other things. And, you know, I'm excited. I'm excited to move on. So appreciate it. And this is it for the Cyberpunk City. It only will exist in VODs and videos from here on. So I will see you guys in the next one, the next series. All right, so that's the end of the recording. There's probably going to be some stuff we cut out of that. I'm going to get my death crate. I wonder if the camera on that one was letting me view the city even though I was already dead, because as soon as I popped out of the camera, I feel like I was dead. I have taken a couple of selfies. I could do a selfie of the city. Fixiana, I'm not gonna fall for the troll anymore. If I can build this, I can build anything on the ground. It's a silly argument, and you know it's silly. I know it's silly, and it's just a troll. So. Building on the ground is not inherently more time consuming than what I did. Because I've done both. I have done both. Here it is. All right, so what I want to think about now before we finish this for good is I want to probably log out in the hub, I think. I guess anybody that's taking this save, they would start their own character, right? And they would spawn in the hub. So it doesn't really matter where I log out. I think I missed some chat, by the way. First of all, Max, I was in the middle of saying something when you did your super chat, so I really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. I thought it was a 3-hour tour. Is that a Gilligan's Islands reference? You're obviously going to send this to Total Eclipse, right? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've been building with it in mind that somebody like Total Eclipse or Bits, if they want to review this and make a video of it, I'm happy to do that. I might chat with Bits. I've talked to him before. I've never really chatted with Total Eclipse. I did once, actually, but it was a while back. Yeah, I don't know. Does he have like a little submission thing for factory reviews? Oh, I missed. Does he have a little submission thing for that? Yeah, the farming stuff. Yeah, I know there's farming in Satisfactory Plus. I have no idea really how it works. I feel like Star Rupture needs a bit of time to mature. I think that's true. But, you know, I was playing Satisfactory in Update 8, and it's a completely different game than now. And a lot of people have talked about how it looked even earlier, right? In like Update 5 and Update 4. Totally different game. I feel like Star Rupture is probably where that is right now. Thank you, Zap Music. Appreciate it, man. Did I get everything? I think I caught everybody's. Yes, it was a Gilligan's Islands reference. Sounds like neither of us are going to change our minds. How about that? Yeah, I'm finishing up. Perfect. This is like the last 5 minutes of a 1,300-hour plus playthrough, and I have somebody saying that I took the easy way out in building my you can't make it up. Let's see. And apparently, there we go. We're back. I lost my cursor. So I don't actually think it matters where I log out. What you have to understand is that this isn't my first playthrough, and as I've been trying to say, and this is just this playthrough, and I've done both, and I do not believe that what I've done in this city is in any way comparable to just building on the ground is harder. I think it's apples to oranges comparison, and I think it doesn't hold any water. I've lost it? Okay. Sure. But I will try. I will try to build on the ground next phase, or next series. Man. There's always something, right? Let's see. Your character used to take a selfie. Oh, I was gonna take a selfie. An ex-duder, why does it say that you had that those are your first words? Same with Gersoy. I don't know why YouTube's doing that today. Where should I take a selfie of? Let's do the shard, because that one kicked my ass. Where is that setting? There it is. Can we fit it in there? She have... Yeah, there's poses. I think I've done this like once. I think I did. Yeah, peace. We could do Arasaka Tower too. I don't think I'm going to use this as the thumbnail for this video. I think that I am gonna use a picture that I took last. I took a bunch of pictures at the end of the last stream, so I'll probably use one of those. Sad for this to be the end, but well deserved for what you built. Well, there's always, you know, you got to move on, right? I'm really excited for the Satisfactory Plus stuff. I really am. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just can't, it's just calling out silly arguments. And like I said, it's not the first time I've gotten weird stuff like that. It happens a lot with YouTube Shorts. Usually it comes with something like, oh, you know, you must be unemployed, or you live in your parents' basement. Anything to like make this less. Even if it's just a little bit, right? And that's what it was. It was like, well, can you try to build on the ground next time? Anything to like just slightly degrade this, or say something like, you know, I have people on, you know, YouTube Shorts, like, you know, basically like, you know, calling me fat and bald, and that, you know, I don't have a life. It's super weird. Most of the time on those, I just delete the comments. But there's a shocking number of people that just have a weird thing about the Sky Factory. I don't know. I don't know. But yes, I'm going to be building on the ground. The plan is actually, I think I'm going to have to build a huge factory because of the underclocking. So everything is going to be like, if I underclock to like 20%, then everything is 5 times larger, right? And so I think I'm going to have a bunch of factories, but I was hoping to build a huge mega factory. And if I'm going to do that, then the best place to do that is the Dune Desert, because there's enough room to do that. So I'm not really interested in cramping like in canyons and stuff like that. I just don't have any interest in doing that, because I have enough difficulty stacked on to what I'm going to be trying to do without doing something like that. And these factories aren't really mega factories. Like you watch a B.L. Andrew factory, these are small. My factories I built here are actually really small. And so I want to build, I've never felt like I've needed to build huge factories, but I think that if there's anything that's going to require that, it's Satisfactory Plus. TTJ, thank you. It's been awesome watching you build this. I'm looking forward to seeing the Satisfactory Plus. Yeah, we'll see. I do have a lot of people telling me that it's going to take like 5 years or something, and I'm misjudging like how difficult it's going to be. Maybe it's impossible. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think, like I said, I don't really find it interesting to jam myself into like canyons and stuff. I just, you know, clearing trees, whatever. And like I said, I've built plenty of stuff on the ground. So, I don't know. I sort of made my point already. But yeah, I think the Dune Desert is going to be a good place to be able to, and I want to see if I can do anything with trucks. I don't know. I'm worried that the power difficulty is going to preclude things like trucks when a belt is free, if that makes sense. I am releasing this save. I'm going to resave it. I already did. It's on my Discord. But I'm going to drop this one. I did the one from tonight, but I made some changes. I didn't intend to make any changes tonight, but I ended up fixing some really bad, like random little things. And so I want to drop this version of the save in, and this will be the final one. So if you go to the Discord, and if you go to the general, I linked Blueprints Public. I'll probably actually do a @everyone and tell everybody where the save file is, but it should be in the announcement channel Blueprints Public. People already confirmed that they could download it and look at it. That was VOD 190. The one that I'm gonna save right now is VOD 191, and so that will obviously be later. The reason that I built it up high is so that I could see the city from anywhere on the map. That's why I did it. It wasn't to avoid the ground or to not have to clear trees. I wanted and I wanted to use that train spiral. I built this train spiral in the Star Wars save, and I didn't really have a good place to use it. I mean, it would have been a lot easier to build this on the ground. Then I wouldn't have had to do this. I wouldn't have had to find a way to jam the entire playthrough's materials through 4 tracks. It would have been a lot easier to build on the ground. Okay, I have the entire playthrough's materials running through these 4 tracks right here nonstop. I had to design my factories in such a way that they were as efficient as possible, using things like alternate recipes, heavy oil residue, diluted fuel. I had to bring in some drones to cover some differences. It would have been a lot easier to build this on the ground than build it up here. But the 2 reasons that I built it up here, like the real reasons, was because I wanted to use this blueprint that I built for Star Wars, and I never really got to use it. That I wanted to be able to see my city from anywhere on the map. So I built it basically just above the trees here so that I didn't have to clear cut the forest, and because I think the forest looks cool. I didn't want to clear it out. But that's why I built it up here. It was not to avoid difficulty. Trust me, it would have been a lot easier to build this on the ground than what I did. I mean, it is all good. It's all good. I can just tell you that it's funny. I was joking about hearing that, and then like you immediately were like, "Are you gonna try to build on the ground next time?" Look, if you didn't take it that way, then I'll accept what you're saying at face value. It is what it is. But I disagree with your premise that it is automatically always easier to build on the ground than what I did. That's my point. I disagree with the entire premise altogether. Gong, I started watching Gog. I started watching your content a couple of months ago, and it's been amazing watching you build this. Excited to watch you build your next big project. Yeah, we'll see. The next difficulty level is, like I said, it's not going to be a visual spectacle. And that's what people are used to from me, because my Star Wars save was like that and this save is like that. But I'm like kind of over that. It doesn't hold any more interest to me. I've mined that. What I want to do is optimize for that difficulty setting, and I want to do something that people tell me is impossible, or that I can't do, or that nobody else thinks is possible, right? And I think basically trying to play the hardest version possible of Satisfactory is which is Satisfactory Plus with the difficulty sliders. It's too good to pass up. Am I gonna go full spaghetti? No, I can never go full spaghetti. You never go full spaghetti. Bro, you went full spaghetti. You never go full spaghetti. I've got some ideas. I honestly don't know how you spend so much time in one world. Hats off. I think it burnt out long ago. I did get burned out. There's a reason it took me almost 2 years, and it's because I took kind of 2 long breaks. The Shard and the 4 towers, the Phase 4 towers. I played other games. I played Factorio and a couple other games when I was doing the Shard. And then I was playing, I played Ashes of Creation in the middle of the Phase 4 space elevator parts. I just needed a break. But I got back to it. I kind of recharged and got excited again. So the same thing's probably going to happen with Satisfactory Plus. I'm going to hit a slog, and, you know, I'm going to be like, you know, but I'll make it through. I find it hard to come back to old saves. I don't know why. I'd rather start over and try to remember where I left off. Well, I would probably be like that if I didn't have this channel. This channel is an unfair advantage in a lot of ways, because, you know, it like keeps me honest, you know, compared to like a person who doesn't have, you know, I mean, there was 170 people watching me, you know, about an hour ago. We're down to like 120 between YouTube and Twitch. All good. My point is there's a lot of people kind of watching me and keeping me honest. You know what I mean? And I wanted to complete this. I said I was going to do it. And so I did it. And we'll see if I can do the same. I'm not promising that I will absolutely for sure beat Satisfactory Plus on the hardest mode possible. What I am promising is that if it's possible to do, I will do it. And I think it is. So This has only been a 9-hour VOD, a 9-hour live stream. I had like 3 Star Rupture live streams in a row that went to 12 hours. Massey man, love your content, dude. Amazing builds. Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, I could talk a little bit. Let's do this. Let's save. We're done. Let's save. And I want to show you guys kind of some of the thoughts for my build in Satisfactory Plus. But the thing is that before I can think about a mega build, it's going to be months of getting power under control and getting my logistics network under control. Let's look out here. Power particularly is going to be bad. This is it, guys. I'm not coming back to this. If you see this again, it will be another content creator that is walking through this. It won't be me. I have actually thought about going back to the old Star Wars save. I probably won't, but I've thought about it. Thanks, Grissoy. So I had a couple thoughts about logistics in general. Now, how well will this translate to Satisfactory Plus hard mode? I don't know that yet. Okay, but I've been thinking about how I would organize a mega factory. Okay. And I think trucks. I think we could do trucks. All right. So here's what I'm thinking. Imagine layers. Okay. And again, this may not work at all for Satisfactory Plus, but maybe a version of this, right? So dunes are under here. Okay. I have bigger fish to fry than weaving around the dunes. It doesn't interest me. The factory building does. All right. And so what I am thinking is to kind of do what I did with the city, more on purpose, with a all right, have a good one, Max, and thank you again for the super chat. The answer is always trains. Well, gonna have a problem with Satisfactory Plus, okay? And that is availability of raw materials. So here's what I'm thinking. Floor 1, raw trains. All right. Basically, this is the hub. The hub. Basically, put the hub underneath the factory. All right. There's no reason that the bottom of the pyramid needed to be in the dune desert where the factories and the trucks were in the sky. Well, there was, and that was the fact that it was in the sky, and I didn't have enough train tracks to do that. I had to tighten it at the hub so that there was a cleaner shot to the city. But from a logistics perspective, it would have been easier to just build my factory on top of the hub in the desert or wherever instead of in the city. So what I'm saying is do that. Okay. So basically this would be like essentially the bottom floor of the pyramid. How many hours do I have? $3,100. All right. So, and then, you know, there's probably like a logistics floor too, right? I'm not saying there isn't a logistics floor in here, but, then what I'm thinking is, and we do pass throughs, right? There'd be like columns where raw materials flow from floor 1 through floor 2 up to floor 3, and let's go ahead and just assume that there's another floor there, right? And then up here you've got your factories. Okay, factories. It's IES, right? Okay, so the factories are up here. Okay, the buildings. What's in 2? What I'm thinking is like kind of decentralize the items. All right. Instead of in my city, like, look at the plan. I did this a little bit, right? But I want to do it more. Okay. Basically, look at everywhere I'm making steel pipes. I made steel pipes in this building. Where is it? Right here. 94 constructors making steel pipes. Did I make any here? Didn't make any here. But I made a bunch here. Okay. Bunch more pipes. 1,300 more steel pipes. And then in this factory, more steel pipes. Not as many, admittedly. Actually, I think there's 2 sets of steel pipes. So that's not right. There's molded steel pipes and I guess maybe that's it. The point is that in 3 different factories, I'm making the same thing, and it's a bunch more logistics work to remake it. So what I'm thinking is doing decentralized production. That's scalable. Okay. So let's use the example. Steel pipes. And then when I need more steel pipes, I just go up. I track how many I'm making. Raw materials come in here. Right? Train brings in the raw materials. Aw. Okay, train brings in the raw materials, comes up, we make steel pipes. Steel pipes get made, they come down. A truck station. Maybe several. Because with the new truck system, you just put them all on the same network. And in 2 seconds, I drop down a truck and I go pick up steel pipes there, drop off steel pipes over there. And this entire area here, right? This whole area, it's just a big old truck grid with little places to pick up the part. Now, the challenge with Satisfactory Plus is how many freaking parts there are. But it would be a lot easier to deal with the logistics. Jake's, just I'll catch up on chat. I see Jake's, I see Uber Troll, I see Cimmerian. I'll catch up. I'm getting this idea out of my head a little bit. So, you know, if I need like heavy modular frames, and I'm using regular Satisfactory terms here, but, and I don't know how well this would transfer to Satisfactory Plus, but, you know, this is the idea that I'm thinking. Heavy modular frames, right? Well, heavy modular frames needs 3 things. Well, okay, that's 3 train stations. Right? Or 4, whatever, it doesn't matter. Not train stations, truck stations. And then I just make a truck that does steel pipe deliveries. It takes the steel pipes to heavy modular frames. It takes the steel pipes to, you know, wherever. Everywhere that needs steel pipe, there's a truck that picks it up, drops it off. I just add the stops to the trucks. I do a fuel station. It does 3 rounds, then picks up fuel. I'm like, oh, there's a new thing that needs steel pipes. Oh no, what do we do? Do I have to remake steel pipes? No, I just add on here. You know, and if I overload a truck station, oh no, what do we do? I build another one. That's what I'm thinking. I need a lot of open space, and we just grow. Horizontal grows number of parts, and then vertical grows the quantity of each part. Well, playing Star Rupture helped me think about this a little bit better. And this kind of thing has always been like growing in the back of my mind, right? But like, it takes a while. You have to like try different things. And the thing is with Satisfactory, especially, there's so many options. Trucks, trains, belts, right? Now, one of the problems that I'm worried about with this is how bad that 5x power is going to bite me. Because this means that I have to make fuel, I have to do all this stuff where a belt is free. And, right, so I don't know. We'll have to see. I am hoping that I get to the point where with power augmenters and some interesting uses of the power systems in Satisfactory Plus, I get to the point where the power isn't that big of a deal. And even if it is, the bigger problem is going to be the space. So I just make freaking, talk about dystopian, I just make freaking tall ass, and I make a modular, and we just go up, and maybe, you know, the steel pipes are underclocked to 10%. Who cares? Just build them up. I will never run out of space. And then I have these stacks, right, of like, and you know, and I try to spread them out the best I can. And every time I need a new part, you know, 10 sheets, right? Whatever. Just, there's a finite number of parts in Satisfactory Plus. I don't know how many I'm going to need. And the problem in Star Rupture is you can't build vertically, but that's not a problem in Satisfactory. So that's what I'm thinking right now. And the reason that I want to do trucks is because it's so easy to connect. Think of all the time I would save not having to run belts with the new truck system, because you build the you lay down the tracks, and then you're like, oh, I need a new connection. Throw down a truck, you're done. You just set the stops, and you have transferring, right? And then the raw comes in here, and then any sort of completed material goes in there. Worst case scenario, we stick some drones to, you know, transfer that way. So that's what I'm thinking. And then I just keep track, right? How many steel pipes am I making? How many steel pipes am I using? Okay, time to expand steel pipes. Well, good thing we have a blueprint. Pop, pop, pop. Bring in another train. And we go. Traffic can be a pain. Yeah, and that's going to be an interesting problem. But if I spread this out and I give myself a lot of options for the trucks, and I don't do squeeze them in, like, you know, into any bottlenecks. I don't know. That's my working thought. That's my working thought. Oh, let me back up. Simrian, GG dude, it's been a brilliant journey. Thank you, man. You have to get back to shapes too. I never finished the make anything machine. I got it about halfway done and 1.0 came out, and as we can see, I've been doing this since. So I want to get back to shapes too as well. First, so I had to run, and Max had to run. I think I caught that one. Simrian, the answer is always trains. I answered Fix on Satisfactory hours. He said, "Holy." I'm Steven, I'm just so curious to see if my PC rig can handle the save. Yeah. I'll get it moved over there as soon as I am done with the stream. It'll be on the Discord. Yeah, Simrian, yeah, modular, trying to. Jakes, yo, Kin just wrapped up your Cyberpunk world. Nice. Massive achievement. FYI, beat you at completing a Cyberpunk City with like 2 weeks, but then again, I did steal all of your ideas, so we call it a draw. Unresolved. Simrian, you just described your build. It's all trains, and Star Rupture is the same concept with cargo centers, right? And the reason is because, and another reason that I think this is powerful is because I don't know what I don't know in Satisfactory Plus, because I haven't played it. So how do I know how many tin plates or iron wire that I need? How do I know? I don't know. I have no way of really knowing, especially with the hard modes. And so if I design a system that natively can expand infinitely, I'll be in a much, much better shape than any other option, right? Because there will be flaws in this too, but I think there will be fewer flaws. And even if I completely overload this steel pipe stack and I'm just not building enough, well, shit, what are we gonna do? Oh no, we build another steel pipe stack. Because that's always the problem, right? You build a factory and then you don't have enough room. And I build these all open, by the way. I already said I'm gonna do like open, like refinery, right, kind of thing. There's a shot in, what is that movie called? It's called what's the one? Ready Player One. Right? Just stack them, baby. You know, or we do you know, just stack them. Right? City from Judge Dredd, the block. It'll be a different kind of dystopian city. One that is fully because of function. So I don't know. That's my current thinking. But frankly, it's gonna be months before I get to this, because the real difficulty of what I'm trying to do is the takeoff speed of power and materials. Sushi Cat taking off. All right. You got it. I have 2 steel pipe factories for parallel throughput. Right. And you know, and then from a top-down perspective, right? It's like, just you got your freaking blocks, and each one makes a part, and then you share parts. I don't know. Maybe it's a pipe dream. Maybe it's a steel pipe dream. It is my steel pipe dream. That is my steel pipe dream. So, any last questions, guys? It has been a pleasure, and it's been a lot of fun on this, and I'm really, frankly, I'm glad it's over. I am. I'm ready for something new. And I really want to be forced to build big factories. I really want to be forced to be efficient. I want to be forced to have to use my brain to fix problems. I want to be forced to mine every single thing on the map. Not because I'm trying to flex, because that is what is required to beat the game. And I think the only way that I'm going to be forced to do that stuff is, well, not the only way, but one way I'm going to be forced to do that stuff is Satisfactory Plus on hard mode. Rumpy, I think the hardest part is going to be the early stage. I agree, 100%. Until you have basic products going. Might have to make one item at a time for some things and store it. It'll be nice to watch. I've got some, I'm not going to give away my secrets. But guys, I've got some ideas. And I've already tested them and they work. At least at a basic level. I've played about 2 hours of Satisfactory Plus, mostly just making sure that the nodes actually are random, making sure that they actually are all impure, trying a couple of ideas, testing some feasibility. And I've taken some inspiration from some unlikely places. Robodob, longtime viewer, thanks again, awesome playthrough. Thank you, man. And there's something else you have to remember. The last time I started a playthrough was 1.0. There is a lot that's changed to 1.2. And some of that will help this difficulty setting. I think you're right, though, with not knowing what it's going to throw at you. It's a good strategy. Yeah, I think so. And like I said, there's going to be, there's so many byproducts. Like there's major byproducts issues, right? But we have fluid trucks. And I know that having all the nodes being impure means that I have not very much raw materials to work with. So by definition, I'm going to be forced to use my byproducts efficiently. Well, I start with the MAM research done. X-Dude, what do you mean? Like as a cheat? When I start in, will I start with it all done? Is that what you're asking? I'm not sure what you're asking. My name Jakes. You get known unknowns, unknown knowns, unknown unknowns, and the last one, yeah. I have been working on like coding designs and kind of designing products, and I break them into those quadrants: known knowns, known unknowns, unknown knowns, and unknown unknowns. No, I am purposefully trying to play the hardest game of Satisfactory that is possible by the rules. I am going to, when I die, I will leave my inventory. I'm gonna keep my equipment. I mean, I could just not keep the equipment too. I'll just build extra equipment. I'm not going to have the inventory mod, obviously. I will keep Sky UI. I'm definitely not going to start with any cheats on. I'm not going to start with the MAM unlocked. No way. That kind of defeats the purpose, man. And then I'm gonna allow handcrafting. I think that it would be just unfun to watch if we couldn't handcraft. We're gonna have to handcraft to get through the no power phase and get kind of up and running. But I'm, if I have to farm doggos, then I'll farm doggos. Mummer's World, great save and great watch, and thank you. So, like I said, I've got some underclocking is obviously going to be a thing, and if you're underclocking, then space is a problem, right? Another reason why I want to do stacks like this, modular stacks. Just throw another blueprint on the Barbie, stack them, baby. So I think that's going to be a big help. Massive underclocking, and like I said, I've got some ideas to get me through the early game. But I agree with you, Rumpy, that early game is gonna suck. It is gonna suck, but I'll be telling you guys exactly what I'm doing. The number one strategy to get me through early game, I will be starting like 10 minutes into my save on Friday. So see how it goes. All right, guys. Yeah, Sat Plus at max difficulty will have a few of those. Yes. In no way do I know what's coming. All I can do is try to plan for flexibility. Take my experience and plan for flexibility. Steven, I thought the first person to bring up screws was going to be Oki sooner. Screws are going to be a whole new PTSD. I know. The reason that I don't like screws in Satisfactory is not because of the name screws, and it's not because of their picture. Okay, the reason that why do I not like screws, and I do like heavy modular frames, is because I like squares, and I don't like blue boxes full of little gray screws, and I don't like the combination of letters SCREW. No, that's not the reason. The reason is because the item itself is replaceable. You don't need it. The functionality of screws is entirely different in Satisfactory Plus, so it doesn't matter that they're both called screws. Okay, one could be called screws and the other one could be called, dump trucks. It doesn't matter, right? It's the reason that I don't like screws is the functionality, not the name, not the picture, right? And it's purposeful that way. It's made to be a pain, because you have to jam 240 screws per minute into the modular frame recipe, and you only have Mark III belts at the time. So that's like a full belt per, and it's that way on purpose, right? That's why I don't like it. You can route around it. So screws have a different purpose. Now, there's probably a little bit of that, but there's probably a lot more of that design in a lot more items than just screws. So that's my kind of thought process on why I won't feel the same way about screws in Satisfactory Plus, or I don't know, maybe I'll feel worse, but that's kind of my thinking. Darth, I'm just watching your nitrogen truck loading up while watching. Thanks a lot. Great work. Thank you. Well, and for everybody here that supported me and watched me and stuff, it means a lot. So I appreciate it. So this is the plan. I'm going to be doing some testing this week. I am not streaming on Wednesday. I need to finish a Star Rupture video edit. I'm going to be working on that. The sun is up. I need to get some sleep, of course. I'm actually going to be doing a rebrand, but I rebranded last year my channel to try to be, so I could kind of fit in Ashes of Creation, and we all know how that turned out. So I'm going to be kind of changing it again and going back to like factory stuff, and doing some changes. I'm gonna see if I can work on that this week, so that it's at least partially rolled out by the time I'm starting Satisfactory Plus, but we'll see. So I got a busy things going on, but Friday night we should be going. Well, Sat Plus, it's going to be a hell of a challenge. It will be. It will be. And, we'll see if you steal all my ideas from there, Jakes. Screws are not a problem. Give you a solution for that. I feed 14 manufacturers with 390 screws each with a Mark II belt. Do you mean in Sat Plus or do you mean in regular Satisfactory? Yeah, we'll have to see. I don't know where the problems are going to be. I don't know where all the problems are going to be. So, flexibility of mind and just remembering that I brought this on myself. I was thinking of like making jokes about how easy I think it's going to be. Yeah, regular. I don't know. I just don't feel the need to play with them. You don't need them. I definitely don't have. I mean, if you look. Look at all my factories. Do you see any screws? Because I don't see any screws. No, there are no screws being made anywhere. Because you don't need them. All right, guys. We've chatted and I am going to finish up everything else. Thank you for the follow. And then look for that save. I'm going to drop it in the Discord right as I log out. If you don't know where my Discord is, it's just Kinstruction. The Discord link is Kinstruction, or you can do the ! Discord thing in channel. And I will see you guys there. I will chat with you guys this week and see you guys on Friday. If you see you next Saturday, yeah, better than Tuesday. If you are on YouTube, a like on the live stream would be amazing. And if you're on Twitch, I'm going to find somebody to raid and run. Somebody playing Satisfactory. Somebody that speaks English. Well, speaking of hard mode, we're going to hit off-screen Phantom. He's playing hard mode right now. Him and his buddy doing co-op. I'm pretty sure that's him. Yeah, 100x elevator, 2x recipe, 5x power, all random impure. So he's doing what I want to do for Sat Plus. He's doing for regular Satisfactory. I may or may not have stolen some ideas from him. I'm pulling a Jake's on him. All right, guys. I'm literally going to raid and run that dude. I'll chat with you guys on Discord, and I'll see you on Friday night. Bye.